Labor and Monopoly Capital. The Degradation of Work in the 20th Century. Harry Braverman. Introduction to the New Edition. John Bellamy Foster. Work, in today's society, is a mystery. No other realm of social existence is so obscured in mist, so zealously concealed from view, no admittance except on business, by the prevailing ideology. Within so-called popular culture, the world of TV and films, commodities, and advertising's consumption occupies center stage, while the more fundamental reality of work recedes into the background, seldom depicted in any detail, and then usually in romanticized forms. The harsh experiences of those forced to earn their living by endless conformity to boring machine-regulated routines, divorced from their own creative potential, all in the name of efficiency and profit, seem always just beyond the eye of the camera, forever out of sight. In social science, the situation is hardly better. The dismal performance of legions of orthodox economists and sociologists in the area of work is testimony to the dominance of ideological imperatives within mainstream social science, despite its scientific pretensions. There is no other realm requiring as much concealment to permit the continued dominance of capitalist relations of production. What must remain impenetrable is not so much the stultifying character of modern working life, that is hard to deny in a time when the neologism McJob has entered the language to describe a form of employment experienced by millions. The secret is the prevailing social order's systematic tendency to create unsatisfying work. Orthodox economists have consistently steered clear of issues of production and the organization of work, viewing these from the distant standpoint of the exigencies of the market, the buying and selling of factors of production. They almost never engage directly with the realm of production itself, in which capital and labor struggle over the control of working time and the appropriation of surplus product, issues discreetly left to those concerned with the everyday practical realities of business and management. As the heterodox economist Robert Heilbronner has written, the actual social process of production, the flesh and blood act of work, the relationships of sub and superordination by which work is organized and controlled, are almost strangers to the conventional economist. 1. Sociologists, it is true, have analyzed occupational reality, looking for signs of alienation. But sociology, like economics, has usually been divorced from any real understanding of the way in which working life is objectively organized around the division of labor and profitability. All too often academic investigators have assumed that the essence of working life is to be discovered simply in the subjective responses of scientifically selected samples of workers to carefully constructed questionnaires. Even radical theorists, familiar with the results of such economic and sociological research but lacking direct experience of their own with the capitalist labor process, have frequently fallen prey to illusions generated in this way, as Paul Sweezy eloquently explains in his foreword to the present volume. When it was published in 1974, Harry Braverman's Labor and Monopoly Capital, The Degradation of Work in the 20th Century, immediately stood out among 20th century studies in the degree to which it penetrated the hidden abode of the workplace, providing the first clear, critical understanding in more than a century of the labor process as a whole within capitalist society. It thus opened the way to the flood of radical investigations of the labor process that followed. Braverman's success, where so many others had failed, was not simply fortuitous. Much of the basis for his achievement is to be found in his personal background. Braverman was born on December 9, 1920, in New York City, the son of Morris Braverman, a shoe worker, and Sarah Wolfe Braverman. Caught up in the fervent radical intellectual spirit of the Depression years, he aspired to a college education and enrolled at Brooklyn College, only to be forced to terminate his schooling within a year due to the hard economic times. Beginning in 1937, Braverman apprenticed at the Brooklyn Naval Shipyard, where he began as a coppersmith, branched out into pipe fitting, and eventually supervised a team of 18 to 20 workers at refitting pipes of docked ships. Drafted near the end of the war in 1945, he was sent by the Army to Cheyenne, Wyoming, where as a sergeant he taught and supervised locomotive pipe fitting. In 1947, he and his wife Miriam settled in Youngstown, Ohio, where he worked in steel layout and fitting at Republic Steel, where he was quickly fired at the instigation of the FBI, William B. Pollock Co., and Owen Structural Steel. Point 2. From his teenage years in Brooklyn on, Braverman had identified with socialism, participating first in the Young People's Socialist League and later in the Socialist Workers' Party, SWP, as part of a small but vibrant Trotskyist movement. During the 1940s and early 1950s, he wrote frequently for various SWP publications under a party name, Harry Frankel. But in 1953, Braverman broke with the SWP and left his job in the steel industry to establish, along with Bert Cochran, a new independent periodical, The American Socialist, which lasted until 1960. Braverman's editorial experience on The American Socialist opened the way to a new career from 1960 to 1967 as editor and later vice president and general manager at Grove Press, where he was credited with publishing the autobiography of Malcolm X. During his Grove years, he picked up a BA at the New School for Social Research. In 1967, he became director of Monthly Review Press, a position he held until his death on August 2, 1976. This unique background as a socialist intellectual who had been a worker and an activist within the productive core of world industry, one who rose by dint of his political struggles and intellectual brilliance to executive positions within two important presses, gave Braverman unique qualifications to take on the difficult task of stripping the veil away from the capitalist labor process. Braverman's Marxist training gave him the intellectual and political compass for his perceptive analysis of the entire history of managerial literature, culminating in an investigation of work under monopoly capital, the economic and social regime dominated by the giant corporation. Point 3. He wrote with a sophisticated understanding of Marx's dialectical method and with a clarity rarely equaled in modern social science, and he dealt with the fundamental realm of everyday existence, the very foundation of wealth and power in modern society, long lost behind a veil of obscurity. Labor and monopoly capital immediately inspired tens of thousands of readers, liberating them from enslavement to the conventional wisdom. Based on this single treatise, Braverman is now renowned worldwide as one of the great social scientists of the 20th century, a legendary figure who arose from the depths of production to combat the great god capital, armed only with what he had learned while working with his own two hands and through his struggles as an organic intellectual, a human embodiment of the unification of theory and practice. It is a measure of the tremendous influence exerted by Harry Braverman and successive radical labor process analysts that only a quarter century after the publication of Labor and Monopoly Capital it is difficult to recall the absolute confidence with which the orthodox view of work relations was espoused in the early post-Second World War years. Point 4. At that time the preeminent interpretation of work in modern society was the one presented by Clark Kerr, John Dunlop, and others in a book entitled Industrialism and Industrial Man, 1960. These authors provided a description of industrial society that can be summarized as follows. 1. Industrialization has displaced capitalism. 2. New technology requires rising levels of skill and responsibility. 3. A growing proportion of technological and managerial personnel is transforming class relations. 4. New wealth and leisure mean increased well-being rather than increased misery. 5. There is a decline of overt protest. 6. A larger role is assumed by enterprise managers and humanistic professionals, who constitute the vanguard of the future. 7. The state is omnipresent and modern industry demands bureaucratization. 8. Classes are eternal. 9. There are many roads to industrialism. 10. Industrialism is pluralistic, and power is diffuse. One of the central traits of industrial society, declared Kerr and his co-authors, is the inevitable and eternal separation of industrial men into managers and the managed, emphasis added. Point 5. In this orthodox view, technological changes in the organization of production are socially neutral. As sociologist Robert Blauner argued in his influential study Alienation and Freedom, 1964, technological change is shaped by three factors: the state of scientific and mechanical processes, the nature of the product, and the engineering and economic resources specific to particular firms. Class and other forms of social conflict were either overlooked or excluded as factors by Blauner, like most conventional analysts of work. Job dissatisfaction was not entirely ignored in the orthodox view of work relations, but it was seen as diminishing and in no way contradicting the reality of increasing skill levels, more humanistic management, and the diffusion of power and responsibility. Alienation, Blauner wrote, has traveled a course that could be charted on a graph by means of an inverted U-curve. It reached its height, he suggested, with the assembly line industries of the early 20th century. But as more and more industries have become automated, alienation has diminished, thus the inverted U. Moreover, the average worker, his readers were told, is able to make an adjustment to a job which, from the standpoint of an intellectual, appears to be the epitome of tedium. Because of this, empirical studies show that the majority of industrial workers are satisfied with their work and with their jobs. The empirical studies consisted of numerous questionnaires collected for various industries by sociologists and business organizations concerned with the issue of overt job dissatisfaction. 6. Those who claimed that alienation was fading as a social problem, however, found this position difficult to maintain consistently. Blauner wrote, somewhat tortuously, that the typical worker in modern industrial society is probably satisfied and self-estranged. 7. Indeed, it is here that the orthodox academic approach ran into trouble as alienation became a hot issue in the 1960s and 1970s. A special task force selected by the Secretary of Health, Education, and Welfare declared in its 1973 report, Work in America, that significant numbers of American workers are dissatisfied by the quality of their working lives. As a result, the productivity of the worker is low as measured by absenteeism, turnover rates, wildcat strikes, sabotage, poor quality products, and a reluctance by workers to commit themselves to their work tasks. One job design consultant quoted in the New York Times explained the increase in active job dissatisfaction this way: we may have created too many dumb jobs for the number of dumb people to fill them. 8. For Braverman, all of this was simply illustrative of the contradiction at the heart of the orthodox approach to work and occupations. As he explained in the opening pages of Labor and Monopoly Capital, the more I read in the formal and informal literature of occupations, the more I became aware of a contradiction that marks much of the current writing in this area. On the one hand, it is emphasized that modern work, as a result of the scientific technical revolution and automation, requires ever higher levels of education, training, the greater exercise of intelligence and mental effort in general. At the same time, a mounting dissatisfaction with the conditions of industrial and office labor appears to contradict this view. For it is also said sometimes by the same people who at other times support the first view that work has become increasingly subdivided into petty operations that fail to sustain the interest or engage the capacities of humans with current levels of education, that these petty operations demand ever less skill and training, and that the modern trend of work by its mindlessness and bureaucratization is alienating ever larger sections of the working population. 9. In the process of investigating this contradiction, Braverman turned the prevailing assumptions concerning the work process upside down, putting the orthodox position on the defensive within the social sciences and humanities. For the last quarter century, the terms of the debate have been defined not by the orthodox conception of work, but by Braverman's critique. A generation of historians stimulated by E. P. Thompson's The Making of the English Working Class, 1964, to explore labor history from radically new perspectives drew heavily upon Braverman in the 1970s. In sociology, an entire body of literature inspired by Braverman arose, now known familiarly as the labor process debate. In Britain, social scientists spoke of Bravermania. One measure of Braverman's lasting influence is that for the period 1976 to 1980 the Social Science Citations Index lists around 500 citations to labor and monopoly capital, and for 1992 to 1996 the level was practically identical. 10. In more recent, more conservative times, of course, The orthodox view of work has begun to reassert itself, but not with the same confidence with which it was espoused before Braverman. Instead, the form that much of this takes is a steady attempt to chip away at Braverman, insisting that he emphasized deskilling unduly and neglected reskilling, asserting that he did not pay attention to the subjective side of work and workers' struggles, stressing the growth of humanistic management techniques that supposedly qualify Braverman's conclusions, and arguing that Taylorism, which Braverman analyzed so devastatingly, was merely one stage, now bypassed, in worker management. Relations. Point 11. In order to evaluate these criticisms, it is necessary first to take a close look at the development of Braverman's argument, which arose out of the earlier critique of the capitalist division of labor by Marx. Kerr, Dunlop, and their collaborators in Industrialism and Industrial Man had introduced their own conception of work in industrial society as a refutation of the Marxist interpretation of capitalist development, which pointed to the degradation of the industrial worker. An interpretation of the industrialization process developed during the early stages of the first instance of industrialization, they wrote, is not likely to be appropriate or applicable after a century of experience. From their point of view, standard for the establishment, Marx was simply wrong in envisaging greater intensity of work, the destruction of hierarchy of specialized workmen in pre-industrial society, and the leveling of skill, a minor number of skilled labor, engineers and managers, and the use of women and children for a growing number of unskilled tending and feeding jobs. 12. Labor and monopoly capital, however, refuted this by means of an updated analysis corroborating Marx's conclusion that the reduction of the vast quantity of workers to a homogeneous grouping of interchangeable parts, mere appendages to machines requiring little on-the-job training, was one of the fundamental tendencies of capitalist development. Like Marx, Braverman began with the distinction between labor and labor power. When hired for a particular job, the worker sells not an agreed amount of labor, but the power to labor over an agreed period of time for a wage. Humans bring to work the infinitely malleable character of human labor. But once workers driven by necessity have been forced to sell their labor power to another, Braverman observed, the workers also surrender their interest in the labor process, which has now been alienated. The labor process has become the responsibility of the capitalist. It thus becomes essential for the capitalist that control over the labor process pass from the hands of the worker into his own. This transition presents itself in history as the progressive alienation of the process of production from the worker. To the capitalist, it presents itself as the problem of management. Hence, under capitalism, management is war by other means, sharing from the first the characterization which Clausewitz assigned to war. It is movement in a resistant medium because it involves the control of refractory masses. 13. The advantages arising from the division of labor have traditionally been conceived in the terms introduced by Adam Smith in the opening pages of The Wealth of Nations, 1776, according to which savings in labor are obtained through the maximization of learning acquired by doing. 14. Each individual worker theoretically becomes more adept at a given task when the work is subdivided, with each worker responsible for a single operation. In Smith's famous example of pin manufacture, one man draws out the wire, another straights it, a third cuts it, a fourth points it, and the important business of making a pin is, in this manner, divided into about 18 distinct operations, which, in some manufactories, are all performed by distinct hands. Increased dexterity on the part of the individual worker, the saving in labor time through the elimination of the time previously spent going from task to task, and the ease with which this division of labor facilitated the introduction of machinery, all were considered by Smith to be advantages obtained by the master manufacturer through the division of labor. For Smith, this kind of detailed division of labor was a mere matter of technical efficiency. The promotion of job-specific work skills led in each and every case to a proportionate increase of the productive powers of labor. 15. Yet there was considerable ambiguity in Smith's description. The extreme form of the division of labor he depicted could more readily be seen as embodying the reduction of skill in any meaningful sense, beyond mere dexterity rather than its enhancement. Thus, further along in The Wealth of Nations, Smith painted an entirely different picture of the effects of the division of labor in capitalist society. In the progress of the division of labor, the employment of the far greater part of those who live by labor, that is, of the great body of the people, comes to be confined to a few very simple operations, frequently to one or two. But the understandings of the greater part of men are necessarily formed by their ordinary employments. The man whose whole life is spent performing a few simple operations, of which the effects too are, perhaps, always the same, or very nearly the same, has no occasion to exert his understanding, or to exercise his invention in finding out expedients for removing difficulties which never occur. He naturally loses, therefore, the habit of such exertion, and generally becomes as stupid and ignorant as it is possible for a human creature to become. 16. Indeed, the industrial revolution that arose in the late 18th century at around the time Smith completed The Wealth of Nations resulted in the degradation, not enhancement, of human labor. The classical liberal theorists of management, Charles Babbage and Andrew Ure, writing a half-century after Smith, understood the division of labor in a way that sharply contradicted Smith's earlier assumption of skill enhancement through job specialization. 17. It was obvious to Babbage and Ure that the detailed division of labor within the factory meant for the vast majority of workers not so much the creation of job-specific work skills as the breaking down of previous skills, a process that could only be justified by the greater profits it brought to employers. Deliberately choosing the very same example of pin making as Smith, Babbage argued in On the Economy of Machinery and Manufactures, 1832, that the most important and influential cause of the division of labor under capitalism was to be found in the minimization of job-specific knowledge on the part of the worker. By dividing the work to be performed into different processes each requiring different degrees of skill or of force, Babbage wrote, the owner can purchase exactly that precise quantity of both which is necessary for each process, whereas, if the whole work were executed by one workman, that person must possess sufficient skill to perform the most difficult, and sufficient strength to execute the most laborious, of the operations into which the art is divided. 18. Given that the higher the worker's skill level, the higher the wages that had to be paid, this process of systematic descaling by breaking down work tasks into simpler components had the effect, Babbage argued, of cheapening labor. Ure identified the same overall tendency toward diminishing skill requirements for the great bulk of workers in his Philosophy of Manufactures, 1835. Ure explained that the division, or rather adaptation of labor to the different talents of men, is little thought of in factory employment. With the introduction of machinery, processes formerly conducted by the cunning workman, who is prone to irregularities of many kinds, are placed under the charge of a peculiar mechanism, so self-regulating, that a child may superintend it. The whole tendency of manufacturing industry, according to Ure, was, if not to supersede human labor altogether, at least to diminish its cost, by substituting the industry of women and children for that of men, or that of ordinary laborers, for trained artisans. 19. These criticisms of the Smithian theory of the division of labor by the early proponents of capitalist management were subsequently incorporated by Marx into his critique of capitalist political economy, in which he argued that the key to understanding the development of the detailed division of labor under capitalism was to be found not in Smith's learning by doing, demanding ever greater technical specialization as a means of enhancing the skill levels of workers, but in the opposite principle enunciated by Babbage and Ure in the early 19th century, reducing labor costs through the systematic degradation of human labor. 20. Babbage's principle, Braverman wrote, eventually becomes the underlying force governing all forms of work in capitalist society, no matter in what setting or at what hierarchical level. 21. While these tendencies of the capitalist division of labor were already evident in the 19th century, it was not until the maturation of monopoly capitalism in the 20th century that they came to be applied systematically. The development of the division of labor, as Adam Smith observed, was dependent on the extent of the market and the scale of production. Its full development was therefore impracticable for the small family firm that still predominated in the 19th century. With the rise of the giant corporation in the late 19th century, however, all of this changed. It is in this context that one has to understand the rise to prominence of Frederick Winslow Taylor and scientific management, or Taylorism, in the early 20th century. Taylorism was summarized by Braverman in the form of three distinct principles: dissociation of the labor process from the skills of the workers, separation of conception from execution, and use of this monopoly over knowledge to control each step of the labor process and its mode of execution. Although Taylor claimed wage increases were integral to his system, so too were reduced employers' labor costs, to be accomplished by eliminating jobs and saving labor time. Taylor, Braverman wrote, understood the Babbage principle better than anyone of his time, and it was always uppermost in his calculations. In his early book, Shop Management, he said frankly that the full possibilities of his system will not have been realized until almost all of the machines in the shop are run by men who are of smaller caliber and attainments, and who are therefore cheaper than those required under the old system. 22 In the end, thus, the Babbage principle and Taylor's scientific management led to the same result. Taylor's distinctive contribution was to articulate a full-scale managerial imperative for increased job control, to be implemented primarily through deskiling. Hence, within Taylorism, Braverman maintained, lies a theory which is nothing less than the explicit verbalization of the capitalist mode of production. 23. The essential elements of the capitalist division of labor, Marx and Braverman each insisted, could be analyzed prior to the consideration of machinery. Taylor likewise abstracted from machinery in his analysis of scientific management. Once labor has been simplified, the substitution of machines for labor becomes increasingly possible. Moreover, in carrying out such substitutions, management is at least as interested in the capacity of certain types of machinery to centralize their control over the labor process as it is in the productivity of labor. The particular production technology introduced into the work process under capitalism is therefore designed to maximize managerial control. Capitalism is characterized by the incessant drive to enlarge and perfect machinery on the one hand, and to diminish the worker on the other. 24. There was, however, nothing inevitable about such a process, according to Braverman. The development of modern technology itself often reunified processes that had previously been divided by the division of labor, completely undermining Adam Smith's original justification for the detailed division of labor, and generating the possibility of creating a more rewarding work environment for socialized labor. Ironically, the best illustration of this was to be found in the further evolution of the very pin manufacturing process that Smith had originally discussed. Pins, as Braverman pointed out, were no longer produced by workers divided into discrete tasks. Rather, the entire process is reunified in a single machine which transforms great coils of wire into millions of pins each day, already papered and ready for sale. Now go back and read Adam Smith's arguments for the division of labor, arguments having to do with the dexterity gained in the constant application to one operation of a hand process over and over again, and so on. You will notice that this modern technology has made a complete hash of these arguments. Not one remains with any force today. The reunified process in which the execution of all the steps is built into the working mechanism of a single machine would seem now to render it suitable for a collective of associated producers, none of whom need spend all of their lives at any single function, and all of whom can participate in the engineering, design, improvement, repair, and operation of these ever more productive machines. Such a system would entail no loss of production, and it would represent the reunification of the craft in a body of workers far superior to the old crafts workers. 25. If such radical possibilities were not realized, it was due not to the technical requirements of modern machine production and engineering, but rather to the economic mandates of the capitalist system. For Braverman, the essence of the development of labor under capitalism lay in the fact that a structure is given to all labor processes that at its extremes polarizes those whose time is infinitely valuable and those whose time is worth almost nothing. This might even be called the general law of the capitalist division of labor. 26. Since some subsequent commentators have reduced Braverman's contribution to a fairly simplistic conception of generalized deskyling, it is vital to recognize that Braverman did not argue that the average level of skill in society would decline as a result of the further development of the division of labor under capitalism. Instead, he insisted, since, with the development of technology and the application to it of the fundamental sciences, the labor processes of society have come to embody a greater amount of scientific knowledge. Clearly the average scientific, technical, and in that sense skill content of these labor processes is much greater now than in the past. But this is nothing but a tautology. The question is precisely whether the scientific and educated content of labor tends toward averaging, or, on the contrary, toward polarization. The mass of the workers gain nothing from the fact that the decline in their command over the labor process is more than compensated for by the increasing command on the part of managers and engineers. On the contrary, not only does their skill fall in an absolute sense, in that they lose craft and traditional abilities without gaining new abilities adequate to compensate the loss, but it falls even more in a relative sense. The more science is incorporated into the labor process, the less the worker understands of the process, the more sophisticated an intellectual product the machine becomes, the less control and comprehension of the machine the worker has. 27. Braverman's analysis, then, is not simply about deskyling in some generalized, abstract sense, divorced from capitalist exploitation and accumulation. It is worth noting that Braverman himself did not employ that term, writing instead of the destruction of craftsmanship and maintaining that the capitalist mode of production systematically destroys all-round skills where they exist. 28. Although deskyling may be a useful shorthand designation for this theory, the term has often been invoked mistakenly, as an all-encompassing notion obviating any need for a reconstruction of the whole of Braverman's argument. Braverman was primarily concerned with the degradation of work as it affected the working class, not the entire society. His real subject, as he emphasized on the opening page of his book, was the structure of the working class, and the manner in which it had changed. He was concerned with uncovering the primary relationships of workers to the means of production under monopoly capitalism. Much of his analysis was therefore directed at the changing occupational characteristics of the working class, including the rise of service work, made possible by the development of the universal market, the transformation of clerical work, and so forth. Indeed, labor and monopoly capital was greeted on its appearance as making a major contribution, perhaps unbeknownst to its author, to feminist analysis as a result of its portrait of the shift in clerical work from a predominantly male to a predominantly female occupation. 29. Labor and monopoly capital has inspired an enormous and continuing body of research on the labor process in capitalist society. Much of this research, usually taking the form of specific case studies, has verified Braverman's conclusions. Not only has it been shown that struggles over job control are the central feature of work under capitalism, but also that to a considerable extent the labor of most workers has been degraded. A statistical assessment first published in the American Journal of Sociology, for example, showed that there was a systematic tendency for those positions with relatively little control over their labor processes to expand during the 1960s and for those positions with high levels of autonomy to decline. The advent of lean production on an increasingly global scale in the 1980s and 1990s has further accelerated this tendency towards the degradation of work for most workers. 30. Needless to say, proponents of the orthodox view of work still dispute these conclusions. Braverman is often criticized for oversimplifying the direction of change and for ignoring the reskilling that accompanies deskyling. Such arguments, however, miss the point. The main question is whether there is a general tendency toward the deskyling of most workers. Has there been a polarization of working conditions, with the greatest number of workers occupying positions that are less and less skilled? As a general tendency, resulting from the managerial imperatives of capitalism, this may be modified by other tendencies and forces. But as a general trend it nonetheless exists, and as the central imperative of management, it is always present. It derives its force not from any mere technical imperative but from the unending quest for profitability, which requires as its basis a continual reduction in unit wage costs, the relative cheapening of labor. 31. Braverman is also criticized for paying too little attention to the subjective side of work and workers' own struggles. As a former working-class activist, Braverman obviously did not undervalue the issue of workers' consciousness. On the contrary, he believed that the value of any analysis of the composition and social trends within the working population can only lie in precisely how well it helps us to answer questions about class consciousness. Marxism, he held, is after all a theory of revolution and thus a tool of combat. 32 In labor and monopoly capital itself, however, he imposed, as any careful author will do, certain limitations on his own research. Workers' political sensibilities, trade union organization, working class parties, socialist strategy, and comparable issues lay beyond the designated scope of labor and monopoly capital. Nonetheless, labor and monopoly capital, far from avoiding the question of class struggle, actually deepens our appreciation of the struggle between classes. Like Marx, Braverman considered class related above all to the process of exploitation, to the way in which the surplus product is extracted from the direct producer. Class struggle does not simply occur within the wider public sphere in which classes become self-conscious and operate as political actors, but also in daily life, within the labor process itself, where control over production, as measured in units of time as small as 10,000ths of a second, or even smaller, is bitterly contested. Case study after case study has shown that Braverman's analysis illuminates the class struggle at a deeper, more intensive level, a level seldom comprehended by intellectuals but well known to workers. Others claim, in opposition to Braverman, that Taylorism was a passing managerial strategy, later replaced by Fordism, bureaucratic control, humanistic control, or what have you. No doubt there have been important modifications in managerial practice since the time of Taylor. 33 Management is quite willing to use more elaborate work rules, credentialism, and so on, to further divide the workers and centralize control. And worker participation schemes will be used up to a point if they do not contradict the real centralization of authority within management or the final object of lowering labor costs. But a good case can nonetheless be made that Taylor's principles of scientific management remain the explicit verbalization of the capitalist mode of production. All these other strategies are therefore mere modifications of the tendency toward the polarization of working conditions under monopoly capitalism, that is, the degradation of work for the vast majority and the upgrading of work for a relative few. Braverman, indeed, anticipated the farce of quality work circles when he wrote, referring to comparable reforms, they represent a style of management rather than a genuine change in the position of the worker. They are characterized by a studied pretense of worker participation, a gracious liberality in allowing the worker to adjust a machine, replace a light bulb, move from one fractional job to another, and to have the illusion of making decisions by choosing among fixed and limited alternatives designed by a management which deliberately leaves insignificant matters open to choice. 34. There is enormous pressure to conform to the orthodox view of work, which, though rendered hollow by Braverman's analysis, still remains dominant since it suits the needs of the dominant interests in society. The same John Dunlop who co-authored Industrialism and Industrial Man with Clark Kerr and others went on to become U.S. Secretary of Labor, 1975 to 1976, and, more recently, Chair of the Commission on the Future of Worker Management Relations of the U.S. Department of Labor and the Department of Commerce. In its May 1994 report, the Dunlop Commission concluded, some technological changes require more skilled workers. Others downgrade existing skills. The current consensus is that the former predominates, so that technology has raised the demand for skills, responsibility, and knowledge. 35 In the face of this kind of ongoing official obfuscation, Braverman's labor and monopoly capital remains a truly revolutionary work, as revolutionary today as it was when it was first published a quarter century ago. Foreword to the original edition. By Paul M. Sweezy. In the introduction to our book Monopoly Capital, published in 1966, Paul Baran and I wrote that the approach we had adopted was not calculated to give a complete picture of the form of society under study. We continued. And we are particularly conscious of the fact that this approach, as we have used it, has resulted in almost total neglect of a subject which occupies a central place in Marx's study of capitalism, the labor process. We stress the crucial role of technological change in the development of monopoly capitalism but make no attempt to inquire systematically into the consequences which the particular kinds of technological change characteristic of the monopoly capitalist period have had for the nature of work, the composition and differentiation of the working class, the psychology of workers, the forms of working class organization and struggle, and so on. These are all obviously important subjects which would have to be dealt with in any comprehensive study of monopoly capitalism. Now at last, in Harry Braverman's work published nearly a decade later, we have a serious, and in my judgment solidly successful, effort to fill a large part of this gap. It would be hard to describe this effort more accurately or concisely than as an attempt to inquire systematically into the consequences which the particular kinds of technological change characteristic of the monopoly capitalist period have had for the nature of work and the composition, and differentiation, of the working class. Harry Braverman, however, does not attempt to pursue the inquiry into what may be called the subjective aspects of the development of the working class under monopoly capitalism. That task remains to be tackled. Whoever undertakes it will find in the present work a firm and indispensable foundation on which to build. I want to make quite clear that the reason Baran and I did not ourselves attempt in any way to fill this gap was not only the approach we adopted. A more fundamental reason was that we lacked the necessary qualifications. A genius like Marx could analyze the labor process under capitalism without ever having been immediately involved in it, and do so with unmatched brilliance and insight. For lesser mortals, direct experience is a sine qua non, as the dismal record of various academic experts and authorities in this area so eloquently testifies. Baran and I lacked this crucially important direct experience, and if we had ventured into the subject we would in all probability have been taken in by many of the myths and fallacies so energetically promoted by capitalism's ideologists. There is, after all, no subject on which it is so important, for capitalism, that the truth should be hidden. As evidence of this gullibility I will cite only one instance: our swallowing whole the myth of a tremendous decline during the last half-century of the percentage of the labor force which is unskilled, see Monopoly Capital, p. 267. Harry Braverman has had a wealth of direct experience. He summarizes it briefly in his introduction and is therefore admirably equipped to combat and expose the distortions and lies of capitalism's apologists. Nowhere is this done more crushingly than in the eloquent final chapter, where the myth of the increasingly skilled labor force is destroyed once and for all. But it is not only direct experience that is needed for the scientific study of the labor process under monopoly capitalism. Equally important is a thorough mastery of Marx's pioneering work in this field and of his dialectical method. Harry Braverman has this too, and it is the combination of practical experience and theoretical acumen, a combination excluded almost by definition from our academic social sciences, which has enabled him to produce a contribution of surpassing importance to the understanding of the society we live in. Everyone who reads this book will benefit from it. But those who will benefit particularly are the ones who read it along with Volume I of Capital, and especially Part 4, the production of relative surplus value, for it is here that the analysis of the labor process under capitalism was first put on a genuinely scientific foundation. All the essential concepts and tools were provided by Marx, and indeed he used them to such good effect that for a long time his followers took it for granted that nothing new needed to be added in this field of investigation. As far as theory is concerned, they were right. But of course the outward manifestations of capitalism, though not its inner nature, have undergone tremendous changes in the last century. Capital accumulation has assumed new organizational forms, it has invaded old branches of the economy and flowed into many new ones. What needed to be done was to apply Marx's theory to the new methods and occupations invented or created by capital in its restless expansion. This is the task Harry Braverman has set himself. In terms of theory, as he would be the first to say, there is very little that is new in this book. In terms of knowledge gained from the creative application of theory, there is an enormous amount that is new, and much of it in direct contradiction to what capitalist ideology has succeeded in establishing as the society's conventional wisdom. I hasten to add, and here again I am sure Harry Braverman would be the first to agree, that in important respects the function of this work is to pose rather than answer questions, to open, or reopen, lines of inquiry which have been neglected and which cry out for research and elaboration. There is hardly an occupation or other aspect of the labor process which would not repay a great deal more detailed historical and analytical investigation than are accorded to it in this broad survey. In this sense, Harry Braverman's book is to be considered an invitation and a challenge to a younger generation of Marxist economists and sociologists to get on with the urgent task of destroying bourgeois ideology and putting in its place an honest picture of the social reality within which we are forced to live. I must conclude these remarks with a confession. For me, reading this book has been an emotional experience, somewhat similar, I suppose, to that which millions of readers of Volume I of Capital have been through. The sad, horrible, heartbreaking way the vast majority of my fellow countrymen and women, as well as their counterparts in most of the rest of the world, are obliged to spend their working lives is seared into my consciousness in an excruciating and unforgettable way. And when I think of all the talent and energy which daily go into devising ways and means of making their torment worse, all in the name of efficiency and productivity but really for the greater glory of the great God Capital, my wonder at humanity's ability to create such a monstrous system is surpassed only by amazement at its willingness to tolerate the continuance of an arrangement so obviously destructive of the well-being and happiness of human beings. If the same effort, or only half of it, were devoted to making work the joyous and creative activity it can be, what a wonderful world this could be. But first of all must come widespread popular understanding of what capitalism really is, and why its seeming necessity and inevitability are in reality only ideological fig leaves to hide the naked self-interest of a tiny minority. This book, I am convinced, can make a vital contribution to that much-needed enlightenment. Labor and Monopoly Capital. Den die Ihnen sind im Dunkeln. Und die anderen sind im Licht. Und man sieht die im Licht. Die im Dunkeln sieht man nicht. Bertolt Brecht. To the tune of Mac the Knife. Introduction. This book first took shape in my mind as little more than a study of occupational shifts in the United States. I was interested in the structure of the working class, and the manner in which it had changed. That portion of the population employed in manufacturing and associated industries, the so-called industrial working class, had apparently been shrinking for some time, if not in absolute numbers at any rate in relative terms. Since the details of this process, especially its historical turning points and the shape of the new employment that was taking the place of the old, were not clear to me, I undertook to find out more about them. And since, as I soon discovered, these things had not yet been clarified in any comprehensive fashion, I decided that there was a need for a more substantial historical description and analysis of the process of occupational change than had yet been presented in print. The more I read in the formal and informal literature of occupations, the more I became aware of a contradiction that marks much of the current writing in this area. On the one hand, it is emphasized that modern work, as a result of the scientific technical revolution and automation, requires ever higher levels of education, training, the greater exercise of intelligence and mental effort in general. At the same time, a mounting dissatisfaction with the conditions of industrial and office labor appears to contradict this view. For it is also said sometimes even by the same people who at other times support the first view that work has become increasingly subdivided into petty operations that fail to sustain the interest or engage the capacities of humans with current levels of education, that these petty operations demand ever less skill and training, and that the modern trend of work by its mindlessness and bureaucratization is alienating ever larger sections of the working population. As generalizations, these two views cannot easily be harmonized. On the other hand, I was not able to find in the vast literature any attempt to reconcile them by careful specification of the manner in which various occupations have evolved, perhaps in contrast to one another. Thus my interests began to broaden to include the evolution of labor processes within occupations as well as the shifts of labor among occupations. And as both these varieties of change became gradually clearer in my mind, I was led into the search for the causes, the dynamic underlying the incessant transformation of work in the modern era. In particular, this led me to include in my investigation the evolution of management as well as of technology, of the modern corporation as well as of changes in social life. Before long I found myself attempting a study of the development of the capitalist mode of production during the past 100 years. The literature which presents and interprets technical and management trends for the general reader exists primarily in two forms, journalism and social science. In the course of a fairly extensive reading of this literature, I was particularly struck by the vagueness, generality of wording, and on occasion egregious errors of description of the concrete matters under discussion. It seemed to me that many widely accepted conclusions were based on little genuine information, and represented either simplifications or outright misreadings of a complex reality. Since much of what appears here will challenge this conventional picture of work and the working population, I feel that I owe the reader an account of my own background insofar as it plays a role in this book. For although I spent on this study the largest part of my spare time during more than 4 years, my interest in many of the subjects discussed in it dates from many years earlier. I began my working life by serving a 4-year apprenticeship in the coppersmith's trade, and worked at this trade for a total of 7 years. These 7 years were spent in a naval shipyard, a type of industrial enterprise which, at that time, was probably the most complete product of 2 centuries of industrial revolution. Almost all the mechanic crafts which had arisen in the course of these centuries, some of which, like my own, were rooted in the handicrafts of classical antiquity and earlier, were practiced in such a shipyard in close association with each other. Because of this propinquity and the interlocking processes practiced by the crafts, and also because of the gathering together of apprentices of all crafts in a trade school for semi-weekly sessions, I learned not only my own trade but gained a concrete understanding of most of the others. The extremely limited nature of employment in my trade, and its rapid decline with the substitution of new processes and materials for the traditional modes of copper working, made it difficult for me to continue to work as a coppersmith when I moved to other parts of the country or from job to job. But because the trade of working copper provided a foundation in the elements of a number of other crafts, I was always able to find employment in other trades, such as pipe fitting, sheet metal work, and layout, and I did work of these sorts for another 7 years, in a railroad repair shop, in sheet metal shops, and especially in 2 plants which fabricated heavy steel plate and structural steel into equipment for the basic steel industry, including blast furnaces. This background of craftsmanship may lead some readers to conclude, after they have read this book, that I have been influenced by a sentimental attachment to the outworn conditions of now archaic modes of labor. I have been conscious of this possibility, but I have tried not to let any of my conclusions flow from such a romanticism, and on the whole I do not believe that this criticism would be warranted. It is true that I enjoyed, and still enjoy, working as a craftsman, but since I grew up during the years of rapid change in the mechanic crafts, I was always conscious of the inexorable march of science-based technological change. Moreover, in my reflections upon this subject and in the many discussions among craftsmen debating the old and the new in which I took part, I was always a modernizer. I believed then, and still believe now, that the transformation of labor processes from their basis in tradition to their basis in science is not only inevitable but necessary for the progress of the human race and for its emancipation from hunger and other forms of need. More important, throughout those years I was an activist in the socialist movement, and I had assimilated the Marxist view which is hostile not to science and technology as such, but only to the manner in which these are used as weapons of domination in the creation, perpetuation, and deepening of a gulf between classes in society. I had the opportunity of seeing at first hand, during those years, not only the transformation of industrial processes but the manner in which these processes are reorganized, how the worker, systematically robbed of a craft heritage, is given little or nothing to take its place. Like all craftsmen, even the most inarticulate, I always resented this, and as I reread these pages, I find in them a sense not only of social outrage, which was intended, but also perhaps of personal affront. If this is so, it is, as I say, unintended, but I do not think it does any harm. However, I repeat that I hope no one draws from this the conclusion that my views are shaped by nostalgia for an age that cannot be recaptured. Rather, my views about work are governed by nostalgia for an age that has not yet come into being, in which, for the worker, the craft satisfaction that arises from conscious and purposeful mastery of the labor process will be combined with the marvels of science and the ingenuity of engineering, an age in which everyone will be able to benefit, in some degree, from this combination. In later years, I was able to gain first-hand experience of some of the most typical office processes of our times, again at the moment when they were beginning to undergo rapid changes. Some years of experience in socialist journalism led eventually to my employment in book publishing as an editor, and this in turn led to more than a dozen years as an operating executive in 2 publishing houses. Here I was able to see, and in fact design, some of the administrative processes involved in modern marketing, distributing, accounting, and book production routines, and this experience twice included the transition from conventional to computerized office systems. I would not pretend that this background is as extensive as that of many others who have worked for longer periods of time in larger organizations, but at least it does enable me to understand, in some detail and concreteness, the principles by which labor processes are organized in modern offices. As the reader will see in the appropriate chapters, I have tried to put this experience to some use in this book. I have also had the benefit of many conversations with friends, acquaintances, strangers met at social gatherings or while traveling, about their work, and it may be that some of them, if they chance to read this, will now understand why I was curious to the point of rudeness. But while this occupational and conversational background has been useful, I must emphasize that nothing in this book relies upon personal experience or reminiscences, and that I have in the formal sense included almost no factual materials for which I could not give a reference which can be checked independently by the reader, as is proper in any scientific work. Throughout the period of study and composition, I discussed the ideas that were taking shape in my mind with a number of friends, and I want to thank them here for their interest and patience. The manuscript was also read in draft by friends, associates, and otherwise interested persons, and I must thank them all for valuable suggestions which improved the clarity of presentation of a sometimes complex subject matter, and saved me from some blunders of conception and expression. In particular, I must acknowledge my debt to Paul Sweezy and Harry Magdoff, who were especially helpful in starting me on a number of tracks which I might otherwise have neglected, and in suggesting readings which I might otherwise have missed, but I would like also to add that my chief debt to them, and one which I feel most keenly, is the force of their example as Marxists attempting a grasp of modern social reality. My acknowledgments to writers whose work had a special value will be found in the text, footnotes, and reference notes. The intellectual influence under which this work was composed is that of Marx and, as the reader will see, little that has been written by any Marxist since Marx plays a direct role in those portions of this book concerned with the labor process, for reasons which I must now try to explain. The central place in the first volume of Marx's Capital is occupied by the labor process as it takes place under the control of capital, and the subtitle describes it accurately as a critical analysis of capitalist production. In this volume, the only part of his projected study of capitalism that he was able to realize fully, Marx shows how the processes of production are, in capitalist society, incessantly transformed under the impetus of the principal driving force of that society, the accumulation of capital. For the working population, this transformation manifests itself, first, as a continuous change in the labor processes of each branch of industry, and second, as a redistribution of labor among occupations and industries. Marx completed this work in the mid-1860s. During the past century, this very same dynamic has been far more powerful than the manifestations of it which Marx witnessed in his own lifetime and upon which he based his critical analysis of capitalist production. Yet the extraordinary fact is that Marxists have added little to his body of work in this respect. Neither the changes in productive processes throughout this century of capitalism and monopoly capitalism, nor the changes in the occupational and industrial structure of the working population have been subjected to any comprehensive Marxist analysis since Marx's death. It is for this reason that I cannot, as I have already said, attribute to any Marxists other than Marx himself a strong intellectual influence upon this study. There simply is no continuing body of work in the Marxist tradition dealing with the capitalist mode of production in the manner in which Marx treated it in the first volume of Capital. Since the reasons for this are bound to be of interest, we must ask why this is so. The answer probably begins with the extraordinary thoroughness and prescience with which Marx performed his task. He subjected labor processes, and their development in the factory system, to the most knowledgeable and systematic study they have ever received. So well did he understand the tendencies of the capitalist mode of production, and so accurately did he generalize from the as yet meager instances of his own time, that in the decades immediately after he completed his work Marx's analysis seemed adequate to each special problem of the labor process, and remarkably faithful to the overall movement of production. It may thus have been, in the beginning, the very prophetic strength of Marx's analysis that contributed to the dormancy of this subject among Marxists. The development of the factory system seemed to bear out Marx in every particular, and to render superfluous any attempt to repeat what he had already accomplished. It is true that by the early part of the 20th century the increase in commercial, administrative, and technical labor seemed to cut across Marx's bipolar class structure and introduce a complicating element, and this occasioned a discussion in the Second International and especially in its German section. But the discussion was abortive, in part because the tendencies had not yet ripened sufficiently, and it faded away without conclusive results even while the substance of the problem increased in scope. Meanwhile, the cataclysmic events of this century, 2 world wars, fascism, the successive disintegrations and restabilizations of capitalist economies in the aftermaths of wars and in the Great Depression, and revolutions both proletarian and nationalist dominated the analytical work of Marxism. The front of this violent stage was taken and held by monopoly, militarism, imperialism, nationalism, the crisis or breakdown tendencies of the capitalist system, revolutionary strategy, and the problems of the transition from capitalism to socialism. The extraordinary development of scientific technology, of the productivity of labor, and to some extent of the customary levels of working class consumption during this century have had, as has often been noted, a profound effect upon the labor movement as a whole. The unionized working class, intimidated by the scale and complexity of capitalist production, and weakened in its original revolutionary impetus by the gains afforded by the rapid increase of productivity, increasingly lost the will and ambition to wrest control of production from capitalist hands and turned ever more to bargaining over labor's share in the product. This labor movement formed the immediate environment of Marxism, and Marxists were, in varying degrees, compelled to adapt themselves to it. The adaptation took various forms, many of which can now be seen as ideologically destructive. The working philosophy of Marxism, as distinguished from its holiday pronouncements, focused increasingly not upon the profound inner nature of capitalism and the worker's position within it, but upon its various conjunctural effects and crises. In particular, the critique of the mode of production gave way to the critique of capitalism as a mode of distribution. Impressed, perhaps even overawed, by the immense productivity of the labor process, baffled by its increasing scientific intricacy, participating in the struggles of workers for improvements in wages, hours, and conditions, Marxists adapted to the view of the modern factory as an inevitable if perfectible form of the organization of the labor process. In the social democracy, the pre-World War I socialist movement, the evolution of unions and Marxist parties went hand in hand, as part of the close association between the two and their joint drift toward a thoroughly non-revolutionary outlook. The revival of revolutionary Marxism in the communist movement after the Russian Revolution arrested the drift toward reformism in many other fields but seems only to have exacerbated it in this respect. The Soviet communists had taken power, in a turn of history unexpected by classical Marxism, in a barely capitalist country where, except in a few industrial centers, technology, production, and even mere organized and disciplined labor processes were weak. The Soviet Union faced catastrophe unless it could develop production and replace the ingrained traditions of the Russian peasantry with systematic habits of social labor. In this situation, the respect and even admiration of Marxists for the scientific technology, the production system, and the organized and regularized labor processes of developed capitalism was if anything heightened. If the old social democracy tended to view the capitalist mode of production as an immensely powerful and successful enterprise with which it was necessary to compromise, the communists tended to view it with equal awe as a source from which it was necessary to learn and borrow, and which would have to be imitated if the Soviet Union were to catch up with capitalism and lay the foundations for socialism. We need only recall that Lenin himself repeatedly urged the study of Frederick W. Taylor's scientific management, with an eye toward utilizing it in Soviet industry. The Taylor system, he said, like all capitalist progress, is a combination of the refined brutality of bourgeois exploitation and a number of the greatest scientific achievements in the field of analyzing mechanical motions during work, the elimination of superfluous and awkward motions, the elaboration of correct methods of work, the introduction of the best system of accounting and control, etc. The Soviet Republic must at all costs adopt all that is valuable in the achievements of science and technology in this field. The possibility of building socialism depends exactly upon our success in combining the Soviet power and the Soviet organization of administration with the up-to-date achievements of capitalism. We must organize in Russia the study and teaching of the Taylor system and systematically try it out and adapt it to our ends. 1. In practice, Soviet industrialization imitated the capitalist model, and as industrialization advanced the structure lost its provisional character and the Soviet Union settled down to an organization of labor differing only in details from that of the capitalist countries, so that the Soviet working population bears all the stigmata of the Western working classes. In the process, the ideological effect was felt throughout world Marxism, the technology of capitalism, which Marx had treated with cautious reserve, and the organization and administration of labor, which he had treated with passionate hostility, became relatively acceptable. Now the revolution against capitalism was increasingly conceived as a matter of stripping from the highly productive capitalist mechanism certain excrescences, improving the conditions of work, adding to the factory organization a formal structure of workers' control, and replacing the capitalist mechanisms of accumulation and distribution with socialist planning. At any rate, and whatever the precise factors at work, the critique of the capitalist mode of production, originally the most trenchant weapon of Marxism, gradually lost its cutting edge as the Marxist analysis of the class structure of society failed to keep pace with the rapid process of change. It has now become a commonplace to assert that Marxism was adequate only for the definition of the industrial proletariat, and that with the relative shrinkage of that proletariat in size and social weight, Marxism, at least in this respect, has become outmoded. As a result of this uncorrected obsolescence, Marxism became weakest at the very point where it had originally been strongest. During the past decade there has been a renewal of interest on the left in work processes and the ways in which they are organized. This may be attributed to a number of causes. The headlong rush of capital accumulation which has proceeded relatively without check since World War II in Western Europe, the United States, and Japan has removed from the center of radical attention those notions of the imminent breakdown and collapse of the capitalist system which dominated radical thought during the decades following World War I. The bankruptcy of Soviet communist ideology has opened the way for a neo-Marxism which has attempted fresh approaches to the problems of capitalism and socialism. In particular, the discussions of the organization of labor in Cuba in the mid-60s, and the Cultural Revolution in China shortly thereafter, went beyond the preoccupation with the equalitarian distribution of the products of social labor and brought to the fore the idea of a revolution in the organization of social production. And finally, the new wave of radicalism of the 1960s was animated by its own peculiar and in some ways unprecedented concerns. Since the discontents of youth, intellectuals, feminists, ghetto populations, etc., were produced not by the breakdown of capitalism but by capitalism functioning at the top of its form, so to speak, working at its most rapid and energetic pace, the focus of rebellion was now somewhat different from that of the past. At least in part, dissatisfaction centered not so much on capitalism's inability to provide work as on the work it provides, not on the collapse of its productive processes but on the appalling effects of these processes at their most successful. It is not that the pressures of poverty, unemployment, and want have been eliminated, far from it, but rather that these have been supplemented by a discontent which cannot be touched by providing more prosperity and jobs, because these are the very things that produce this discontent in the first place. Technology and society. In this book, we will be concerned entirely with the development of the processes of production, and of labor processes in general, in capitalist society. The question at once arises as to the place of the countries of the Soviet bloc in relation to this analysis. I have already briefly indicated my view that the organization of labor in the Soviet Union, to which I refer for convenience in the singular although its characteristics are to be found in all the countries of the Soviet bloc and, in some degree, in all countries where capitalist property relations have been overthrown, differs little from the organization of labor in capitalist countries. Commenting on this aspect of Soviet life, Georges Friedman, the French sociologist and longtime student of the anatomy of work, wrote, "It appears that planned economies of the Soviet type, including those of the people's democracies of Eastern Europe, and more of communist China, contain large sectors in which technical progress has multiplied the number of simplified jobs, and has thus started, and is developing, that separation between planning and execution which seems to be in our day a common denominator linking all industrial societies together, however different their populations and structures point to." An American sociologist reports that Soviet economists and social scientists I met in Moscow insisted that job satisfaction studies are irrelevant in a society in which the workers own the means of production. 3. At the same time, a growing body of westernized sociological and management literature in the Soviet Union seeks to make explicit the debt of Soviet society to capitalist industrial practice. This debt need hardly be demonstrated, since the descriptive and apologetic literature of Soviet society, while it presents claims of superiority to capitalist practice in terms of worker ownership of the means of production, health and safety practices, rational planning, and the like, does not claim substantial differences in terms of the organization and division of labor. The similarity of Soviet and traditional capitalist practice strongly encourages the conclusion that there is no other way in which modern industry can be organized. And this conclusion had already been sufficiently encouraged by the tendency of modern social science to accept all that is real as necessary, all that exists as inevitable, and thus the present mode of production as eternal. In its most complete form, this view appears as a veritable technological determinism. The attributes of modern society are seen as issuing directly from smokestacks, machine tools, and computers. We are, as a result, presented with the theory of a societas ex machina, not only a determinism but a despotism of the machine. In a book by 4 social scientists, among them Clark Kerr, we read, "Industrialization in any country displays many of the same features. Industrializing countries are more nearly like each other, however varied they may be, than they are like commercial or agricultural or hunting and fishing economies. One of the central traits is the inevitable and eternal separation of industrial men into managers and the managed. 5. This leaves nothing to the imagination. The antagonistic relations of production are not only inevitable, but, we are told in almost religious language, eternal. The problem which this presents is obviously an important one for a work such as this, but it is doubtful that it can be illuminated or solved by vaulting conclusions which achieve their plausibility only by worship of the existing fact. The problem can be fruitfully attacked, it seems to me, only by way of concrete and historically specific analysis of technology and machinery on the one side and social relations on the other, and of the manner in which these two come together in existing societies. Such an analysis could well start with the possibility that the present mode of the organization and control of labor arose in capitalist society for reasons specific to that society, and was transferred to Soviet society and imitated by it for reasons that have to do with the specific nature of that society. Recognizing that there are very few eternal or inevitable features of human social organization in an abstract sense, such an analysis would proceed by way of an understanding of the historical evolution which produced modern social forms. And most important, such an analysis must not simply accept what the designers, owners, and managers of the machines tell us about them, but it must form its own independent evaluation of machinery and modern industry, in the factory and in the office, otherwise it will create not a social science but merely a branch of management science. I must at this point devote a few pages to some discussion of Marx's view of the relation between technology and society before saying something more about the Soviet Union. A clarification of Marx's views on this relationship is necessary because orthodox social science, although it is, as we have just seen, itself prone to the most vulgar and superficial technological determinism, often misunderstands Marx in exactly this respect, and accuses him of this very sin. In the first published essay in which his approach to history and society was outlined, the reply to Proudhon written in 1846 to 1847 and called The Poverty of Philosophy, Marx at one point says, M. Proudhon the economist understands very well that men make cloth, linen, or silk materials in definite relations of production. But what he has not understood is that these definite social relations are just as much produced by men as linen, flax, etc. Social relations are closely bound up with productive forces. In acquiring new productive forces, men change their mode of production, and in changing their mode of production, in changing the way of earning their living, they change all their social relations. The hand mill gives you society with the feudal lord, the steam mill, society with the industrial capitalist. 7. The final sentence has the striking quality and broad historical fidelity characteristic of Marx's best aphorisms. But unfortunately it is its other quality, that of appearing to be a ready-made formula, that has attracted the attention of many and caused them to try to use it as a substitute for the immense historical and analytical labors Marx performed on this theme. Science, Marx says of Proudhon only a few pages later, for him reduces itself to the slender proportions of a scientific formula. He is the man in search of formulas. 8. In spite of such warnings, there are those who have tried to understand Marx as a provider of formulas, and in that way labeled him a technological determinist. Marx did, of course, give a position of primacy to the means of production in social evolution. But this was never conceived as a simple and unilateral determinism which causes a specific mode of production to issue automatically from a specific technology. Such a determinism is false to history in general, and particularly useless in confronting revolutionary and transitional epochs, with which Marx was especially concerned. In such epochs, clearly, societies exhibiting a variety of forms of social relations coexist on the basis of substantially the same technology. Marx's solution to the problem of transition turns upon his conception of the development of the productive forces within a system of social relations, until they outgrow it, come into conflict with it, and burst its bounds. This has two important implications which clash with the interpretation of Marx as a technological determinist wielding a simple formula. On the one hand, it means that the same productive forces that are characteristic of the close of one epoch of social relations are also characteristic of the opening of the succeeding epoch. Indeed, how could it be otherwise, since social and political revolutions, although they may come about in the last analysis because of the gradual evolution of the productive forces, do not on their morrow provide society with a brand new technology. And on the other hand, it provides for the growth and evolution of the forces of production within the bounds of a single social system, a feature of all social systems but especially significant for capitalism. Thus if steam power gives us the industrial capitalist, industrial capitalism gives us, in turn, electric power, the power of the internal combustion engine, and atomic power. On the basis of this sketch, we would expect the technology and organization of production of early capitalism to be much closer to those of the late feudal epoch, and those of late capitalism much closer to those of early socialism, than they are to each other. This is of course true, and serves as an elementary demonstration of the fact that the relations between technology and society are beyond the reach of any simple-minded determinism. The treatment of the interplay between the forces and relations of production occupied Marx in almost all his historical writing, and while there is no question that he gave primacy to the forces of production in the long sweep of history, the idea that this primacy could be used in a formalistic way in the analysis of history on a day-to-day basis would never have entered his mind. Those who know Marx's historical method only from a few scattered aphorisms would do well to study capital in order to see how the relationship between capital as a social form and the capitalist mode of production as a technical organization is treated. Within the historical and analytical limits of capitalism, according to Marx's analysis, technology, instead of simply producing social relations, is produced by the social relation represented by capital. The capitalist mode of production is traced by Marx from its beginnings, when it is hardly to be distinguished, in its earliest stages, from the handicraft trades of the guilds, otherwise than by the greater number of workmen simultaneously employed by one and the same individual capital, 10 through domestic industry, the manufacturing division of labor, machinery, and modern industry, and the factory system, in which the capitalist mode of production is at last fully created and the inherent social form of labor under capitalism for the first time acquires technical and palpable reality. 11 From this point of view, the first volume of Capital may be considered a massive essay on how the commodity form, in an adequate social and technological setting, matures into the form of capital, and how the social form of capital, driven to incessant accumulation as the condition for its own existence, completely transforms technology. In this analysis the conditions of the oft-quoted aphorism are reversed. If Marx was not in the least embarrassed by this interchange of roles between social forms on the one side and material production processes on the other, but on the contrary moved comfortably among them, it was because apart from his genius at dialectic he never took a formalistic view of history, never played with bare and hapless correlatives, one-to-one relationships, and other foolish attempts to master history by means of violent simplifications. Social determinacy does not have the fixity of a chemical reaction, but is a historic process. The concrete and determinate forms of society are indeed determined rather than accidental, but this is the determinacy of the thread-by-thread weaving of the fabric of history, not the imposition of external formulas. The relevance of these observations for the subject matter of this book is simply this: as the reader will have already understood, it will be argued here that the mode of production we see around us, the manner in which labor processes are organized and carried out, is the product of the social relations we know as capitalist. But the shape of our society, the shape of any given society, is not an instantaneous creation of laws which generate that society on the spot and before our eyes. Every society is a moment in the historical process, and can be grasped only as part of that process. Capitalism, a social form, when it exists in time, space, population, and history, weaves a web of myriad threads. The conditions of its existence form a complex network, each of which presupposes many others. It is because of this solid and tangible existence, this concrete form produced by history, no part of which may be changed by artificial suppositions without doing violence to its true mode of existence. It is precisely because of this that it appears to us as natural, inevitable, and eternal. And it is only in this sense, as a fabric woven over centuries, that we may say that capitalism produced the present capitalist mode of production. This is a far cry from a ready-made formula which enables us to deduce from a given state of technology a given mode of social organization. What is said of capitalism may also be said of socialism, which does not yet exist anywhere in the classic Marxist sense. The Soviet Union had a revolution, but a revolution under specific social conditions, and almost all of its subsequent history combines progress in technology and production with a retreat from its original revolutionary objectives. This special combination requires its own very specific analysis. In Soviet society, we have the first phenomenal form of an epoch of transition which may well last for centuries and will undoubtedly exhibit many contradictory, complex, and transitional forms. Whatever view one takes of Soviet industrialization, one cannot conscientiously interpret its history, even in its earliest and most revolutionary period, as an attempt to organize labor processes in a way fundamentally different from those of capitalism, and thus as an attempt that came to grief on the rocks of Clark Kerr's Eternal Verities. One would be hard put to demonstrate that any of the successive Soviet leaderships has ever claimed that such an attempt should be made at this stage of Soviet history. Here there is an enormous distinction between Soviet and recent Chinese programmatic literature. Khrushchev ridiculed the Chinese plan of incorporating the building of communism into the very process of industrialization as trying to eat soup with an awl. His wit was engaging within the limits of an orthodox communist conception that dates back, in some respects, to Lenin and before, but his remark is not half so funny now that the Chinese have made their remarkable conception clearer. If there is no automatic and immediate transformation of the mode of production as a result of a change in social forms, then such hybrid formations as we see in the Soviet Union should not come as a surprise. It took capitalism centuries to develop its own mode of production, which, as we shall see later in these pages, is still being worked out and developed. Socialism, as a mode of production, does not grow automatically in the way that capitalism grew in response to blind and organic market forces. It must be brought into being, on the basis of an adequate technology, by the conscious and purposive activity of collective humanity. And this activity must overcome not just the customary conditions of the previous mode of production, but those of the many millennia during which class societies of all sorts have existed, since with the decline of capitalism we come to the end not merely of a single form of society but of the last antagonistic form of the social process of production. In Marx's words, the closing chapter of the prehistoric stage of human society 14. Considered from this point of view, the notion that the labor processes to be discussed in this book can be divested of their capitalist character by the simple expedient of citing the Soviet Union seems to me the worst sort of slot machine science. In any event, the purpose of this book is the study of the labor processes of capitalist society, and the specific manner in which these are formed by capitalist property relations. I cannot offer here any parallel study of the specific manner in which this structure has been imitated by the hybrid societies of the Soviet bloc. The latter study forms its own and considerably different subject matter, and has enormous interest in its own right. But since this mode of production was created by capitalism and not by Sovietism, where it is only a reflexive, imitative, and one hopes transitional form, it is with capitalism that the study of the labor process must begin. The new working class. The term working class, properly understood, never precisely delineated a specified body of people, but was rather an expression for an ongoing social process. Nevertheless, to most people's minds it represented for a long time a fairly well-defined part of the population of capitalist countries. But with the coming of broad occupational shifts, which will be described in later chapters, and a growing consciousness of these shifts in recent decades, the term has lost much of its descriptive capacity. I can therefore sympathize with those readers who would want me to begin with a concise and up-to-date definition of the term working class. Such a definition, if it could easily be managed, would be helpful to the writer as well as the reader, but I cannot help feeling that an attempt to provide it at the outset would result in more confusion than clarification. We are dealing not with the static terms of an algebraic equation, which requires only that quantities be filled in, but with a dynamic process the mark of which is the transformation of sectors of the population. The place of many of these sectors in class definition is rather more complex than otherwise, and cannot be attempted until much has been described and the standards of analysis clarified. To make this a little more concrete, I have no quarrel with the definition of the working class, on the basis of its relationship to the means of production, as that class which does not own or otherwise have proprietary access to the means of labor, and must sell its labor power to those who do. But in the present situation, when almost all of the population has been placed in this situation so that the definition encompasses occupational strata of the most diverse kinds, it is not the bare definition that is important but its application. I can only say at this point that I hope a reasonable and useful picture of the structure of the working class emerges from this study. If readers will indulge me this far, I think they may see the necessity for this course later in the exposition, as I came to see it in the course of the investigation. For purposes of clarity, however, I should note at the start that although I will be describing the immense changes in the shape of the working class during the past century, I cannot accept the arbitrary conception of a new working class that has been developed by some writers during the past decade. According to this conception, the new working class embraces those occupations which serve as the repositories for specialized knowledge in production and administration: engineers, technicians, scientists, lower managerial and administrative aides and experts, teachers, etc. Rather than examine the entire working population and learn how it has been altered, which portions have grown and which have declined or stagnated, these analysts have selected one portion of employment as the sole focus of their analysis. What saves this procedure from being completely arbitrary in the eyes of its practitioners is that they use the word new in a double sense. It refers to occupations that are new in the sense of having been recently created or enlarged, and also in the sense of their gloss, presumed advancement and superiority to the old. The results of an investigation based upon such a postulate are contained in advance in the chosen definition. The new working class is thus educated labor, better paid, somewhat privileged, etc. Manual labor, according to this definition, is old working class, regardless of the actual movement of occupations and the increase of various categories of labor of this sort. So far have these writers been governed by their definition that it has escaped their notice, for example, that the occupations of engineer on the one side and janitor-porter on the other have followed similar growth curves since the start of the century, each beginning at a level between 50,000 and 100,000, in the United States in 1900, and expanding to about 1.25 million by 1970. Both now rank among the largest occupations in the United States, and both have developed in response to the forces of industrial and commercial growth and urbanization. Why is one to be considered new working class and the other not? That this single example is not at all fortuitous will be clear to anyone who makes a study of the long-term occupational trends in the capitalist countries. These trends from their beginnings, which, if one must choose a starting point for something that is more realistically a continuous process, date back to the last decades of the 19th century, indicate that it is the class as a whole that must be studied, rather than an arbitrarily chosen part of it. Having so broadened the scope of the investigation, let me hasten to limit it sharply in another way. No attempt will be made to deal with the modern working class on the level of its consciousness, organization, or activities. This is a book about the working class as a class in itself, not as a class for itself. I realize that to many readers it will appear that I have omitted the most urgent part of the subject matter. There are those who hope to discover, in some quick and simple manner, a replacement for the blue-collar workers as an agency for social change, to use the popular phrases. It is my feeling, to put it bluntly, that this constitutes an attempt to derive the science before the science, and I have tried to dismiss such preoccupations from my mind on the theory that what is needed first of all is a picture of the working class as it exists, as the shape given to the working population by the capital accumulation process. This self-imposed limitation to the objective content of class and the omission of the subjective will, I fear, hopelessly compromise the study in the eyes of some of those who float in the conventional stream of social science. For them, by long habit and insistent theory, class does not really exist outside its subjective manifestations. Class, status, stratification, and even that favorite hobby horse of recent years which has been taken from Marx without the least understanding of its significance, alienation. All of these are for bourgeois social science artifacts of consciousness and can be studied only as they manifest themselves in the minds of the subject population. At least 2 generations of academic sociology have so elevated this approach into a dogma that only rarely is the need felt to substantiate it. This dogma calls for the delineation of various layers of stratification by means of questionnaires which enable the respondents to choose their own class, thereby relieving sociologists of the obligation. The results have been extraordinarily variable. For example, in the many polls conducted according to the conceptions of W. Lloyd Warner by Gallup, by Fortune in 1940, etc., in which the population is classified into upper, middle, and lower classes, and into subgroups of these, vast majorities of up to 90% predictably volunteered themselves as the middle class. But when Richard Centers varied the questionnaire only to the extent of including the choice working class, this suddenly became the majority category by choice of the respondents. 17 Here we see sociologists measuring not popular consciousness but their own. Yet the superiority of the questionnaire as the means for measuring social phenomena remains an article of faith. Michel Crazier, the French sociologist, says in criticism of C. Wright Mill's White Collar. Unfortunately, Mill's work is not a true research study. In effect, it is not the feelings of alienation which may actually be suffered by the salesgirl or by the intellectual at an advertising agency that interest Mills, but rather objective alienation of these persons as it might be reconstructed by analyzing the forces which exert pressure on them. This attitude pretends to be more scientific than a poll of opinions, but it is so only in appearance. 18. On the basis of Mill's approach, Crozier argues, social life without alienation would in effect be impossible, because the individual is always necessarily limited by his place in the social structure. This is the genteel form of an argument made more bluntly by Robert Blauner when he said, "The average worker is able to make an adjustment to a job which, from the standpoint of an intellectual, appears to be the epitome of tedium." 19 In this line of reasoning we see the recognition on the part of sociology that modern labor processes are indeed degraded. The sociologist shares this foreknowledge with management, with whom he also shares the conviction that this organization of the labor process is necessary and inevitable. This leaves to sociology the function, which it shares with personnel administration, of assaying not the nature of the work but the degree of adjustment of the worker. Clearly, for industrial sociology the problem does not appear with the degradation of work, but only with overt signs of dissatisfaction on the part of the worker. From this point of view, the only important matter, the only thing worth studying, is not work itself but the reaction of the worker to it, and in that respect sociology makes sense. It is not my purpose in these comments to deprecate the importance of the study of the state of consciousness of the working class, since it is only through consciousness that a class becomes an actor on the historic stage. Nor do I believe that the feeble results achieved by questionnaire sociology indicate that the mind of the working class is unknowable, but merely that this particular method of trying to know it is superficial, remote, and mechanistic. Class consciousness is that state of social cohesion reflected in the understanding and activities of a class or a portion of a class. Its absolute expression is a pervasive and durable attitude on the part of a class toward its position in society. Its long-term relative expression is found in the slowly changing traditions, experiences, education, and organization of the class. Its short-term relative expression is a dynamic complex of moods and sentiments affected by circumstances and changing with them, sometimes, in periods of stress and conflict, almost from day to day. These three expressions of class consciousness are related. Changes of mood draw upon and give expression to the underlying reservoir of class attitudes which, while it may be deep below the surface, is never entirely exhausted. Thus a class cannot exist in society without in some degree manifesting a consciousness of itself as a group with common problems, interests, and prospects, although this manifestation may for long periods be weak, confused, and subject to manipulation by other classes. The interpretation of the opinions, feelings, sentiments, and changing moods of the working class is best accomplished by experienced and well-attuned observers and participants, who know the history of a particular group, are acquainted with its circumstances, background, and relation to other parts of the working class, and form their assessments from intimate contact and detailed information. It is for this reason that the most astute interpreters of the moods of submerged and ordinarily voiceless populations have often been union organizers, agitators, experienced revolutionaries, and police spies. While these have always had among them a percentage of fools, illusionaries, and the otherwise error-prone, at their best such active and interested parties, whose interpretations are enriched by their efforts at practice, convey a solidity, a depth, and subtlety of observation, an anticipation of changing moods, and an ability to disentangle the durable from the ephemeral that is entirely absent from the tabulations of sociology. It should be added, however, that where some sociologists have themselves gone to work in factories either as part of their professional training or out of necessity, or where as sometimes happens they have put aside their questionnaires and listened to workers with both ears, they have often established relationships of trust, learned to comprehend the milieu, and written creditable accounts. Job dissatisfaction in the 1970s. In the years that have passed since the study was begun, dissatisfaction with work has become what can only be called a fashionable topic. Almost every major periodical in the United States has featured articles on the blue-collar blues or white-collar woes. Books have been published, commissions set up, conferences organized, experiments conducted. Sociologists have caught the wind in their sails and, reinterpreting their questionnaire statistics, now view with alarm the very percentages of dissatisfied workers which yesterday they found comfortingly small. A special task force selected by the Secretary of Health, Education, and Welfare has prepared a report under the title Work in America, which found that significant numbers of American workers are dissatisfied with the quality of their working lives. As a result, the productivity of the worker is low as measured by absenteeism, turnover rates, wildcat strikes, sabotage, poor quality products, and a reluctance by workers to commit themselves to their work tasks. Moreover, a growing body of research indicates that, as work problems increase, there may be a consequent decline in physical and mental health, family stability, community participation and cohesiveness, and balanced socio-political attitudes, while there is an increase in drug and alcohol addiction, aggression, and delinquency. The report deals with what it calls the effects of work problems on various segments of our society. Here we find the blues of blue-collar workers linked to their job dissatisfactions, as is the disgruntlement of white-collar workers and the growing discontent among managers. Many workers at all occupational levels feel locked in, their mobility blocked, the opportunity to grow lacking in their jobs, challenge missing from their tasks. Young workers appear to be as committed to the institution of work as their elders have been, but many are rebelling against the anachronistic authoritarianism of the workplace. Minority workers similarly see authoritarian work settings as evidence that society is falling short of its democratic ideals. Women, who are looking to work as an additional source of identity, are being frustrated by an opportunity structure that confines them to jobs damaging to their self-esteem. Older Americans suffer the ultimate in job dissatisfaction. They are denied meaningful jobs even when they have demonstrable skills and are physically capable of being productive. 20. Absenteeism and the quit rate, cited as evidence of a new worker attitude, tend to vary with the availability of jobs and may have partly reflected the decline in unemployment rates at the end of the 1960s. But in the atmosphere of discontent of that period, these were interpreted, no doubt with some truth, as an indication of a new resistance to certain forms of work. The automobile plants, and especially their assembly lines, were cited as a prime example, as witness this 1970 report in Fortune. For management, the truly dismaying evidence about new worker attitudes is found in job performance. Absenteeism has risen sharply, in fact it has doubled over the past 10 years at General Motors and at Ford, with the sharpest climb in the past year. It has reached the point where an average of 5% of GM's hourly workers are missing from work without explanation every day. On some days, notably Fridays and Mondays, the figure goes as high as 10%. Tardiness has increased, making it even more difficult to start up the production lines promptly when a shift begins after the foreman has scrambled around to replace missing workers. Complaints about quality are up sharply. There are more arguments with foremen, more complaints about discipline and overtime, more grievances. There is more turnover. The quit rate at Ford last year was 25.2%. Some assembly line workers are so turned off, managers report with astonishment, that they just walk away in mid-shift and don't even come back to get their pay for the time they have worked. 21. At the Chrysler Corporation's Jefferson Avenue plant in Detroit, a daily average absentee rate of 6% was reported in mid-1971, and an annual average turnover of almost 30%. In its 1970 negotiations with the union, Chrysler reported that during 1969 almost half its workers did not complete their first 90 days on the job. In that same year, the Ford assembly plant at Wixom, on the outskirts of Detroit, with an 8% quit rate each month, had to hire 4,800 new workers in order to maintain a workforce of 5,000. For the automobile industry as a whole, the absentee rate doubled in the second half of the 1960s, and turnover doubled as well. Only with the increase in unemployment in 1971 and thereafter was the situation stabilized to some degree. 23. A much-discussed strike in January 1972 at the Lordstown, Ohio, General Motors plant gave the world a glimpse of the conditions in this most advanced and automated plant in the industry, which General Motors regarded as a pilot plant for the future. At its design speed, the assembly line at Lordstown turns out 100 Vegas an hour, giving each worker 36 seconds to complete work on each car and get ready for the next car. The immediate issue in the dispute was an increase in the pace of operations the previous October. What the company is discovering is that workers not only want to go back to the pre-October pace, but many feel that the industry is going to have to do something to change the boring, repetitive nature of the assembly line work, or it will continue to have unrest in the plant. An official familiar with the sessions said, "What they're saying is you've got to do something. I don't know what it is, but you've got to do something." 24. Accounts of this kind are not confined to the assembly line, or even to the factory. The Special Task Force report attempts a summary of office trends in the following comments. The auto industry is the locus classic of dissatisfying work, the assembly line, its quintessential embodiment. But what is striking is the extent to which the dissatisfaction of the assembly line and blue-collar worker is mirrored in white-collar and even managerial positions. The office today, where work is segmented and authoritarian, is often a factory. For a growing number of jobs, there is little to distinguish them but the color of the worker's collar. Computer key punch operations and typing pools share much in common with the automobile assembly line. Secretaries, clerks, and bureaucrats were once grateful for having been spared the dehumanization of the factory. White-collar jobs were rare, they had a higher status than blue-collar jobs. But today the clerk, and not the operative on the assembly line, is the typical American worker, and such positions offer little in the way of prestige. Traditionally, lower-level white-collar jobs in both government and industry were held by high school graduates. Today, an increasing number of these jobs go to those who have attended college. But the demand for higher academic credentials has not increased the prestige, status, pay, or difficulty of the job. For example, the average weekly pay for clerical workers in 1969 was $105 per week, while blue-collar production workers were taking home an average of $130 per week. It is not surprising, then, that the survey of working conditions found much of the greatest work dissatisfaction in the country among young, well-educated workers who were in low-paying, dull, routine, and fractionated clerical positions. Other signs of discontent among this group include turnover rates as high as 30% annually and a 46% increase in white-collar union membership between 1958 and 1968. These changing attitudes may be affecting the productivity of these workers, A survey conducted by a group of management consultants of a cross-section of office employees found that they were producing at only 55% of their potential. Among the reasons cited for this was boredom with repetitive jobs. 25. The apparent increase in active dissatisfaction has been attributed to a number of causes, some having to do with the characteristics of the workers' younger, more years of schooling, infected by the new generational restlessness, and others having to do with the changing nature of the work itself. One reporter cites the belief that American industry in some instances may have pushed technology too far by taking the last few bits of skill out of jobs, and that a point of human resistance has been reached. He quotes a job design consultant at Case Western Reserve University, who said with disarming candor, "We may have created too many dumb jobs for the number of dumb people to fill them." 26. Various remedies and reforms have been proposed, and some have been tested among small groups of workers by corporations with particularly pressing problems. Among these are job enlargement, enrichment, or rotation, work groups or teams, consultation, or workers' participation, group bonuses and profit sharing, the abandonment of assembly line techniques, the removal of time clocks, and an I am plan, short for I am manager of my job. Behind the characteristic faddishness of these approaches it is possible to sense a deep concern, the reason for which is readily apparent. The ruling establishments of Western Europe and the United States, having just passed through a period when they were alarmed and even shaken by an incandescent revolt of student youth and third world nationalism within their own borders, were bound to ask themselves what would happen if to this were added a rebellion against the conditions of labor in the workplace. The fright occasioned by such a prospect gave rise to a discussion over the quality of work, the purpose of which was in part to determine whether discontent among workers was at the usual level, endemic to life under capitalism, or whether it was rising threateningly, and in part to encourage reforms in the hope of forestalling such a rise in discontent. But as in almost all discussions of major issues of public policy, this one too has a certain air of hollow unreality, reflecting the gulf between the capitalist as statesman and the capitalist in command of corporate enterprise. The problem as it presents itself to those managing industry, trade, and finance is very different from the problem as it appears in the academic or journalistic worlds. Management is habituated to carrying on labor processes in a setting of social antagonism and, in fact, has never known it to be otherwise. Corporate managers have neither the hope nor the expectation of altering the situation by a single stroke, rather, they are concerned to ameliorate it only when it interferes with the orderly functioning of their plants, offices, warehouses, and stores. For corporate management this is a problem in costs and controls, not in the humanization of work. It compels their attention because it manifests itself in absentee, turnover, and productivity levels that do not conform to their calculations and expectations. The solutions they will accept are only those which provide improvements in their labor costs and in their competitive positions domestically and in the world market. It is interesting to note that although the discussion of job enrichment, job enlargement, and the like began in connection with factory work, most actual applications have taken place in offices, 3/4 of them, according to an estimate by Roy H. Walters, a management consultant and pioneer of job enrichment. 27 Industrial installations represent heavy investments in fixed equipment, and industrial processes as they now exist are the product of a long development aimed at reducing labor costs to their minimum. In office and service processes, by contrast, the recently swollen mass of employment has not as yet been subjected to the same extremes of rationalization and mechanization as in the factories, although this is underway. For these reasons, management decisions to reorganize work processes are made more readily and voluntarily in the office and are made in the factory only in situations that offer little choice. Corporate management is convinced that it is chiefly outside the factory that payrolls are fat, productivity is low, and there is most need for reorganization. Office rationalization has in part been taking place, in the most recent period, under the banner of job enlargement and the humanization of work. One need only look at reports such as one in the Wall Street Journal in the summer of 1972 to get the flavor of this duplicitous campaign. The article is headed "The Quality of Work, but consists almost entirely of a discussion of cost-cutting, productivity drives, and staff reductions in banks, insurance companies, and brokerage houses. Point 28. In a typical case, a bank teller who is idle when the load at the counter is light will be pressed into service handling other routine duties, such as sorting returned checks. The First National Bank of Richmond, Indiana, put such a plan into operation under the guidance of a consulting firm called Science Management Associates, and its first-year savings alone exceeded the fee by almost 40%. The bank's staff was reduced from 123 to 104, and a number of the remaining workers were cut back to part-time work. The humanization aspect was handled by quoting one worker as saying, "There's never a dull moment. It makes the job more interesting." 29. A number of management consulting firms have taken this sort of humanization as their field and are pressing schemes upon managers. Whatever their phraseology, these consulting organizations have only one function: cutting costs, improving efficiency, raising productivity. No other language is useful in conversation with management, unless it be with the public relations department. These consultants possess, at the moment, a valuable stock in trade in the knowledge that the principle of the division of labor, as it has been applied in many large offices, banks, insurance companies, in retailing and in service industries, has been pursued with such fanaticism that various jobs have been broken into fragments of fragments and can be partially reassembled without injury to the present mode of organizing the work process and at a certain saving of labor costs. The hard-headed manner in which this is being done and the simple-minded manner in which these pathetic enlargements from one unvarying routine to two or three are being hailed make an interesting contrast. Since it focuses attention upon this long-neglected aspect of capitalist society, the current discussion of work cannot help but be useful, no matter how meager its results. But like most such discussions in which a basic characteristic of our society is discovered, accorded a superficial analysis, given a facile solution, and then once more forgotten, this one too has not begun to touch the roots of the matter. We are dealing with one of the fundamentals of capitalist society, and this means that even while slight ameliorations are accepted by corporations, the structure and mode of functioning of capitalism reproduces the present processes of labor 1,000-fold more rapidly, more massively, and more widely. The reforms that are being proposed today are by no means new ones, and have been popular with certain corporations, IBM, for instance, and certain management theorists for a generation. They represent a style of management rather than a genuine change in the position of the worker. They are characterized by a studied pretense of worker participation, a gracious liberality in allowing the worker to adjust a machine, replace a light bulb, move from one fractional job to another, and to have the illusion of making decisions by choosing among fixed and limited alternatives designed by a management which deliberately leaves insignificant matters open to choice. One can best compare this style of management with the marketing strategy followed by those who, having discovered that housewives resent prepared baking mixes and feel guilty when using them, arrange for the removal of the powdered egg and restore to the consumer the thrill of breaking a fresh egg into the mix, thereby creating an image of skilled baking, wholesome products, etc. Peter F. Drucker, one of the early propagandists for job enlargement, wrote in a critique of scientific management in 1954, "It does not follow from the separation of planning and doing in the analysis of work that the planner and the doer should be two different people. It does not follow that the industrial world should be divided into two classes of people, a few who decide what is to be done, design the job, set the pace, rhythm, and motions, and order others about, and the many who do what and as they are being told." These are bold words, especially from a management consultant. The proposal for changing the world, however, as it comes to us from Mr. Drucker, is somewhat less bold. Even the lowliest human job should have some planning, only it should be simple planning and there should not be too much of it. 31 Just so did Adam Smith once recommend education for the people in order to prevent their complete deterioration under the division of labor, but, as Marx comments, prudently, and in homeopathic doses. 32. Part I. Labor and Management. Chapter 1. Labor and Labor Power. All forms of life sustain themselves on their natural environment, thus all conduct activities for the purpose of appropriating natural products to their own use. Plants absorb moisture, minerals, and sunlight, animals feed on plant life or prey on other animals. But to seize upon the materials of nature ready-made is not work. Work is an activity that alters these materials from their natural state to improve their usefulness. The bird, the beaver, the spider, the bee, and the termite, in building nests, dams, webs, and hives, all may be said to work. Thus the human species shares with others the activity of acting upon nature in a manner which changes its forms to make them more suitable for its needs. However, what is important about human work is not its similarities with that of other animals, but the crucial differences that mark it as the polar opposite. We are not now dealing with those primitive instinctive forms of labor that remind us of the mere animal, wrote Marx in the first volume of Capital. We presuppose labor in a form that stamps it as exclusively human. A spider conducts operations that resemble those of a weaver, and a bee puts to shame many an architect in the construction of her cells. But what distinguishes the worst architect from the best of bees is this, that the architect raises his structure in imagination before he erects it in reality. At the end of every labor process, we get a result that already existed in the imagination of the laborer at its commencement. He not only effects a change of form in the material on which he works, but he also realizes a purpose of his own that gives the law to his modus operandi, and to which he must subordinate his will. 1. Human work is conscious and purposive, while the work of other animals is instinctual. Instinctive activities are inborn rather than learned, and represent a relatively inflexible pattern for the release of energy upon the receipt of specific stimuli. It has been observed, for example, that a caterpillar which has completed half of its cocoon will continue to manufacture the second half without concern even if the first half is taken away. A more striking illustration of instinctual labor is seen in the following. The South African weaver bird builds a complicated nest of sticks, with a knotted strand of horsehair as foundation. A pair was isolated and bred for 5 generations under canaries, out of sight of their fellows and without their usual nest-building materials. In the 6th generation, still in captivity but with access to the right materials, they built a nest perfect even to the knot of horsehair. 5. In human work, by contrast, the directing mechanism is the power of conceptual thought, originating in an altogether exceptional central nervous system. As anthropologists have pointed out, the physical structure of the anthropoid ape is not entirely unsuited to tool making and tool using. The ape's hand is an adequate, if relatively coarse, instrument, and because the lower limbs as well as the upper are fitted with opposable thumbs, it has been said that the ape has 4 hands. But it is not, first of all, in the hands or posture that the human advantage lies. Among the physical differences between humans and apes, it is the relative enlargement of nearly all parts of the brain, and especially the pronounced enlargement of the frontal and parietal parts of the cerebral hemispheres, which is most important in accounting for the human capacity for work well conceptualized in advance and independent of the guidance of instinct. Men who made tools of standard type, as Oakley says, must have formed in their minds images of the ends to which they labored. Human culture is the outcome of this capacity for conceptual thought. 7. It is true, as experiments in animal behavior have shown, that animals are not entirely devoid of the power to learn, or to conceive rudimentary ideas, or to solve simple problems. Thus, a creature with as primitive a nervous system as the angleworm can learn to thread a maze. Chimpanzees can be stimulated to invent and make tools, such as extensions of sticks, that enable them to reach food, or to stack boxes for the same purpose. As a result, some anthropologists and physiologists have concluded that the difference between the human and the non-human animal is not a difference in kind but in degree. But when a difference of degree is so enormous as the gap that exists between the learning and conceptual abilities of humans and even the most adaptable of other animals, it may properly be treated, for the purposes of our present discussion, as a difference in kind. And, we may add, Whatever learning capacities may be stimulated in animals through ingenious forms of human tutelage, it has not proved possible to stimulate in them an ability to manage symbolic representation, especially in its highest form, articulate speech. Without symbols and speech, conceptual thought must remain rudimentary and, moreover, cannot be freely transmitted throughout the group or to succeeding generations. Culture without continuity of experience is, of course, impossible. But what sort of continuity of experience is prerequisite to culture? It is not the continuity which comes from the communication of experience by imitation, for we find this among apes. Clearly, it is continuity on the subjective side rather than on the objective, or overt, that is essential. As we have shown, it is the symbol, particularly in word form, which provides this element of continuity in the tool experience of man. And, finally, it is this factor of continuity in man's tool experience that has made accumulation and progress, in short, a material culture, possible. Point 8. Thus work as purposive action, guided by the intelligence, is the special product of humankind. But humankind is itself the special product of this form of labor. By thus acting on the external world and changing it, he at the same time changes his own nature, wrote Marx. 9. Writing in 1876, Frederick Engels had worked out, in terms of the anthropological knowledge of his time, the theory that, first labor, after it and then with it speech, these were the two most essential stimuli under the influence of which the brain of the ape gradually changed into that of man. The hand, he maintained, is not only the organ of labor, it is also the product of labor. 10. His essay, called The Part Played by Labor in the Transition from Ape to Man, was limited by the state of scientific knowledge of his day, and some of its details may be faulty or wrong, as for example his implication that the undeveloped larynx of the ape is inadequate to produce speech sounds. But his fundamental idea has again found favor in the eyes of anthropologists, particularly in the light of recent discoveries of stone tools in association with near men or man-apes. In an article on Tools and Human Evolution, Sherwood L. Washburn says, prior to these findings the prevailing view held that man evolved nearly to his present structural state and then discovered tools and the new ways of life that they made possible. Now it appears that man-apes, creatures able to run but not yet walk on two legs, and with brains no larger than those of apes now living, had already learned to make and use tools. It follows that the structure of modern man must be the result of the change in the terms of natural selection that came with the tool-using way of life. It was the success of the simplest tools that started the whole trend of human evolution and led to the civilizations of today. 11. Labor that transcends mere instinctual activity is thus the force which created humankind and the force by which humankind created the world as we know it. The possibility of all the various social forms which have arisen and which may yet arise depends in the last analysis upon this distinctive characteristic of human labor. Where the division of function within other animal species has been assigned by nature and stamped upon the genotype in the form of instinct, humanity is capable of an infinite variety of functions and division of function on the basis of family, group, and social assignment. In all other species, the directing force and the resulting activity, instinct, and execution, are indivisible. The spider which weaves its web in accordance with a biological urge cannot depute this function to another spider, it carries on this activity because that is its nature. But for men and women, any instinctual patterns of work which they may have possessed at the dawn of their evolution have long since atrophied or been submerged by social forms. Thus in humans, as distinguished from animals, the unity between the motive force of labor and the labor itself is not inviolable. The unity of conception and execution may be dissolved. The conception must still precede and govern execution, but the idea as conceived by one may be executed by another. The driving force of labor remains human consciousness, but the unity between the two may be broken in the individual and reasserted in the group, the workshop, the community, the society as a whole. Finally, the human capacity to perform work, which Marx called labor power, must not be confused with the power of any non-human agency, whether natural or man-made. Human labor, whether directly exercised or stored in such products as tools, machinery, or domesticated animals, represents the sole resource of humanity in confronting nature. Thus for humans in society, labor power is a special category, separate and inexchangeable with any other, simply because it is human. Only one who is the master of the labor of others will confuse labor power with any other agency for performing a task, because to him, steam, horse, water, or human muscle which turns his mill are viewed as equivalents, as factors of production. For individuals who allocate their own labor, or a community which does the same, the difference between using labor power as against any other power is a difference upon which the entire economy turns. And from the point of view of the species as a whole, this difference is also crucial, since every individual is the proprietor of a portion of the total labor power of the community, the society, and the species. It is this consideration that forms the starting point for the labor theory of value, which bourgeois economists feel they may safely disregard because they are concerned not with social relations but with price relations, not with labor but with production, and not with the human point of view but with the bourgeois point of view. Freed from the rigid paths dictated in animals by instinct, human labor becomes indeterminate, and its various determinate forms henceforth are the products not of biology but of the complex interaction between tools and social relations, technology, and society. The subject of our discussion is not labor in general, but labor in the forms it takes under capitalist relations of production. Capitalist production requires exchange relations, commodities, and money, but its differentia specifica is the purchase and sale of labor power. For this purpose, three basic conditions become generalized throughout society. First, workers are separated from the means with which production is carried on, and can gain access to them only by selling their labor power to others. Second, workers are freed of legal constraints, such as serfdom or slavery, that prevent them from disposing of their own labor power. Third, the purpose of the employment of the worker becomes the expansion of a unit of capital belonging to the employer, who is thus functioning as a capitalist. The labor process therefore begins with a contract or agreement governing the conditions of the sale of labor power by the worker and its purchase by the employer. It is important to take note of the historical character of this phenomenon. While the purchase and sale of labor power has existed from antiquity, a substantial class of wage workers did not begin to form in Europe until the 14th century, and did not become numerically significant until the rise of industrial capitalism, that is, the production of commodities on a capitalist basis, as against mercantile capitalism, which merely exchanged the surplus products of prior forms of production, in the 18th century. It has been the numerically dominant form for little more than a century, and this in only a few countries. In the United States, perhaps 4/5 of the population was self-employed in the early part of the 19th century. By 1870 this had declined to about 1/3 and by 1940 to no more than 1/5, by 1970 only about 1/10 of the population was self-employed. We are thus dealing with a social relation of extremely recent date. The rapidity with which it has won supremacy in a number of countries emphasizes the extraordinary power of the tendency of capitalist economies to convert all other forms of labor into hired labor. The worker enters into the employment agreement because social conditions leave him or her no other way to gain a livelihood. The employer, on the other hand, is the possessor of a unit of capital which he is endeavoring to enlarge, and in order to do so he converts part of it into wages. Thus is set in motion the labor process, which, while it is in general a process for creating useful values, has now also become specifically a process for the expansion of capital, the creation of a profit. From this point on, it becomes foolhardy to view the labor process purely from a technical standpoint, as a mere mode of labor. It has become in addition a process of accumulation of capital. And, moreover, it is the latter aspect which dominates in the mind and activities of the capitalist, into whose hands the control over the labor process has passed. In everything that follows, therefore, we shall be considering the manner in which the labor process is dominated and shaped by the accumulation of capital. Labor, like all life processes and bodily functions, is an inalienable property of the human individual. Muscle and brain cannot be separated from persons possessing them. One cannot endow another with one's own capacity for work, no matter at what price, any more than one can eat, sleep, or perform sex acts for another. Thus, in the exchange, the worker does not surrender to the capitalist his or her capacity for work. The worker retains it, and the capitalist can take advantage of the bargain only by setting the worker to work. It is of course understood that the useful effects or products of labor belong to the capitalist. But what the worker sells, and what the capitalist buys, is not an agreed amount of labor, but the power to labor over an agreed period of time. This inability to purchase labor, which is an inalienable bodily and mental function, and the necessity to purchase the power to perform it, is so fraught with consequences for the entire capitalist mode of production that it must be investigated more closely. When a master employs the services of a beast of burden in his production process, he can do little more than direct into useful channels such natural abilities as strength and endurance. When he employs bees in the production of honey, silkworms in the making of silk, bacteria in the fermentation of wine, or sheep in the growing of wool, he can only turn to his own advantage the instinctual activities or biological functions of these forms of life. Babbage gave a fascinating example. A most extraordinary species of manufacture has been contrived by an officer of engineers residing at Munich. It consists of lace, and veils, with open patterns in them, made entirely by caterpillars. The following is the mode of proceeding adopted. He makes a paste of the leaves of the plant, which is the usual food of the species of caterpillar he employs, and spreads it thinly over a stone, or other flat substance. He then, with a camel hair pencil dipped in olive oil, draws upon the coating of paste the pattern he wishes the insects to leave open. This stone is then placed in an inclined position, and a number of the caterpillars are placed at the bottom. A peculiar species is chosen, which spins a strong web, and the animals commencing at the bottom, eat and spin their way up to the top, carefully avoiding every part touched by the oil, but devouring all the rest of the paste. The extreme lightness of these veils, combined with some strength, is truly surprising. 15. Notwithstanding the ingenuity displayed by this officer, it is evident that the entire process is circumscribed by the capacities and predisposition of the caterpillar, and so it is with every form of the use of non-human labor. It is implied in all such employments that the master must put up with the definite natural limitations of his servitors. Thus, in taking the labor power of animals, he at the same time takes their labor, because the two, while distinguishable in theory, are more or less identical in practice, and the most cunning contrivances can get from the labor power of the animal only minor variations of actual labor. Human labor, on the other hand, because it is informed and directed by an understanding which has been socially and culturally developed, is capable of a vast range of productive activities. The active labor processes which reside in potential in the labor power of humans are so diverse as to type, manner of performance, etc., that for all practical purposes they may be said to be infinite, all the more so as new modes of labor can easily be invented more rapidly than they can be exploited. The capitalist finds in this infinitely malleable character of human labor the essential resource for the expansion of his capital. It is known that human labor is able to produce more than it consumes, and this capacity for surplus labor is sometimes treated as a special and mystical endowment of humanity or of its labor. In reality it is nothing of the sort, but is merely a prolongation of working time beyond the point where labor has reproduced itself, or in other words brought into being its own means of subsistence or their equivalent. This time will vary with the intensity and productivity of labor, as well as with the changing requirements of subsistence, but for any given state of these it is a definite duration. The peculiar capacity of labor power to produce for the capitalist after it has reproduced itself is therefore nothing but the extension of work time beyond the point where it could otherwise come to a halt. An ox too will have this capacity, and grind out more corn than it will eat if kept to the task by training and compulsion. The distinctive capacity of human labor power is therefore not its ability to produce a surplus, but rather its intelligent and purposive character, which gives it infinite adaptability and which produces the social and cultural conditions for enlarging its own productivity, so that its surplus product may be continuously enlarged. From the point of view of the capitalist, this many-sided potentiality of humans in society is the basis upon which is built the enlargement of his capital. He therefore takes up every means of increasing the output of the labor power he has purchased when he sets it to work as labor. The means he employs may vary from the enforcement upon the worker of the longest possible working day in the early period of capitalism to the use of the most productive instruments of labor and the greatest intensity of labor, but they are always aimed at realizing from the potential inherent in labor power the greatest useful effect of labor, for it is this that will yield for him the greatest surplus and thus the greatest profit. But if the capitalist builds upon this distinctive quality and potential of human labor power, it is also this quality, by its very indeterminacy, which places before him his greatest challenge and problem. The coin of labor has its obverse side. In purchasing labor power that can do much, he is at the same time purchasing an undefined quality and quantity. What he buys is infinite in potential, but in its realization it is limited by the subjective state of the workers, by their previous history, by the general social conditions under which they work as well as the particular conditions of the enterprise, and by the technical setting of their labor. The work actually performed will be affected by these and many other factors, including the organization of the process and the forms of supervision over it, if any. This is all the more true since the technical features of the labor process are now dominated by the social features which the capitalist has introduced, that is to say, the new relations of production. Having been forced to sell their labor power to another, the workers also surrender their interest in the labor process, which has now been alienated. The labor process has become the responsibility of the capitalist. In this setting of antagonistic relations of production, the problem of realizing the full usefulness of the labor power he has bought becomes exacerbated by the opposing interests of those for whose purposes the labor process is carried on, and those who, on the other side, carry it on. Thus when the capitalist buys buildings, materials, tools, machinery, etc., he can evaluate with precision their place in the labor process. He knows that a certain portion of his outlay will be transferred to each unit of production, and his accounting practices allocate these in the form of costs or depreciation. But when he buys labor time, the outcome is far from being either so certain or so definite that it can be reckoned in this way, with precision and in advance. This is merely an expression of the fact that the portion of his capital expended on labor power is the variable portion, which undergoes an increase in the process of production. For him, the question is how great that increase will be. It thus becomes essential for the capitalist that control over the labor process pass from the hands of the worker into his own. This transition presents itself in history as the progressive alienation of the process of production from the worker. To the capitalist, it presents itself as the problem of management. Chapter 2. The origins of management. Industrial capitalism begins when a significant number of workers is employed by a single capitalist. At first, the capitalist utilizes labor as it comes to him from prior forms of production, carrying on labor processes as they had been carried on before. The workers are already trained in traditional arts of industry previously practiced in feudal and guild handicraft production. Spinners, weavers, glaziers, potters, blacksmiths, tinsmiths, locksmiths, joiners, millers, bakers, etc. continue to exercise in the employ of the capitalist the productive crafts they had carried on as guild journeymen and independent artisans. These early workshops were simply agglomerations of smaller units of production, reflecting little change in traditional methods, and the work thus remained under the immediate control of the producers in whom was embodied the traditional knowledge and skills of their crafts. Nevertheless, as soon as the producers were gathered together, the problem of management arose in rudimentary form. In the first place, functions of management were brought into being by the very practice of cooperative labor. Even an assemblage of independently practicing artisans requires coordination, if one considers the need for the provision of a workplace and the ordering of processes within it, the centralization of the supply of materials, even the most elementary scheduling of priorities and assignments, and the maintenance of records of costs, payrolls, materials, finished products, sales, credit, and the calculation of profit and loss. Second, assembly trades like shipbuilding and coach-making required the relatively sophisticated meshing of different kinds of labor, as did civil engineering works, etc. Again, it was not long before new industries arose which had little prior handicraft background, among them sugar refining, soap boiling, and distilling, while at the same time various primary processes like iron smelting, copper and brass working, and ordnance, paper and powder making, were completely transformed. All of these required conceptual and coordination functions which in capitalist industry took the form of management. The capitalist assumed these functions as manager by virtue of his ownership of capital. Under capitalist exchange relations, the time of the workers he hired was as much his own as were the materials he supplied and the products that issued from the shop. That this was not understood from the beginning is attested by the fact that guild and apprenticeship rules and the legal restraints common to feudal and guild modes of production all persisted for a period, and had to be gradually stripped away as the capitalist consolidated his powers in society and demolished the juridical features of pre-capitalist social formations. It was partly for this reason that early manufacturing tended to gravitate to new towns which were free of guild and feudal regulations and traditions. In time, however, law and custom were reshaped to reflect the predominance of the free contract between buyer and seller under which the capitalist gained the virtually unrestricted power to determine the technical modes of labor. The early phases of industrial capitalism were marked by a sustained effort on the part of the capitalist to disregard the difference between labor power and the labor that can be gotten out of it, and to buy labor in the same way he bought his raw materials, as a definite quantity of work, completed and embodied in the product. This attempt took the form of a great variety of subcontracting and putting out systems. In the form of domestic labor, it was to be found in textile, clothing, metal goods, nailing and cutlery, watchmaking, hat, wood and leather industries, where the capitalist distributed materials on a piecework basis to workers for manufacture in their own homes, through the medium of subcontractors and commission agents. But even in industries where work could not be taken home, such as coal, tin, and copper mines, mine workers themselves, working at the face, took contracts singly or in gangs, either directly or through the mediation of the buddy or subcontracting employer of mine labor. The system persisted even in the early factories. In cotton mills, skilled spinners were put in charge of machinery and engaged their own help, usually child assistants from among their families and acquaintances. Foremen sometimes added to their direct supervisory function the practice of taking a few machines on their own account and hiring labor to operate them. Pollard identifies practices of this sort not only in mines and textile mills, but also in carpet and lace mills, iron works, potteries, building and civil engineering projects, transport, and quarrying. Point 2 In the United States, it has been pointed out, the contract system, in which puddlers and other skilled iron and steel craftsmen were paid by the ton on a sliding scale pegged to market prices, and hired their own help, was characteristic of this industry until almost the end of the 19th century. Point 3 The following description, by Maurice Daub, of the prevalence of such systems well past the middle of the 19th century points to this important fact, that the specifically capitalist mode of management and thus of production did not become generalized until relatively recent times, that is, within the last 100 years. As late as 1870 the immediate employer of many workers was not the large capitalist but the intermediate subcontractor who was both an employee and in turn a small employer of labor. In fact, the skilled worker of the middle 19th century tended to be in some measure a subcontractor, and in psychology and outlook bore the marks of this status. It was not only in trade still at the stage of outwork and domestic production that this type of relationship prevailed, with their master gunmakers or nail masters or saddlers and coach builders, ironmongers or factors and foggers with domestic workers under them. Even in factory trades the system of subcontracting was common, a system with its opportunities for sordid tyranny and cheating through truck and debt and the payment of wages in public houses, against which early trade unionism fought a hard and prolonged battle. In blast furnaces there were the bridge stockers and the stock takers, paid by the capitalist according to the tonnage output of the furnace and employing gangs of men, women, boys, and horses to charge the furnace or control the casting. In coal mines there were the buttas who contracted with the management for the working of a stall, and employed their own assistants, some buttas having as many as 150 men under them and requiring a special overseer called a doggy to superintend the work. In rolling mills there was the master roller, in brass foundries and chain factories the overhand, who at times employed as many as 20 or 30, even women workers in button factories employed girl assistants. When factories first came to the Birmingham small metal trades, the idea that the employer should find, as a matter of course, the workplaces, plant, and materials, and should exercise supervision over the details of the manufacturing processes, did not spring into existence for. While all such systems involved the payment of wages by piece rates, or by subcontract rates, it must not be supposed that this in itself was their essential feature. Piece rates in various forms are common to the present day, and represent the conversion of time wages into a form which attempts, with very uneven success, to enlist the worker as a willing accomplice in his or her own exploitation. Today, however, piece rates are combined with the systematic and detailed control on the part of management over the processes of work, a control which is sometimes exercised more stringently than where time rates are employed. Rather, the early domestic and subcontracting systems represented a transitional form, a phase during which the capitalist had not yet assumed the essential function of management in industrial capitalism, control over the labor process. For this reason it was incompatible with the overall development of capitalist production, and survives only in specialized instances. Such methods of dealing with labor bore the marks of the origins of industrial capitalism in mercantile capitalism, which understood the buying and selling of commodities but not their production, and sought to treat labor like all other commodities. It was bound to prove inadequate, and did so very rapidly, even though its survival was guaranteed for a time by the extreme unevenness of the development of technology, and by the need for technology to incessantly retrace its own steps and recapitulate, in newer industries, the stages of its historic development. The subcontracting and putting out systems were plagued by problems of irregularity of production, loss of materials in transit and through embezzlement, slowness of manufacture, lack of uniformity and uncertainty of the quality of the product. But most of all, they were limited by their inability to change the processes of production. Based, as Pollard points out, upon a rudimentary division of labor, the domestic system prevented the further development of the division of labor. While the attempt to purchase finished labor, instead of assuming direct control over labor power, relieved the capitalist of the uncertainties of the latter system by fixing a definite unit cost, at the same time it placed beyond the reach of the capitalist much of the potential of human labor that may be made available by fixed hours, systematic control, and the reorganization of the labor process. This function, capitalist management soon seized upon with an avidity that was to make up for its earlier timidity. The control of large bodies of workers long antedates the bourgeois epoch. The pyramids, the Great Wall of China, extensive networks of roads, aqueducts, and irrigation canals, the large buildings, arenas, monuments, cathedrals, etc., dating from antiquity and medieval times all testify to this. We find an elementary division of labor in the workshops which produced weapons for the Roman armies, and the armies of pre-capitalist times exhibit primitive forms of later capitalist practices. Roman workshops for metal work, pottery, leather, glass blowing, brick making, and textiles, as well as large agricultural estates, brought together scores of workers under a single management. 7 These predecessors, however, were undertaken under conditions of slave or other unfree forms of labor. Stagnant technology, and the absence of the driving capitalist need to expand each unit of capital employed, and so differed markedly from capitalist management. The pyramids were built with the surplus labor of an enslaved population, with no end in view but the greater glory of the pharaohs here and in the hereafter. Roads, aqueducts, and canals were built for their military or civilian usefulness, and not generally on a profit-making basis. State-subsidized manufactories produced arms or luxury goods and enjoyed an actual or legal monopoly and large orders from non-commercial buyers, courts, or armies. 8 The management required in such situations remained elementary, and this was all the more true when the labor was that of slaves, and sometimes supervised by slaves as well. The capitalist, however, working with hired labor, which represents a cost for every non-producing hour, in a setting of rapidly revolutionizing technology to which his own efforts perforce contributed, and goaded by the need to show a surplus and accumulate capital, brought into being a wholly new art of management, which even in its early manifestations was far more complete, self-conscious, painstaking, and calculating than anything that had gone before. There were more immediate precedents for the early industrial capitalist to draw upon, in the form of mercantile enterprises, plantations, and agricultural estates. Merchant capitalism invented the Italian system of bookkeeping, with its internal checks and controls, and from merchant capital the industrial capitalist also took over the structure of branch organizations subdivided among responsible managers. Agricultural estates and colonial plantations offered the experience of a well-developed supervisory routine, particularly since much early mining, and the construction works that attended it, was carried out on the agricultural estates of Great Britain under the supervision of estate agents. Control without centralization of employment was, if not impossible, certainly very difficult, and so the precondition for management was the gathering of workers under a single roof. The first effect of such a move was to enforce upon the workers regular hours of work, in contrast to the self-imposed pace which included many interruptions, short days, and holidays, and in general prevented a prolongation of the working day for the purpose of producing a surplus under then existing technical conditions. Thus Groh writes in his Industrial Evolution. It was purely for purposes of discipline, so that the workers could be effectively controlled under the supervision of foremen. Under one roof, or within a narrow compass, they could be started to work at sunrise and kept going till sunset, barring periods for rest and refreshment. And under penalty of loss of all employment they could be kept going almost all throughout the year. 9. Within the workshops, early management assumed a variety of harsh and despotic forms, since the creation of a free labor force required coercive methods to habituate the workers to their tasks and keep them working throughout the day and the year. Pollard notes that there were few areas of the country in which modern industries, particularly the textiles, if carried on in large buildings, were not associated with prisons, workhouses, and orphanages. This connection is usually underrated, particularly by those historians who assume that the new works recruited free labor only. So widespread does he find this and other systems of coercion that he concludes that the modern industrial proletariat was introduced to its role not so much by attraction or monetary reward, but by compulsion, force, and fear. 10. Legal compulsions and a paralegal structure of punishment within factories were often enlarged into an entire social system covering whole townships. Pollard gives the example of the enterprise of Ambrose Crowley, a large mixed iron works which carried on both primary processes of iron production and fabricating. In the second quarter of the 18th century this firm employed more than 1,000 workers, scattered over its central works, warehouses, and company ships. An extraordinary book of laws has survived from this enterprise. The firm provided a doctor, a clergyman, 3 schoolmasters, and a poor relief, pension and funeral scheme, and by his instructions and exhortations Crowley attempted to dominate the spiritual life of his flock, and to make them into willing and obedient cogs in his machine. It was his express intention that their whole life, including even their sparse spare time, the normal working week being of 80 hours, should revolve around the task of making the works profitable. 11. In this method of total economic, spiritual, moral, and physical domination, buttressed by the legal and police constraints of a servile administration of justice in a segregated industrial area, we see the forerunner of the company town familiar in the United States in the recent past as one of the most widely used systems of total control before the rise of industrial unionism. In all these early efforts, the capitalists were groping toward a theory and practice of management. Having created new social relations of production, and having begun to transform the mode of production, they found themselves confronted by problems of management which were different not only in scope but also in kind from those characteristic of earlier production processes. Under the special and new relations of capitalism, which presupposed a free labor contract, they had to extract from their employees that daily conduct which would best serve their interests, to impose their will upon their workers while operating a labor process on a voluntary contractual basis. This enterprise shared from the first the characterization which Clausewitz assigned to war: it is movement in a resistant medium because it involves the control of refractory masses. The verb to manage, from manus, the Latin for hand, originally meant to train a horse in his paces, to cause him to do the exercises of the manege. As capitalism creates a society in which no one is presumed to consult anything but self-interest, and as the employment contract between parties sharing nothing but the inability to avoid each other becomes prevalent, management becomes a more perfected and subtle instrument. Tradition, sentiment, and pride in workmanship play an ever weaker and more erratic role, and are regarded on both sides as manifestations of a better nature which it would be folly to accommodate. Like a rider who uses reins, bridle, spurs, carrot, whip, and training from birth to impose his will, the capitalist strives, through management, to control. And control is indeed the central concept of all management systems, as has been recognized implicitly or explicitly by all theoreticians of management. Lyndall Urwick, the rhapsodic historian of the scientific management movement and himself a management consultant for many decades, understood the historical nature of the problem clearly. In the workshops of the medieval master, control was based on the obedience which the customs of the age required the apprentices and journeymen to give to the man whom they had contracted to serve. But in the later phase of domestic economy, the industrial family unit was controlled by the clothier only in so far as it had to complete a given quantity of cloth according to a certain pattern. With the advent of the modern industrial group in large factories in urban areas, the whole process of control underwent a fundamental revolution. It was now the owner or manager of a factory, i.e., the employer as he came to be called, who had to secure or exact from his employees a level of obedience and/or cooperation which would enable him to exercise control. There was no individual interest in the success of the enterprise other than the extent to which it provided a livelihood. 13. It was not that the new arrangement was modern, or large, or urban which created the new situation, but rather the new social relations which now frame the production process, and the antagonism between those who carry on the process and those for whose benefit it is carried on, those who manage and those who execute, those who bring to the factory their labor power, and those who undertake to extract from this labor power the maximum advantage for the capitalist. Chapter 3. The division of labor. The earliest innovative principle of the capitalist mode of production was the manufacturing division of labor, and in one form or another the division of labor has remained the fundamental principle of industrial organization. The division of labor in capitalist industry is not at all identical with the phenomenon of the distribution of tasks, crafts, or specialties of production throughout society, for while all known societies have divided their work into productive specialties, no society before capitalism systematically subdivided the work of each productive specialty into limited operations. This form of the division of labor becomes generalized only with capitalism. This distinction is made clear, for instance, in Herskovits's description of the division of labor in primitive societies. Only rarely is any division of labor within an industry or, as it might be termed, subdivision of labor encountered among non-literate folk. Such intra-industrial specialization would be encountered only in the production of such larger capital goods as houses, canoes, or fish weirs. Even here, it is the rule in such cultures that an arrangement of this sort is temporary. Moreover, each worker devoting himself to a part of a specific task is most often competent to perform other phases of the work besides that on which he may at the moment be engaged. Thus in groups where the primary division of labor is along sex lines, every man or woman not only will know how to do all those things that men or women habitually do among them, but must be able to do them efficiently. As we move to societies of somewhat greater economic complexity, we find that certain men may spend a larger proportion of their time than others doing wood carving or iron working, or certain women making pots or weaving cloth, but all the members of the groups will have some competence in the techniques controlled by those of a given sex. In still other non-literate societies, certain men and women specialize not only in one technique, but in a certain type of product, as, for instance, where one woman will devote her time to the production of pots for everyday use and another make pottery exclusively for religious rites. It must again be stressed that, except under the most unusual circumstances, we do not find the kind of organization where one woman characteristically specializes in gathering the clay, another in fashioning it, and a third in firing the pots, or, where one man devotes himself to getting wood, a second to roughly blocking out the proportions of a stool or figure, and a third to finishing it. 1. Herskovits gives us here a picture of a division of labor into crafts, a differentiation which in the beginning owes much to sex roles. By and large, however, there is no division of tasks within the crafts. While men or women may habitually be connected with the making of certain products, they do not as a rule divide up the separate operations involved in the making of each product. This form of division of labor, characteristic of all societies, is, if we follow Marx's terminology, called the social division of labor. It is a derivative of the specific character of human work. An animal forms things in accordance with the standard and the need of the species to which it belongs, whilst man knows how to produce in accordance with the standard of every species. Too, the spider weaves, the bear fishes, the beaver builds dams and houses, but the human is simultaneously weaver, fisherman, builder, and 1,000 other things combined in a manner which, because this takes place in, and is possible only through society, soon compels a social division according to craft. Each individual of the human species cannot alone produce in accordance with the standard of every species and invent standards unknown to any animal, but the species as a whole finds it possible to do this, in part through the social division of labor. Thus the social division of labor is apparently inherent in the species character of human labor as soon as it becomes social labor, that is, labor carried on in and through society. As against this general or social division of labor, there stands the division of labor in detail, the manufacturing division of labor. This is the breakdown of the processes involved in the making of the product into manifold operations performed by different workers. The practice of regarding the social and the detailed divisions of labor as a single continuum, a single abstract technical principle, is by far the greatest source of confusion in discussions of this subject. The division of labor in society is characteristic of all known societies. The division of labor in the workshop is the special product of capitalist society. The social division of labor divides society among occupations, each adequate to a branch of production. The detailed division of labor destroys occupations considered in this sense, and renders the worker inadequate to carry through any complete production process. In capitalism, the social division of labor is enforced chaotically and anarchically by the market, while the workshop division of labor is imposed by planning and control. Again, in capitalism, the products of the social division of labor are exchanged as commodities, while the results of the operation of the detail worker are not exchanged within the factory as within a marketplace, but are all owned by the same capital. While the social division of labor subdivides society, the detailed division of labor subdivides humans, and while the subdivision of society may enhance the individual and the species, the subdivision of the individual, when carried on without regard to human capabilities and needs, is a crime against the person and against humanity. The view which ignores the distinction between the social and detailed divisions of labor is given typical expression in the following comments: social differentiation and division of labor are universal attributes of human society. Contrary to the view persisting into the recent past that primitive man lives in completely homogeneous and amorphous groups, modern knowledge of primitive and peasant communities reveals much complexity and specialization. Modern specialization cannot therefore be contrasted with an assumed society or period having no division of labor. The difference is one of degree and not of kind. For Wilbert Moore here forces us to assume that the division of society among trades, crafts, professions cannot be contrasted with the breakup of those occupations, that there is no difference in kind between the practice of farming, cabinet making, or blacksmithing, and the repeated tightening of a single set of bolts hundreds of times each day or the key punching of thousands of cards each week throughout a lifetime of labor, because all are expressions of the division of labor. On this level of abstraction, obviously, nothing can be learned about the division of labor, except the banal and apologetic conclusion that being universal, each of its manifestations is probably inevitable. Needless to say, this is precisely the conclusion that bourgeois society prefers. It is for this reason that the popularity of Émile Durkheim's work, The Division of Labor in Society, has grown as its applicability to the modern world has dwindled. Durkheim adopts just such a level of abstraction in his approach. The only way to succeed in objectively appreciating the division of labor is to study it first in itself, entirely speculatively, to look for its use, and upon what it depends, and finally, to form as adequate a notion as possible of it. 5. He proceeds in this fashion, determinately avoiding the specific social conditions under which the division of labor develops in our epoch, celebrating throughout his proposition that the ideal of human fraternity can be realized only in proportion to the progress of the division of labor. 6. Until in the last tenth of his work he discovers the division of labor in the factories and offices of modern capitalism, and dubs them abnormal forms. But, as has been noted by a recent critic, M.C. Kennedy, when we inspect these abnormal forms throughout the world, it becomes difficult to find one clear-cut case of the normal division of labor. Kennedy is absolutely right when he calls Durkheim's normal form of the division of labor the ideal of a moralistic sociologist and not a sociologist of morals. 7. Our concern at this point, therefore, is not with the division of labor in society at large, but within the enterprise, not with the distribution of labor among various industries and occupations, but with the breakdown of occupations and industrial processes, not with the division of labor in production in general, but within the capitalist mode of production in particular. It is not pure technique that concerns us, but rather the marriage of technique with the special needs of capital. The division of labor in production begins with the analysis of the labor process, that is to say, the separation of the work of production into its constituent elements. But this, in itself, is not what brings into being the detail worker. Such an analysis or separation, in fact, is characteristic in every labor process organized by workers to suit their own needs. For example, a tinsmith makes a funnel, he draws the elevation view on sheet metal, and from this develops the outline of an unrolled funnel and its bottom spout. He then cuts out each piece with snips and shears, rolls it to its proper shape, and crimps or rivets the seams. He then rolls the top edge, solders the seams, solders on a hanging ring, washes away the acid used in soldering, and rounds the funnel to its final shape. But when he applies the same process to a quantity of identical funnels, his mode of operation changes. Instead of laying out the work directly on the material, he makes a pattern and uses it to mark off the total quantity of funnels needed, then he cuts them all out, one after the other, rolls them, etc. In this case, instead of making a single funnel in the course of an hour or two, he spends hours or even days on each step of the process, creating in each case fixtures, clamps, devices, etc. which would not be worth making for a single funnel, but which, where a sufficiently large quantity of funnels is to be made, speed each step sufficiently so that the saving justifies the extra outlay of time. Quantities, he has discovered, will be produced with less trouble and greater economy of time in this way than by finishing each funnel individually before starting the next. In the same way, a bookkeeper whose job it is to make out bills and maintain office records against their future collection will, if he or she works for a lawyer who has only a few clients at a time, prepare a bill and post it at once to the proper accounts and the customer statement. But if there are hundreds of bills each month, the bookkeeper will accumulate them and spend a full day or two, from time to time, posting them to the proper accounts. Some of these postings will now be made by daily, weekly, or monthly totals instead of bill by bill, a practice which saves a great deal of labor when large quantities are involved. At the same time, the bookkeeper will now make use of other shortcuts or aids, which become practicable when operations are analyzed or broken up in this way, such as specially prepared ledger cards, or carbon forms which combine into a single operation the posting to the customer's account and the preparation of a monthly statement. Such methods of analysis of the labor process and its division into constituent elements have always been and are to this day common in all trades and crafts, and represent the first form of the subdivision of labor in detail. It is clear that they satisfy, essentially if not fully, the three advantages of the division of labor given by Adam Smith in his famous discussion in the first chapter of The Wealth of Nations. This great increase in the quantity of work, which, in consequence of the division of labor, the same number of people are capable of performing, is owing to three different circumstances. First, to the increase of dexterity in every particular workman; secondly, to the saving of the time which is commonly lost in passing from one species of work to another; and lastly, to the invention of a great number of machines which facilitate and abridge labor, and enable one man to do the work of many. 9. The example which Smith gives is the making of pins, and his description is as follows. One man draws out the wire, another straightens it, a third cuts it, a fourth points it, a fifth grinds it at the top for receiving the head. To make the head requires 2 or 3 distinct operations. To put it on is a peculiar business, to whiten the pins is another. It is even a trade by itself to put them into the paper, and the important business of making a pin is, in this manner, divided into about 18 distinct operations, which, in some manufactories, are all performed by distinct hands, though in others the same man will sometimes perform 2 or 3 of them. 10. In this example, the division of labor is carried one step further than in the examples of the tinsmith and the bookkeeper. Not only are the operations separated from each other, but they are assigned to different workers. Here we have not just the analysis of the labor process but the creation of the detail worker. Both steps depend upon the scale of production; without sufficient quantities they are impracticable. Each step represents a saving in labor time. The greatest saving is embodied in the analysis of the process, and a further saving, the extent varying with the nature of the process, is to be found in the separation of operations among different workers. The worker may break the process down, but he never voluntarily converts himself into a lifelong detail worker. This is the contribution of the capitalist, who sees no reason why, if so much is to be gained from the first step analysis and something more gained from the second breakdown among workers, he should not take the second step as well as the first. That the first step breaks up only the process, while the second dismembers the worker as well, means nothing to the capitalist, and all the less since, in destroying the craft as a process under the control of the worker, he reconstitutes it as a process under his own control. He can now count his gains in a double sense, not only in productivity but in management control, since that which mortally injures the worker is in this case advantageous to him. The effect of these advantages is heightened by still another which, while it is given surprisingly little mention in economic literature, is certainly the most compelling reason of all for the immense popularity of the division of tasks among workers in the capitalist mode of production, and for its rapid spread. It was not formulated clearly nor emphasized strongly until a half-century after Smith, by Charles Babbage. On the Division of Labor, Chapter 19 of his On the Economy of Machinery and Manufactures, the first edition of which was published in 1832, Babbage noted that the most important and influential cause of savings from the division of labor has been altogether unnoticed. He recapitulates the classic arguments of William Petty, Adam Smith, and the other political economists, quotes from Smith the passage reproduced above about the 3 different circumstances of the division of labor which add to the productivity of labor, and continues. Now, although all these are important causes, and each has its influence on the result, yet it appears to me, that any explanation of the cheapness of manufactured articles, as consequent upon the division of labor, would be incomplete if the following principle were omitted to be stated. That the master manufacturer, by dividing the work to be executed into different processes, each requiring different degrees of skill or of force, can purchase exactly that precise quantity of both which is necessary for each process, whereas, if the whole work were executed by one workman, that person must possess sufficient skill to perform the most difficult, and sufficient strength to execute the most laborious, of the operations into which the art is divided. Point 13. To put this all-important principle another way, in a society based upon the purchase and sale of labor power, dividing the craft cheapens its individual parts. To clarify this point, Babbage gives us an example drawn, like Smith's, from pin manufacture. He presents a table for the labor employed, by type, that is, by age and sex, and by pay, in the English manufacture of those pins known in his day as 11s 14. It is clear from this tabulation, as Babbage points out, that if the minimum pay for a craftsman capable of performing all operations is no more than the highest pay in the above listing, and if such craftsmen are employed exclusively, then the labor costs of manufacture would be more than doubled, even if the very same division of labor were employed and even if the craftsmen produced pins at the very same speed as the detail workers. Let us add another and later example, taken from the first assembly line in American industry, the meatpacking conveyor, actually a disassembly line. J.R. Commons has realistically included in this description, along with the usual details, the rates of pay of the workers. It would be difficult to find another industry where division of labor has been so ingeniously and microscopically worked out. The animal has been surveyed and laid off like a map, and the men have been classified in over 30 specialties and 20 rates of pay, from 16 cents to 50 cents an hour. The 50-cent man is restricted to using the knife on the most delicate parts of the hide, floorman, or to using the axe in splitting the backbone, splitter, and wherever a less skilled man can be slipped in at 18 cents, 18½ cents, 20 cents, 21 cents, 22½ cents, 24 cents, 25 cents, and so on, a place is made for him, and an occupation mapped out. In working on the hide alone there are 9 positions, at 8 different rates of pay. A 20-cent man pulls off the tail, a 22½ cent man pounds off another part where good leather is not found, and the knife of the 40-cent man cuts a different texture and has a different feel from that of the 50-cent man. Point 16. Babbage's principle is fundamental to the evolution of the division of labor in capitalist society. It gives expression not to a technical aspect of the division of labor, but to its social aspect. Insofar as the labor process may be dissociated, it may be separated into elements, some of which are simpler than others and each of which is simpler than the whole. Translated into market terms, this means that the labor power capable of performing the process may be purchased more cheaply as dissociated elements than as a capacity integrated in a single worker. Applied first to the handicrafts and then to the mechanical crafts, Babbage's principle eventually becomes the underlying force governing all forms of work in capitalist society, no matter in what setting or at what hierarchical level. In the mythology of capitalism, the Babbage principle is presented as an effort to preserve scarce skills by putting qualified workers to tasks which only they can perform, and not wasting social resources. It is presented as a response to shortages of skilled workers or technically trained people, whose time is best used efficiently for the advantage of society. But however much this principle may manifest itself at times in the form of a response to the scarcity of skilled labor, for example, during wars or other periods of rapid expansion of production, this apology is on the whole false. The capitalist mode of production systematically destroys all around skills where they exist, and brings into being skills and occupations that correspond to its needs. Technical capacities are henceforth distributed on a strict need-to-know basis. The generalized distribution of knowledge of the productive process among all its participants becomes, from this point on, not merely unnecessary, but a positive barrier to the functioning of the capitalist mode of production. Labor power has become a commodity. Its uses are no longer organized according to the needs and desires of those who sell it, but rather according to the needs of its purchasers, who are, primarily, employers seeking to expand the value of their capital. And it is the special and permanent interest of these purchasers to cheapen this commodity. The most common mode of cheapening labor power is exemplified by the Babbage principle: break it up into its simplest elements. And, as the capitalist mode of production creates a working population suitable to its needs, the Babbage principle is, by the very shape of this labor market, enforced upon the capitalists themselves. Every step in the labor process is divorced, so far as possible, from special knowledge and training and reduced to simple labor. Meanwhile, the relatively few persons for whom special knowledge and training are reserved are freed so far as possible from the obligations of simple labor. In this way, a structure is given to all labor processes that at its extremes polarizes those whose time is infinitely valuable and those whose time is worth almost nothing. This might even be called the general law of the capitalist division of labor. It is not the sole force acting upon the organization of work, but it is certainly the most powerful and general. Its results, more or less advanced in every industry and occupation, give massive testimony to its validity. It shapes not only work, but populations as well, because over the long run it creates that mass of simple labor which is the primary feature of populations in developed capitalist countries. Chapter 4. Scientific Management. The classical economists were the first to approach the problems of the organization of labor within capitalist relations of production from a theoretical point of view. They may thus be called the first management experts, and their work was continued in the latter part of the Industrial Revolution by such men as Andrew Ure and Charles Babbage. Between these men and the next step, the comprehensive formulation of management theory in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, there lies a gap of more than half a century during which there was an enormous growth in the size of enterprises, the beginnings of the monopolistic organization of industry, and the purposive and systematic application of science to production. The scientific management movement initiated by Frederick Winslow Taylor in the last decades of the 19th century was brought into being by these forces. Logically, Taylorism belongs to the chain of development of management methods and the organization of labor, and not to the development of technology, in which its role was minor. Scientific management, so called, is an attempt to apply the methods of science to the increasingly complex problems of the control of labor in rapidly growing capitalist enterprises. It lacks the characteristics of a true science because its assumptions reflect nothing more than the outlook of the capitalist with regard to the conditions of production. It starts, despite occasional protestations to the contrary, not from the human point of view but from the capitalist point of view, from the point of view of the management of a refractory workforce in a setting of antagonistic social relations. It does not attempt to discover and confront the cause of this condition, but accepts it as an inexorable given, a natural condition. It investigates not labor in general, but the adaptation of labor to the needs of capital. It enters the workplace not as the representative of science, but as the representative of management masquerading in the trappings of science. A comprehensive and detailed outline of the principles of Taylorism is essential to our narrative, not because of the things for which it is popularly known: stopwatch, speed up, etc., but because behind these commonplaces there lies a theory which is nothing less than the explicit verbalization of the capitalist mode of production. But before I begin this presentation, a number of introductory remarks are required to clarify the role of the Taylor School in the development of management theory. It is impossible to overestimate the importance of the scientific management movement in the shaping of the modern corporation and indeed all institutions of capitalist society which carry on labor processes. The popular notion that Taylorism has been superseded by later schools of industrial psychology or human relations, that it failed because of Taylor's amateurish and naive views of human motivation, or because it brought about a storm of labor opposition, or because Taylor and various successors antagonized workers and sometimes management as well, or that it is outmoded because certain Taylorian specifics like functional foremanship or his incentive pay schemes have been discarded for more sophisticated methods. All these represent a woeful misreading of the actual dynamics of the development of management. Taylor dealt with the fundamentals of the organization of the labor process and of control over it. The later schools of Hugo Munsterberg, Elton Mayo, and others of this type dealt primarily with the adjustment of the worker to the ongoing production process, as that process was designed by the industrial engineer. The successors to Taylor are to be found in engineering and work design, and in top management. The successors to Munsterberg and Mayo are to be found in personnel departments and schools of industrial psychology and sociology. Work itself is organized according to Taylorian principles, while personnel departments and academics have busied themselves with the selection, training, manipulation, pacification, and adjustment of manpower to suit the work processes so organized. Taylorism dominates the world of production. The practitioners of human relations and industrial psychology are the maintenance crew for the human machinery. If Taylorism does not exist as a separate school today, that is because, apart from the bad odor of the name, it is no longer the property of a faction, since its fundamental teachings have become the bedrock of all work design. Peter F. Drucker, who has the advantage of considerable direct experience as a management consultant, is emphatic on this score. Personnel administration and human relations are the things talked about and written about whenever the management of worker and work is being discussed. They are the things the personnel department concerns itself with. But they are not the concepts that underlie the actual management of worker and work in American industry. This concept is scientific management. Scientific management focuses on the work. Its core is the organized study of work, the analysis of work into its simplest elements, and the systematic improvement of the worker's performance of each of these elements. Scientific management has both basic concepts and easily applicable tools and techniques. And it has no difficulty proving the contribution it makes. Its results in the form of higher output are visible and readily measurable. Indeed, scientific management is all but a systematic philosophy of worker and work. Altogether, it may well be the most powerful as well as the most lasting contribution America has made to Western thought since the Federalist Papers. Point 3. The use of experimental methods in the study of work did not begin with Taylor. In fact, the self-use of such methods by the craftsman is part of the very practice of a craft. But the study of work by or on behalf of those who manage it rather than those who perform it seems to have come to the fore only with the capitalist epoch. Indeed, very little basis for it could have existed before. The earliest references to the study of work correspond to the beginnings of the capitalist era. Such a reference, for example, is found in the History of the Royal Society of London, and dates from the middle of the 17th century. We have already mentioned the classical economists. Charles Babbage, who not only wrote penetrating discussions of the organization of the labor process in his day, but applied the same concept to the division of mental labor, and who devised an early calculating engine, was probably the most direct forerunner of Taylor, who must have been familiar with Babbage's work even though he never referred to it. France had a long tradition of attempting the scientific study of work, starting with Louis XIV's minister Colbert, including military engineers like Vauban and Belidor, and especially Coulomb, whose physiological studies of exertion in labor are famous, through Mary, who used smoked paper cylinders to make a graphic record of work phenomena, and culminating in Henry Fayol, a contemporary of Taylor, who in his general and industrial management attempted a set of principles aimed at securing total enterprise control by way of a systematic approach to administrations. Point 4. The publication of management manuals, the discussions of the problems of management, and the increasingly sophisticated approach taken in practice in the second half of the 19th century lend support to the conclusion of the historians of the scientific management movement that Taylor was the culmination of a pre-existing trend. What Taylor did was not to invent something quite new, but to synthesize and present as a reasonably coherent whole ideas which had been germinating and gathering force in Great Britain and the United States throughout the 19th century. He gave to a disconnected series of initiatives and experiments a philosophy and a title. 5. Taylor has little in common with those physiologists or psychologists who have attempted, before or after him, to gather information about human capacities in a spirit of scientific interest. Such records and estimates as he did produce are crude in the extreme, and this has made it easy for such critics as Georges Friedman to poke holes in his various experiments, most of which were not intended as experiments at all, but as forcible and hyperbolic demonstrations. Friedman treats Taylorism as though it were a science of work, where in reality it is intended to be a science of the management of others' work under capitalist conditions. 6. It is not the best way to do work in general that Taylor was seeking, as Friedman seems to assume, but an answer to the specific problem of how best to control alienated labor, that is to say, labor power that is bought and sold. The second distinctive feature of Taylor's thought was his concept of control. Control has been the essential feature of management throughout its history, but with Taylor it assumed unprecedented dimensions. The stages of management control over labor before Taylor had included, progressively, the gathering together of the workers in a workshop and the dictation of the length of the working day, the supervision of workers to ensure diligent, intense, or uninterrupted application, the enforcement of rules against distractions, talking, smoking, leaving the workplace, etc., that were thought to interfere with application, the setting of production minimums, etc. A worker is under management control when subjected to these rules, or to any of their extensions and variations. But Taylor raised the concept of control to an entirely new plane when he asserted as an absolute necessity for adequate management the dictation to the worker of the precise manner in which work is to be performed. That management had the right to control labor was generally assumed before Taylor, but in practice this right usually meant only the general setting of tasks, with little direct interference in the worker's mode of performing them. Taylor's contribution was to overturn this practice and replace it by its opposite. Management, he insisted, could be only a limited and frustrated undertaking so long as it left to the worker any decision about the work. His system was simply a means for management to achieve control of the actual mode of performance of every labor activity, from the simplest to the most complicated. To this end, he pioneered a far greater revolution in the division of labor than any that had gone before. Taylor created a simple line of reasoning and advanced it with a logic and clarity, a naive openness, and an evangelical zeal which soon won him a strong following among capitalists and managers. His work began in the 1880s, but it was not until the 1890s that he began to lecture, read papers, and publish results. His own engineering training was limited, but his grasp of shop practice was superior, since he had served a 4-year combination apprenticeship in 2 trades, those of pattern maker and machinist. The spread of the Taylor approach was not limited to the United States and Britain. Within a short time it became popular in all industrial countries. In France it was called, in the absence of a suitable word for management, l'organisation scientifique du travail, later changed, when the reaction against Taylorism set in, to l'organisation rationnelle du travail. In Germany it was known simply as rationalization. The German corporations were probably ahead of everyone else in the practice of this technique, even before World War I. Taylor was the scion of a well-to-do Philadelphia family. After preparing for Harvard at Exeter he suddenly dropped out, apparently in rebellion against his father, who was directing Taylor toward his own profession, the law. He then took the step, extraordinary for anyone of his class, of starting a craft apprenticeship in a firm whose owners were social acquaintances of his parents. When he had completed his apprenticeship, he took a job at Common Labor in the Midvale Steel Works, also owned by friends of his family and technologically one of the most advanced companies in the steel industry. Within a few months he had passed through jobs as clerk and journeyman machinist, and was appointed gang boss in charge of the lathe department. In his psychic makeup, Taylor was an exaggerated example of the obsessive-compulsive personality. From his youth he had counted his steps, measured the time for his various activities, and analyzed his motions in a search for efficiency. Even when he had risen to importance and fame, he was still something of a figure of fun, and his appearance on the shop floor produced smiles. The picture of his personality that emerges from a study recently done by Sudhir Kakar justifies calling him, at the very least, a neurotic crank. 8 These traits fitted him perfectly for his role as the prophet of modern capitalist management, since that which is neurotic in the individual is, in capitalism, normal and socially desirable for the functioning of society. Shortly after Taylor became gang boss, he entered upon a struggle with the machinists under him. Because this struggle was a classic instance of the manner in which the antagonistic relations of production express themselves in the workplace, not only in Taylor's time but before and after, and since Taylor drew from this experience the conclusions that were to shape his subsequent thinking, it is necessary to quote at length here from his description of the events. The following account, one of several he gave of the battle, is taken from his testimony, a quarter century later, before a special committee of the U.S. House of Representatives. Now, the machine shop of the Midvale Steel Works was a piecework shop. All the work practically was done on piecework, and it ran night and day 5 nights in the week and 6 days. 2 sets of men came on, one to run the machines at night and the other to run them in the daytime. We who were the workmen of that shop had the quantity output carefully agreed upon for everything that was turned out in the shop. We limited the output to about, I should think, 1/3 of what we could very well have done. We felt justified in doing this, owing to the piecework system, that is, owing to the necessity for soldiering under the piecework system which I pointed out yesterday. As soon as I became gang boss, the men who were working under me and who, of course, knew that I was onto the whole game of soldiering or deliberately restricting output, came to me at once and said, "Now, Fred, you are not going to be a damn piecework hog, are you?" I said, "If you fellows mean you are afraid I am going to try to get a larger output from these lathes," I said, "yes, I do propose to get more work out." I said, "You must remember I have been square with you fellows up to now and worked with you. I have not broken a single rate. I have been on your side of the fence. But now I have accepted a job under the management of this company and I am on the other side of the fence, and I will tell you perfectly frankly that I am going to try to get a bigger output from those lathes." They answered, "Then, you are going to be a damned hog." I said, "Well, if you fellows put it that way, all right." They said, "We warn you, Fred, if you try to bust any of these rates, we will have you over the fence in 6 weeks. I said, "That is all right. I will tell you fellows again frankly that I propose to try to get a bigger output off these machines." Now, that was the beginning of a piecework fight that lasted for nearly 3 years, as I remember it, 2 or 3 years in which I was doing everything in my power to increase the output of the shop, while the men were absolutely determined that the output should not be increased. Anyone who has been through such a fight knows and dreads the meanness of it and the bitterness of it. I believe that if I had been an older man, a man of more experience, I should have hardly gone into such a fight as this, deliberately attempting to force the men to do something they did not propose to do. We fought on the management's side with all the usual methods, and the workmen fought on their side with all their usual methods. I began by going to the management and telling them perfectly plainly, even before I accepted the gang boss-ship, what would happen. I said, "Now these men will show you, and show you conclusively, that, in the first place, I know nothing about my business, and that in the second place, I am a liar, and you are being fooled, and they will bring any amount of evidence to prove these facts beyond a shadow of a doubt." I said to the management, "The only thing I ask you, and I must have your firm promise, is that when I say a thing is so, you will take my word against the word of any 20 men or any 50 men in the shop." I said, "If you won't do that, I won't lift my finger toward increasing the output of this shop." They agreed to it and stuck to it, although many times they were on the verge of believing I was both incompetent and untruthful. Now, I think it perhaps desirable to show the way in which that fight was conducted. I began, of course, by directing some one man to do more work than he had done before, and then I got on the lathe myself and showed him that it could be done. In spite of this, he went ahead and turned out exactly the same old output and refused to adopt better methods or to work quicker, until finally I laid him off and got another man in his place. This new man, I could not blame him in the least under the circumstances, turned right around and joined the other fellows and refused to do any more work than the rest. After trying this policy for a while and failing to get any results, I said distinctly to the fellows, "Now, I am a mechanic, I am a machinist. I do not want to take the next step, because it will be contrary to what you and I look upon as our interest as machinists, but I will take it if you fellows won't compromise with me and get more work off of these lathes, but I warn you, if I have to take this step it will be a darned mean one. I took it. I hunted up some especially intelligent laborers who were competent men, but who had not had the opportunity of learning a trade, and I deliberately taught these men how to run a lathe and how to work right and fast. Every one of these laborers promised me, "Now, if you will teach me the machinist's trade, when I learn to run a lathe I will do a fair day's work," and every solitary man, when I had taught them their trade, one after another turned right around and joined the rest of the fellows and refused to work one bit faster. That looked as if I were up against a stone wall, and for a time I was up against a stone wall. I did not blame even these laborers in my heart, my sympathy was with them all of the time, but I am telling you the facts as they then existed in the machine shops of this country, and in truth, as they still exist. When I had trained enough of these laborers so that they could run the lathes, I went to them and said, "Now, you men to whom I have taught a trade are in a totally different position from the machinists who were running these lathes before you came here. Every one of you agreed to do a certain thing for me if I taught you a trade, and now not one of you will keep his word. I did not break my word with you, but every one of you has broken his word with me. Now, I have not any mercy on you, I have not the slightest hesitation in treating you entirely differently from the machinists." I said, "I know that very heavy social pressure has been put upon you outside the works to keep you from carrying out your agreement with me, and it is very difficult for you to stand out against this pressure, but you ought not to have made your bargain with me if you did not intend to keep your end of it. Now, I am going to cut your rate in two tomorrow and you are going to work for half price from now on. But all you will have to do is to turn out a fair day's work and you can earn better wages than you have been earning." These men, of course, went to the management, and protested that I was a tyrant, and a nigger driver, and for a long time they stood right by the rest of the men in the shop and refused to increase their output a particle. Finally, they all of a sudden gave right in and did a fair day's work. I want to call your attention, gentlemen, to the bitterness that was stirred up in this fight before the men finally gave in, to the meanness of it, and the contemptible conditions that exist under the old piecework system, and to show you what it leads to. In this contest, after my first fighting blood which was stirred up through strenuous opposition had subsided, I did not have any bitterness against any particular man or men. My anger and hard feelings were stirred up against the system, not against the men. Practically all of those men were my friends, and many of them are still my friends. As soon as I began to be successful in forcing the men to do a fair day's work, they played what is usually the winning card. I knew that it was coming. I had predicted to the owners of the company what would happen when we began to win, and had warned them that they must stand by me, so that I had the backing of the company in taking effective steps to checkmate the final move of the men. Every time I broke a rate or forced one of the new men whom I had trained to work at a reasonable and proper speed, some one of the machinists would deliberately break some part of his machine as an object lesson to demonstrate to the management that a fool foreman was driving the men to overload their machines until they broke. Almost every day ingenious accidents were planned, and these happened to machines in different parts of the shop, and were, of course, always laid to the fool foreman who was driving the men and the machines beyond their proper limit. Fortunately, I had told the management in advance that this would happen, so they backed me up fully. When they began breaking their machines, I said to the men, "All right, from this time on, any accident that happens in this shop, every time you break any part of a machine you will have to pay part of the cost of repairing it or else quit. I don't care if the roof falls in and breaks your machine, you will pay all the same." Every time a man broke anything I fined him and then turned the money over to the Mutual Benefit Association, so that in the end it came back to the men. But I fined them, right or wrong. They could always show every time an accident happened that it was not their fault and that it was an impossible thing for them not to break their machine under the circumstances. Finally, when they found that these tactics did not produce the desired effect on the management, they got sick and tired of being fined, their opposition broke down, and they promised to do a fair day's work. After that we were good friends, but it took 3 years of hard fighting to bring this about. Point 10. The issue here turned on the work content of a day's labor power, which Taylor defines in the phrase a fair day's work. To this term he gave a crude physiological interpretation: all the work a worker can do without injury to his health, at a pace that can be sustained throughout a working lifetime. In practice, he tended to define this level of activity at an extreme limit, choosing a pace that only a few could maintain, and then only under strain. Why a fair day's work should be defined as a physiological maximum is never made clear. In attempting to give concrete meaning to the abstraction fairness, it would make just as much if not more sense to express a fair day's work as the amount of labor necessary to add to the product a value equal to the worker's pay. Under such conditions, of course, profit would be impossible. The phrase a fair day's work must therefore be regarded as inherently meaningless, and filled with such content as the adversaries in the purchase-sale relationship try to give it. Taylor set as his objective the maximum or optimum that can be obtained from a day's labor power. On the part of the men, he said in his first book, the greatest obstacle to the attainment of this standard is the slow pace which they adopt, or the loafing or soldiering, marking time, as it is called. In each of his later expositions of his system, he begins with this same point, underscoring it heavily. Point 11. The causes of this soldiering he breaks into two parts. This loafing or soldiering proceeds from two causes. First, from the natural instinct and tendency of men to take it easy, which may be called natural soldiering. Second, from more intricate second thought and reasoning caused by their relations with other men, which may be called systematic soldiering. The first of these he quickly puts aside, to concentrate on the second. The natural laziness of men is serious, but by far the greatest evil from which both workmen and employers are suffering is the systematic soldiering, which is almost universal under all the ordinary schemes of management and which results from a careful study on the part of the workmen of what they think will promote their best interests. The greater part of systematic soldiering is done by the men with the deliberate object of keeping their employers ignorant of how fast work can be done. So universal is soldiering for this purpose, that hardly a competent workman can be found in a large establishment, whether he works by the day or on piecework, contract work, or under any of the ordinary systems of compensating labor, who does not devote a considerable part of his time to studying just how slowly he can work and still convince his employer that he is going at a good pace. The causes for this are, briefly, that practically all employers determine upon a maximum sum which they feel it is right for each of their classes of employees to earn per day, whether their men work by the day or piece 12. That the pay of labor is a socially determined figure, relatively independent of productivity, among employers of similar types of labor power in any given period was thus known to Taylor. Workers who produce twice or three times as much as they did the day before do not thereby double or triple their pay, but may be given a small incremental advantage over their fellows, an advantage which disappears as their level of production becomes generalized. The contest over the size of the portion of the day's labor power to be embodied in each product is thus relatively independent of the level of pay, which responds chiefly to market, social, and historical factors. The worker learns this from repeated experiences, whether working under day or piece rates. It is, however, says Taylor, under piecework that the art of systematic soldiering is thoroughly developed. After a workman has had the price per piece of the work he is doing lowered 2 or 3 times as a result of his having worked harder and increased his output, he is likely to entirely lose sight of his employer's side of the case and to become imbued with a grim determination to have no more cuts if soldiering can prevent it. 13. To this it should be added that even where a piecework or incentive system allows the worker to increase his pay, the contest is not thereby ended but only exacerbated, because the output records now determine the setting and revision of pay rates. Taylor always took the view that workers, by acting in this fashion, were behaving rationally and with an adequate view of their own best interests. He claimed, in another account of his Midvale battle, that he conceded as much even in the midst of the struggle. His workmen friends came to him, Taylor continually, and asked him, in a personal, friendly way, whether he would advise them, for their own best interest, to turn out more work. And, as a truthful man, he had to tell them that if he were in their place he would fight against turning out any more work, just as they were doing, because under the piecework system they would be allowed to earn no more wages than they had been earning, and yet they would be made to work harder. 14. The conclusions which Taylor drew from the baptism by fire he received in the Midvale struggle may be summarized as follows: workers who are controlled only by general orders and discipline are not adequately controlled, because they retain their grip on the actual processes of labor. So long as they control the labor process itself, they will thwart efforts to realize to the full the potential inherent in their labor power. To change this situation, control over the labor process must pass into the hands of management, not only in a formal sense but by the control and dictation of each step of the process, including its mode of performance. In pursuit of this end, no pains are too great, no efforts excessive, because the results will repay all efforts and expenses lavished on this demanding and costly endeavor. The forms of management that existed prior to Taylorism, which Taylor called ordinary management, he deemed altogether inadequate to meet these demands. His descriptions of ordinary management bear the marks of the propagandist and proselytizer: exaggeration, simplification, and schematization. But his point is clear. Now, in the best of the ordinary types of management, the managers recognize frankly that the workmen, included in the 20 or 30 trades, who are under them, possess this mass of traditional knowledge, a large part of which is not in the possession of management. The management, of course, includes foremen and superintendents, who themselves have been first-class workers at their trades. And yet these foremen and superintendents know, better than anyone else, that their own knowledge and personal skill falls far short of the combined knowledge and dexterity of all the workmen under them. The most experienced managers frankly place before their workmen the problem of doing the work in the best and most economical way. They recognize the task before them as that of inducing each workman to use his best endeavors, his hardest work, all his traditional knowledge, his skill, his ingenuity, and his goodwill, in a word, his initiative, so as to yield the largest possible return to his employer. 18. As we have already seen from Taylor's belief in the universal prevalence and in fact inevitability of soldiering, he did not recommend reliance upon the initiative of workers. Such a course, he felt, leads to the surrender of control, as was usual then, and in fact as is still usual in most of the shops in this country. The shop was really run by the workmen and not by the bosses. The workmen together had carefully planned just how fast each job should be done. In his Midvale battle, Taylor pointed out, he had located the source of the trouble in the ignorance of the management as to what really constitutes a proper day's work for a workman. He had fully realized that, although he was foreman of the shop, the combined knowledge and skill of the workmen who were under him was certainly 10 times as great as his own. 19. This, then, was the source of the trouble and the starting point of scientific management. We may illustrate the Taylorian solution to this dilemma in the same manner that Taylor often did, by using his story of his work for the Bethlehem Steel Company in supervising the moving of pig iron by hand. This story has the advantage of being the most detailed and circumstantial he set down, and also of dealing with a type of work so simple that anyone can visualize it without special technical preparation. We extracted here from Taylor's The Principles of Scientific Management. One of the first pieces of work undertaken by us, when the writer started to introduce scientific management into the Bethlehem Steel Company, was to handle pig iron on task work. The opening of the Spanish War found some 80,000 tons of pig iron placed in small piles in an open field adjoining the works. Prices for pig iron had been so low that it could not be sold at a profit, and therefore had been stored. With the opening of the Spanish War the price of pig iron rose, and this large accumulation of iron was sold. This gave us a good opportunity to show the workmen, as well as the owners and managers of the works, on a fairly large scale the advantages of task work over the old-fashioned day work and piece work, in doing a very elementary class of work. The Bethlehem Steel Company had 5 blast furnaces, the product of which had been handled by a pig iron gang for many years. This gang, at this time, consisted of about 75 men. They were good, average pig iron handlers, were under an excellent foreman who himself had been a pig iron handler, and the work was done, on the whole, about as fast and as cheaply as it was anywhere else at that time. A railroad switch was run out into the field, right along the edge of the piles of pig iron. An inclined plank was placed against the side of a car, and each man picked up from his pile a pig of iron weighing about 92 pounds, walked up the inclined plank and dropped it on the end of the car. We found that this gang were loading on the average about 12½ long tons per man per day. We were surprised to find, after studying the matter, that a first-class pig iron handler ought to handle between 47 and 48 long tons per day, instead of 12 tons. This task seemed to us so very large that we were obliged to go over our work several times before we were absolutely sure that we were right. Once we were sure, however, that 47 tons was a proper day's work for a first-class pig iron handler, the task which faced us as managers under the modern scientific plan was clearly before us. It was our duty to see that the 80,000 tons of pig iron was loaded onto the cars at the rate of 47 tons per man per day, in place of 12½ tons, at which rate the work was then being done. And it was further our duty to see that this work was done without bringing on a strike among the men, without any quarrel with the men, and to see that the men were happier and better contented when loading at the new rate of 47 tons than they were when loading at the old rate of 12½ tons. Our first step was the scientific selection of the workmen. In dealing with workmen under this type of management, it is an inflexible rule to talk to and deal with only one man at a time, since each workman has his own special abilities and limitations, and since we are not dealing with men in masses, but are trying to develop each individual man to his highest state of efficiency and prosperity. Our first step was to find the proper workmen to begin with. We therefore carefully watched and studied these 75 men for 3 or 4 days, at the end of which time we had picked out 4 men who appeared to be physically able to handle pig iron at the rate of 47 tons per day. A careful study was then made of each of these men. We looked up their history as far back as practicable, and thorough inquiries were made as to the character, habits, and the ambition of each of them. Finally we selected one from among the 4 as the most likely man to start with. He was a little Pennsylvania Dutchman who had been observed to trot back home for a mile or so after his work in the evening, about as fresh as he was when he came trotting down to work in the morning. We found that upon wages of $1.15 a day he had succeeded in buying a small plot of ground, and that he was engaged in putting up the walls of a little house for himself in the morning before starting to work and at night after leaving. He also had the reputation of being exceedingly close, that is, of placing a very high value on a dollar. As one man whom we talked to about him said, a penny looks about the size of a cartwheel to him. This man we will call Schmidt. The task before us, then, narrowed itself down to getting Schmidt to handle 47 tons of pig iron per day and making him glad to do it. This was done as follows. Schmidt was called out from among the gang of pig iron handlers and talked to somewhat in this way. Schmidt, are you a high-priced man? Vale, I don't know what you mean. Oh yes, you do. What I want to know is whether you are a high-priced man or not. Well, I don't know what you mean. Oh, come now, you answer my questions. What I want to find out is whether you are a high-priced man or one of these cheap fellows here. What I want to find out is whether you want to earn $1.85 a day or whether you are satisfied with $1.15, just the same as all those cheap fellows are getting. Did I want $1.85 a day? Was dot a high-priced man? Vale, yes, I was a high-priced man. Oh, you're aggravating me. Of course you want $1.85 a day, everyone wants it. You know perfectly well that that has very little to do with your being a high-priced man. For goodness sake answer my questions, and don't waste any more of my time. Now come over here. You see that pile of pig iron? Yes. You see that car? Yes. Well, if you are a high-priced man, you will load that pig iron on that car tomorrow for $1.85. Now do wake up and answer my question. Tell me whether you are a high-priced man or not. Well, did I got $1.85 for loading pig iron on car tomorrow? Yes, of course you do, and you get $1.85 for loading a pile like that every day right through the year. That is what a high-priced man does, and you know it just as well as I do. Well, that's alright. I could load pig iron on the car tomorrow for $1.85, and I get it every day, don't I? Certainly you do, certainly you do. Well, den, I've asked a high-priced man. Now, hold on, hold on. You know just as well as I do that a high-priced man has to do exactly as he's told from morning till night. You have seen this man here before, haven't you? No, I never saw him. Well, if you are a high-priced man, you will do exactly as this man tells you tomorrow, from morning till night. When he tells you to pick up a pig and walk, you pick it up and you walk, and when he tells you to sit down and rest, you sit down. You do that right straight through the day. And what's more, no back talk. Now a high-priced man does just what he's told to do, and no back talk. Do you understand that? When this man tells you to walk, you walk, when he tells you to sit down, you sit down, and you don't talk back at him. Now you come on to work here tomorrow morning and I'll know before night whether you are really a high-priced man or not. This seems to be rather rough talk. And indeed it would be if applied to an educated mechanic, or even an intelligent laborer. With a man of the mentally sluggish type of Schmidt it is appropriate and not unkind, since it is effective in fixing his attention on the high wages which he wants and away from what, if it were called to his attention, he probably would consider impossibly hard work. Schmidt started to work, and all day long, and at regular intervals, was told by the man who stood over him with a watch, now pick up a pig and walk. Now sit down and rest. Now walk, now rest, etc. He worked when he was told to work, and rested when he was told to rest, and at 5:30 in the afternoon had his 47½ tons loaded on the car. And he practically never failed to work at this pace and do the task that was set him during the 3 years that the writer was at Bethlehem. And throughout this time he averaged a little more than $1.85 per day, whereas before he had never received over $1.15 per day, which was the ruling rate of wages at that time in Bethlehem. That is, he received 60% or higher wages than were paid to other men who were not working on task work. One man after another was picked out and trained to handle pig iron at the rate of 47½ tons per day until all of the pig iron was handled at this rate, and the men were receiving 60% or more wages than other workmen around them. 20. The merit of this tale is its clarity in illustrating the pivot upon which all modern management turns, the control over work through the control over the decisions that are made in the course of work. Since, in the case of pig iron handling, the only decisions to be made were those having to do with the time sequence, Taylor simply dictated that timing and the results at the end of the day added up to his planned day task. As to the use of money as motivation, while this element has a usefulness in the first stages of a new mode of work, employers do not, when they have once found a way to compel a more rapid pace of work, continue to pay a 60% differential for common labor Oregon for any other job. Taylor was to discover, and to complain, that management treated his scientific incentives like any other piece rate, cutting them mercilessly so long as the labor market permitted, so that workers pushed to the Taylorian intensity found themselves getting little, or nothing, more than the going rate for the area, while other employers under pressure of this competitive threat forced their own workers to the higher intensities of labor. Taylor liked to pretend that his work standards were not beyond human capabilities exercised without undue strain, but as he himself made clear, this pretense could be maintained only on the understanding that unusual physical specimens were selected for each of his jobs. As to the scientific selection of the men, it is a fact that in this gang of 75 pig iron handlers only about 1 man in 8 was physically capable of handling 47½ tons per day. With the very best of intentions, the other 7 out of 8 men were physically unable to work at this pace. Now the 1 man in 8 who was able to do this work was in no sense superior to the other men who were working on the gang. He merely happened to be a man of the type of the ox, no rare specimen of humanity, difficult to find and therefore very highly prized. On the contrary, he was a man so stupid that he was unfit to do most kinds of laboring work, even. The selection of the man, then, does not involve finding some extraordinary individual, but merely picking out from among very ordinary men the few who are especially suited to this type of work. Although in this particular gang only 1 man in 8 was suited to doing the work, we had not the slightest difficulty in getting all the men who were needed, some of them from inside the works and others from the neighboring country who were exactly suited to the job. Point 23. Taylor spent his lifetime in expounding the principles of control enunciated here, and in applying them directly to many other tasks, shoveling loose materials, lumbering, inspecting ball bearings, etc., but particularly to the machinist's trade. He believed that the forms of control he advocated could be applied not only to simple labor, but to labor in its most complex forms, without exception, and in fact it was in machine shops, bricklaying, and other such sites for the practice of well-developed crafts that he and his immediate successors achieved their most striking results. From earliest times to the Industrial Revolution, the craft or skilled trade was the basic unit, the elementary cell of the labor process. In each craft, the worker was presumed to be the master of a body of traditional knowledge, and methods and procedures were left to his or her discretion. In each such worker reposed the accumulated knowledge of materials and processes by which production was accomplished in the craft. The potter, tanner, smith, weaver, carpenter, baker, miller, glassmaker, cobbler, etc., each representing a branch of the social division of labor, was a repository of human technique for the labor processes of that branch. The worker combined, in mind and body, the concepts and physical dexterities of the specialty. Technique, understood in this way, is, as has often been observed, the predecessor and progenitor of science. The most important and widespread of all crafts was, and throughout the world remains to this day, that of farmer. The farming family combines its craft with the rude practice of a number of others, including those of the smith, mason, carpenter, butcher, miller, and baker, etc. The apprenticeships required in traditional crafts ranged from 3 to 7 years, and for the farmer of course extends beyond this to include most of childhood, adolescence, and young adulthood. In view of the knowledge to be assimilated, the dexterities to be gained, and the fact that the craftsman, like the professional, was required to master a specialty and become the best judge of the manner of its application to specific production problems, the years of apprenticeship were generally needed and were employed in a learning process that extended well into the journeyman decades. Of these trades, that of the machinist was in Taylor's day among the most recent, and certainly the most important to modern industry. As I have already pointed out, Taylor was not primarily concerned with the advance of technology, which, as we shall see, offers other means for direct control over the labor process. He did make significant contributions to the technical knowledge of machine shop practice, high-speed tool steel, in particular, but these were chiefly byproducts of his effort to study this practice with an eye to systematizing and classifying it. His concern was with the control of labor at any given level of technology, and he tackled his own trade with a boldness and energy which astonished his contemporaries and set the pattern for industrial engineers, work designers, and office managers from that day on. And in tackling machine shop work, he had set himself a prodigious task. The machinist of Taylor's day started with the shop drawing, and turned, milled, bored, drilled, planed, shaped, ground, filed, and otherwise machine and hand processed the proper stock to the desired shape as specified in the drawing. The range of decisions to be made in the course of the process is unlike the case of a simple job, such as the handling of pig iron, by its very nature enormous. Even for the lathe alone, disregarding all collateral tasks such as the choice of stock, handling, centering and chucking the work, layout and measuring, order of cuts, and considering only the operation of turning itself, the range of possibilities is huge. Taylor himself worked with 12 variables, including the hardness of the metal, the material of the cutting tool, the thickness of the shaving, the shape of the cutting tool, the use of a coolant during cutting, the depth of the cut, the frequency of regrinding cutting tools as they became dulled, the lip and clearance angles of the tool, the smoothness of cutting or absence of chatter, the diameter of the stock being turned, the pressure of the chip or shaving on the cutting surface of the tool, and the speeds, feeds, and pulling power of the machine. 26 Each of these variables is subject to broad choice, ranging from a few possibilities in the selection and use of a coolant, to a very great number of effective choices in all matters having to do with thickness, shape, depth, duration, speed, etc. 12 variables, each subject to a large number of choices, will yield in their possible combinations and permutations astronomical figures, as Taylor soon realized. But upon these decisions of the machinist depended not just the accuracy and finish of the product, but also the pace of production. Nothing daunted, Taylor set out to gather into management's hands all the basic information bearing on these processes. He began a series of experiments at the Midvale Steel Company, in the fall of 1880, which lasted 26 years, recording the results of between 30,000 and 50,000 tests, and cutting up more than 800,000 pounds of iron and steel on 10 different machine tools reserved for his experimental use. His greatest difficulty, he reported, was not testing the many variations, but holding 11 variables constant while altering the conditions of the 12th. The data were systematized, correlated, and reduced to practical form in the shape of what he called a slide rule, which would determine the optimum combination of choices for each step in the machining process. 28 His machinists thenceforth were required to work in accordance with instructions derived from these experimental data, rather than from their own knowledge, experience, or tradition. This was the Taylor approach in its first systematic application to a complex labor process. Since the principles upon which it is based are fundamental to all advanced work design or industrial engineering today, it is important to examine them in detail. And since Taylor has been virtually alone in giving clear expression to principles which are seldom now publicly acknowledged, it is best to examine them with the aid of Taylor's own forthright formulations. First principle. The managers assume the burden of gathering together all of the traditional knowledge which in the past has been possessed by the workmen, and then of classifying, tabulating, and reducing this knowledge to rules, laws, and formulae. 29 We have seen the illustrations of this in the cases of the lathe machinist and the pig iron handler. The great disparity between these activities, and the different orders of knowledge that may be collected about them, illustrate that for Taylor as for managers today no task is either so simple or so complex that it may not be studied with the object of collecting in the hands of management at least as much information as is known by the worker who performs it regularly, and very likely more. This brings to an end the situation in which employers derive their knowledge of how much of a given class of work can be done in a day from either their own experience, which has frequently grown hazy with age, from casual and unsystematic observation of their men, or at best from records which are kept, showing the quickest time in which each job has been done. 30 It enables management to discover and enforce those speedier methods and shortcuts which workers themselves, in the practice of their trades or tasks, learn or improvise, and use at their own discretion only. Such an experimental approach also brings into being new methods such as can be devised only through the means of systematic study. This first principle we may call the dissociation of the labor process from the skills of the workers. The labor process is to be rendered independent of craft, tradition, and the workers' knowledge. Henceforth it is to depend not at all upon the abilities of workers, but entirely upon the practices of management. Second principle. All possible brain work should be removed from the shop and centered in the planning or laying out department. 31 Since this is the key to scientific management, as Taylor well understood, he was especially emphatic on this point, and it is important to examine the principle thoroughly. In the human, as we have seen, The essential feature that makes for a labor capacity superior to that of the animal is the combination of execution with the conception of the thing to be done. But as human labor becomes a social rather than an individual phenomenon, it is possible, unlike in the instance of animals where the motive force, instinct, is inseparable from action, to divorce conception from execution. This dehumanization of the labor process, in which workers are reduced almost to the level of labor in its animal form, while purposeless and unthinkable in the case of the self-organized and self-motivated social labor of a community of producers, becomes crucial for the management of purchased labor. For if the workers' execution is guided by their own conception, it is not possible, as we have seen, to enforce upon them either the methodological efficiency or the working pace desired by capital. The capitalist therefore learns from the start to take advantage of this aspect of human labor power, and to break the unity of the labor process. This should be called the principle of the separation of conception from execution, rather than by its more common name of the separation of mental and manual labor, even though it is similar to the latter, and in practice often identical. This is because mental labor, labor done primarily in the brain, is also subjected to the same principle of separation of conception from execution. Mental labor is first separated from manual labor and, as we shall see, is then itself subdivided rigorously according to the same rule. The first implication of this principle is that Taylor's science of work is never to be developed by the worker, always by management. This notion, apparently so natural and undebatable today, was in fact vigorously discussed in Taylor's day, a fact which shows how far we have traveled along the road of transforming all ideas about the labor process in less than a century, and how completely Taylor's hotly contested assumptions have entered into the conventional outlook within a short space of time. Taylor confronted this question: why must work be studied by the management and not by the worker himself? Why not scientific workmanship rather than scientific management? Repeatedly, and employed all his ingenuity in devising answers to it, though not always with his customary frankness. In the Principles of Scientific Management, he pointed out that the older system of management makes it necessary for each workman to bear almost the entire responsibility for the general plan as well as for each detail of his work, and in many cases for his implements as well. In addition to this, he must do all of the actual physical labor. The development of a science, on the other hand, involves the establishment of many rules, laws, and formulae which replace the judgment of the individual workman and which can be effectively used only after having been systematically recorded, indexed, etc. The practical use of scientific data also calls for a room in which to keep the books, records, etc., and a desk for the planner to work at. Thus all of the planning which under the old system was done by the workman, as a result of his personal experience, must of necessity under the new system be done by the management in accordance with the laws of the science, because even if the workman was well suited to the development and use of scientific data, it would be physically impossible for him to work at his machine and at a desk at the same time. It is also clear that in most cases one type of man is needed to plan ahead and an entirely different type to execute the work. 32. The objections having to do with physical arrangements in the workplace are clearly of little importance, and represent the deliberate exaggeration of obstacles which, while they may exist as inconveniences, are hardly insuperable. To refer to the different type of worker needed for each job is worse than disingenuous, since these different types hardly existed until the division of labor created them. As Taylor well understood, the possession of craft knowledge made the worker the best starting point for the development of the science of work. Systematization often means, at least at the outset, the gathering of knowledge which workers already possess. But Taylor, secure in his obsession with the immense reasonableness of his proposed arrangement, did not stop at this point. In his testimony before the Special Committee of the House of Representatives, pressed and on the defensive, he brought forth still other arguments. I want to make it clear, Mr. Chairman, that work of this kind undertaken by the management leads to the development of a science, while it is next to impossible for the workman to develop a science. There are many workmen who are intellectually just as capable of developing a science, who have plenty of brains, and are just as capable of developing a science as those on the managing side. But the science of doing work of any kind cannot be developed by the workman. Why? Because he has neither the time nor the money to do it. The development of the science of doing any kind of work always required the work of two men, one man who actually does the work which is to be studied and another man who observes closely the first man while he works and studies the time problems and the motion problems connected with this work. No workman has either the time or the money to burn in making experiments of this sort. If he is working for himself, no one will pay him while he studies the motions of someone else. The management must and ought to pay for all such work. So that for the workman, the development of a science becomes impossible, not because the workman is not intellectually capable of developing it, but he has neither the time nor the money to do it, and he realizes that this is a question for the management to handle. 33. Taylor here argues that the systematic study of work and the fruits of this study belong to management for the very same reason that machines, factory buildings, etc., belong to them, that is, because it costs labor time to conduct such a study, and only the possessors of capital can afford labor time. The possessors of labor time cannot themselves afford to do anything with it but sell it for their means of subsistence. It is true that this is the rule in capitalist relations of production, and Taylor's use of the argument in this case shows with great clarity where the sway of capital leads. Not only is capital the property of the capitalist, but labor itself has become part of capital. Not only do the workers lose control over their instruments of production, but they must now lose control over their own labor and the manner of its performance. This control now falls to those who can afford to study it in order to know it better than the workers themselves know their own life activity. But Taylor has not yet completed his argument. Furthermore, he told the committee, if any workman were to find a new and quicker way of doing work, or if he were to develop a new method, you can see at once it becomes to his interest to keep that development to himself, not to teach the other workmen the quicker method. It is to his interest to do what workmen have done in all times, to keep their trade secrets for themselves and their friends. That is the old idea of trade secrets. The workman kept his knowledge to himself instead of developing a science and teaching it to others and making it public property. 34. Behind this here kenning back to old ideas of guild secrets is Taylor's persistent and fundamental notion that the improvement of work methods by workers brings few benefits to management. Elsewhere in his testimony, in discussing the work of his associate, Frank Gilbreth, who spent many years studying bricklaying methods, he candidly admits that not only could the science of bricklaying be developed by workers, but that it undoubtedly had been. Now, I have not the slightest doubt that during the last 4,000 years all the methods that Mr. Gilbreth developed have many times suggested themselves to the minds of bricklayers. But because knowledge possessed by workers is not useful to capital, Taylor begins his list of the desiderata of scientific management. First, the development by the management, not the workmen, of the science of bricklaying. 35 Workers, he explains, are not going to put into execution any system or any method which harms them and their workmates. Would they be likely, he says, referring to the pig iron job, to get rid of 7 men out of 8 from their own gang and retain only the 8th man? No. 36. Finally, Taylor understood the Babbage principle better than anyone of his time, and it was always uppermost in his calculations. The purpose of work study was never, in his mind, to enhance the ability of the worker, to concentrate in the worker a greater share of scientific knowledge, to ensure that as technique rose, the worker would rise with it. Rather, the purpose was to cheapen the worker by decreasing his training and enlarging his output. In his early book, Shop Management, he said frankly that the full possibilities of his system will not have been realized until almost all of the machines in the shop are run by men who are of smaller caliber and attainments, and who are therefore cheaper than those required under the old system. 37. Therefore, both in order to ensure management control and to cheapen the worker, conception and execution must be rendered separate spheres of work, and for this purpose the study of work processes must be reserved to management and kept from the workers. to whom its results are communicated only in the form of simplified job tasks governed by simplified instructions which it is thenceforth their duty to follow unthinkingly and without comprehension of the underlying technical reasoning or data. Third principle. The essential idea of the ordinary types of management, Taylor said, is that each workman has become more skilled in his own trade than it is possible for anyone in the management to be, and that, therefore, the details of how the work shall best be done must be left to him. But, by contrast, perhaps the most prominent single element in modern scientific management is the task idea. The work of every workman is fully planned out by the management at least one day in advance, and each man receives in most cases complete written instructions, describing in detail the task which he is to accomplish, as well as the means to be used in doing the work. This task specifies not only what is to be done, but how it is to be done and the exact time allowed for doing it. Scientific management consists very largely in preparing for and carrying out these tasks. 38. In this principle it is not the written instruction card that is important. Taylor had no need for such a card with Schmidt, nor did he use one in many other instances. Rather, the essential element is the systematic pre-planning and pre-calculation of all elements of the labor process, which now no longer exists as a process in the imagination of the worker but only as a process in the imagination of a special management staff. Thus, if the first principle is the gathering and development of knowledge of labor processes, and the second is the concentration of this knowledge as the exclusive province of management together with its essential converse, the absence of such knowledge among the workers, then the third is the use of this monopoly over knowledge to control each step of the labor process and its mode of execution. As capitalist industrial, office, and market practices developed in accordance with this principle, it eventually became part of accepted routine and custom, all the more so as the increasingly scientific character of most processes, which grew in complexity while the worker was not allowed to partake of this growth, made it ever more difficult for the workers to understand the processes in which they functioned. But in the beginning, as Taylor well understood, an abrupt psychological wrench was required. We have seen in the simple Schmidt case the means employed, both in the selection of a single worker as a starting point and in the way in which he was reoriented to the new conditions of work. In the more complex conditions of the machine shop, Taylor gave this part of the responsibility to the foreman. It is essential, he said of the gang bosses, to nerve and brace them up to the point of insisting that the workmen shall carry out the orders exactly as specified on the instruction cards. This is a difficult task at first, as the workmen have been accustomed for years to do the details of the work to suit themselves, and many of them are intimate friends of the bosses and believe they know quite as much about their business as the latter. 41. Modern management came into being on the basis of these principles. It arose as theoretical construct and as systematic practice, moreover, in the very period during which the transformation of labor from processes based on skill to processes based upon science was attaining its most rapid tempo. Its role was to render conscious and systematic the formerly unconscious tendency of capitalist production. It was to ensure that as craft declined, the worker would sink to the level of general and undifferentiated labor power, adaptable to a large range of simple tasks, while as science grew, it would be concentrated in the hands of management. Chapter 5. The primary effects of scientific management. The generalized practice of scientific management, as has been noted, coincides with the scientific technical revolution. It coincides as well with a number of fundamental changes in the structure and functioning of capitalism and in the composition of the working class. In this chapter, we will discuss, in a preliminary way, some of the effects of scientific management upon the working class. Later chapters will return to this discussion after the necessary conditions for understanding it more fully have been established. The separation of mental work from manual work reduces, at any given level of production, the need for workers engaged directly in production, since it divests them of time-consuming mental functions and assigns these functions elsewhere. This is true regardless of any increase in productivity resulting from the separation. Should productivity increase as well, the need for manual workers to produce a given output is further reduced. A necessary consequence of the separation of conception and execution is that the labor process is now divided between separate sites and separate bodies of workers. In one location, the physical processes of production are executed. In another are concentrated the design, planning, calculation, and record keeping. The preconception of the process before it is set in motion, the visualization of each worker's activities before they have actually begun, the definition of each function along with the manner of its performance and the time it will consume, the control and checking of the ongoing process once it is underway, and the assessment of results upon completion of each stage of the process. All of these aspects of production have been removed from the shop floor to the management office. The physical processes of production are now carried out more or less blindly, not only by the workers who perform them, but often by lower ranks of supervisory employees as well. The production units operate like a hand, watched, corrected, and controlled by a distant brain. The concept of control adopted by modern management requires that every activity in production have its several parallel activities in the management center. Each must be devised, precalculated, tested, laid out, assigned and ordered, checked and inspected, and recorded throughout its duration and upon completion. The result is that the process of production is replicated in paper form before, as, and after it takes place in physical form. Just as labor in human beings requires that the labor process take place in the brain of the worker as well as in the worker's physical activity, so now the image of the process, removed from production to a separate location and a separate group, controls the process itself. The novelty of this development during the past century lies not in the separate existence of hand and brain, conception and execution, but the rigor with which they are divided from one another, and then increasingly subdivided, so that conception is concentrated, insofar as possible, in ever more limited groups within management or closely associated with it. Thus, in the setting of antagonistic social relations, of alienated labor, hand and brain become not just separated, but divided and hostile, and the human unity of hand and brain turns into its opposite, something less than human. This paper replica of production, the shadow form which corresponds to the physical, calls into existence a variety of new occupations, the hallmark of which is that they are found not in the flow of things but in the flow of paper. Production has now been split in two and depends upon the activities of both groups. Inasmuch as the mode of production has been driven by capitalism to this divided condition, it has separated the two aspects of labor, but both remain necessary to production, and in this the labor process retains its unity. The separation of hand and brain is the most decisive single step in the division of labor taken by the capitalist mode of production. It is inherent in that mode of production from its beginnings, and it develops, under capitalist management, throughout the history of capitalism, but it is only during the past century that the scale of production, the resources made available to the modern corporation by the rapid accumulation of capital, and the conceptual apparatus and trained personnel have become available to institutionalize this separation in a systematic and formal fashion. The vast industrial engineering and record-keeping divisions of modern corporations have their origins in the planning, estimating, and layout departments, which grew in the wake of the scientific management movement. These early departments had to make their way against the fears of cost-conscious managers, whom Taylor sought to persuade with the following argument: at first view, the running of a planning department, together with the other innovations, would appear to involve a large amount of additional work and expense, and the most natural question would be whether the increased efficiency of the shop more than offsets this outlay. It must be borne in mind, however, that, with the exception of the study of unit times, there is hardly a single item of work done in the planning department which is not already being done in the shop. Establishing a planning department merely concentrates the planning and much other brain work in a few men especially fitted for their task and trained in their especial lines, instead of having it done, as heretofore, in most cases by high-priced mechanics, well fitted to work at their trades, but poorly trained for work more or less clerical in its nature. But to this he added the following caution: there is no question that the cost of production is lowered by separating the work of planning and the brain work as much as possible from the manual labor. Where this is done, however, it is evident that the brain workers must be given sufficient work to keep them fully busy all the time. They must not be allowed to stand around for a considerable part of their time waiting for their particular kind of work to come along, as is so frequently the case. 3. This is by way of serving notice that no part of capitalist employment is exempt from the methods which were first applied on the shop floor. At first glance, the organization of labor according to simplified tasks, conceived and controlled elsewhere, in place of the previous craft forms of labor, have a clearly degrading effect upon the technical capacity of the worker. In its effects upon the working population as a whole, however, this matter is complicated by the rapid growth of specialized administrative and technical staff work, as well as by the rapid growth of production and the shifting of masses to new industries and within industrial processes to new occupations. In the discussion of this issue in Taylor's day, a pattern was set which has been followed since. There are many people who will disapprove of the whole scheme of a planning department to do the thinking for the men, as well as a number of foremen to assist and lead each man in his work, on the ground that this does not tend to promote independence, self-reliance, and originality in the individual, he wrote in Shop Management. Those holding this view, however, must take exception to the whole trend of modern industrial development for and in the principles of scientific management. Now, when through all of this teaching and this minute instruction the work is apparently made so smooth and easy for the workman, the first impression is that this all tends to make him a mere automaton, a wooden man. As the workmen frequently say when they first come under the system, "Why, I am not allowed to think or move without someone interfering or doing it for me." The same criticism and objection, however, can be raised against all other modern subdivision of labor. 5. These responses, however, clearly did not satisfy Taylor, particularly since they seemed to throw the blame on his own beloved modern subdivision of labor. And so in both books he went on to further arguments, which in Shop Management took this form. It is true, for instance, that the planning room, and functional foremanship, render it possible for an intelligent laborer or helper in time to do much of the work now done by a machinist. Is not this a good thing for the laborer and helper? He is given a higher class of work, which tends to develop him and gives him better wages. In the sympathy for the machinist the case of the laborer is overlooked. This sympathy for the machinist is, however, wasted, since the machinist, with the aid of the new system, will rise to a higher class of work which he was unable to do in the past, and in addition, divided or functional foremanship will call for a larger number of men in this class, so that men, who must otherwise have remained machinists all their lives, will have the opportunity of rising to a foremanship. The demand for men of originality and brains was never so great as it is now, and the modern subdivision of labor, instead of dwarfing men, enables them all along the line to rise to a higher plane of efficiency, involving at the same time more brain work and less monotony. The type of man who was formerly a day laborer and digging dirt is now for instance making shoes in a shoe factory. The dirt handling is done by Italians or Hungarians. 6. This argument gains force in a period of growth, of the rapid accumulation of capital through production on an ever larger scale, and of the constant opening of new fields of capital accumulation in new industries or the conquest of pre-capitalist production forms by capital. In this context, new drafts of workers are brought into jobs that have already been degraded in comparison with the craft processes of before, but inasmuch as they come from outside the existing working class, chiefly from ruined and dispersed farming and peasant populations, they enter a process unknown to them from previous experience and they take the organization of work as given. Meanwhile, opportunities open up for the advancement of some workers into planning, layout, estimating, or drafting departments, or into foremanships, especially 2 or 3 generations ago, when such jobs were customarily still staffed from the shop floors. In this manner, short-term trends opening the way for the advancement of some workers in rapidly growing industries, together with the ever lower skill requirements characteristic at the entry level where large masses of workers are being put to work in industrial, office, and marketing processes for the first time, simply mask the secular trend toward the incessant lowering of the working class as a whole below its previous conditions of skill and labor. As this continues over several generations, the very standards by which the trend is judged become imperceptibly altered, and the meaning of skill itself becomes degraded. Sociologists and economists, nevertheless, continue to repeat Taylor's argument in a world of labor that has become, for the largest portions of the working population, increasingly devoid of any content of either skill or scientific knowledge. Thus Michel Crozier, in The World of the Office Worker, concedes that as office work has become an immensely enlarged occupational field, its pay and status advantages over factory work have virtually disappeared, a mass of unskilled employees assigned a series of simple unchanging operations. It is this general pattern of evolution, he says, anticipated by Marxist theoreticians, which constitutes the principal argument in favor of the thesis of proletarization of white-collar employees. His response, strikingly similar to Taylor's, differs from the latter only in that, in place of Italians and Hungarians, he is pleased to use women as that category of the labor force for which any job is good enough. The proletarization of white-collar employees does not have the same meaning at all if it is women, and not heads of family, who comprise the majority of the Group 7, as he explains. It is true, of course, on the other hand, that the 900,000 French office workers of 1920 certainly had a more bourgeois status than the 1,920,000 white-collar employees of 1962. But to the 600,000 male employees of 1920 there now correspond probably 350,000 supervisors and 250,000 highly qualified employees whose status is at least equivalent to that of their predecessors of 1920. As for the 650,000 females newly entered into the profession, 30 years ago they were laborers, seamstresses, or maids. As deadening and as alienating as their assembly line work may be, for them it may constitute a promotion. To be sure, the professions of white-collar employees and minor functionaries are, on the whole, considerably devalued compared to their status only 50 years ago. But this devaluation of the great mass of jobs has been accompanied, we have seen, by a much greater differentiation and a change in recruitment. The majority of white-collar tasks are less interesting, less prestigious, and bring lower remuneration, but they are carried out by women with reduced aspirations. 8. As craftsmanship is destroyed or increasingly emptied of its traditional content, the remaining ties, already tenuous and weakened, between the working population and science are more or less completely broken. This connection was, in the past, made chiefly through the craftsman or artisan section of the working class, and in the earliest periods of capitalism the connection was quite close. Before the assertion by management of its monopoly over science, craftsmanship was the chief repository of scientific production technique in its then existing form, and historical accounts emphasize the origins of science in craft technique. Speaking historically, says Elton Mayo, I think it can be asserted that a science has generally come into being as a product of well-developed technical skill in a given area of activity. Some skilled worker, has in a reflective moment attempted to make explicit the assumptions that are implicit in the skill itself. Science is rooted deep in skill and can only expand by the experimental and systematic development of an achieved skill. The successful sciences consequently are all of humble origin, the cautious development of lowly skills until the point of logical and experimental expansion is clearly gained. 9. The profession of engineering is a relatively recent development. Before the engineer, the conceptual and design functions were the province of craftsmanship, as were the functions of furthering the industrial arts through innovation. The appearance of the modern engineer, Bernal says, was a new social phenomenon. He is not the lineal descendant of the old military engineer but rather of the millwright and the metal worker of the days of craftsmanship. Vermont, 1748–1814, Maudslay, 1771–1831, Muir, 1806–1888, Whitworth, 1803 to 1887, and the great George Stephenson, 1781 to 1848, were all men of this type. 10. Those even slightly familiar with the history of technology will recognize the importance of the names on this roster, to which can be added James Watt, whose trade was that of mathematical instrument maker, Samuel Crompton, who was himself a spinner from the age of 14 and continued, in the absence of patent protection, to earn his living as a spinner even after his spinning mule was in widespread use, and many others. It should also be noted that up to 1824 it was illegal for a British mechanic to accept work abroad, a restriction inconceivable in our own day. The reasons for this were clear so long as the craftsman remained the repository of the technical knowledge of the production process. The working craftsman was tied to the technical and scientific knowledge of his time in the daily practice of his craft. Apprenticeship commonly included training in mathematics, including algebra, geometry, and trigonometry, in the properties and provenance of the materials common to the craft, in the physical sciences, and in mechanical drawing. Well-administered apprenticeships provided subscriptions to the trade and technical journals affecting the craft so that apprentices could follow developments. But more important than formal or informal training was the fact that the craft provided a daily link between science and work, since the craftsman was constantly called upon to use rudimentary scientific knowledge, mathematics, drawing, etc. In his practice, such craftsmen were an important part of the scientific public of their time, and as a rule exhibited an interest in science and culture beyond that connected directly to their work. The flourishing mechanics institutes of the mid-19th century, which in Britain numbered some 1,200 and had a membership of over 200,000, were in large measure devoted to satisfying this interest through lectures and libraries. 15. The Royal Institution, which existed in England to further the progress of science and its application to industry, was forced, when it became a fashionable place to visit and wished to preserve its exclusivity, to brick up its back door to keep out the mechanics who stole into the gallery. 16. Samuel Gompers, as a cigar maker living in New York's dense working-class district on the Lower East Side in the 1860s, saw and experienced this same working-class interest. Cooper Union provided opportunities for formal study courses as well as lectures every Saturday evening, which were usually attended by from 2,500 to 3,000. Nothing humanly possible ever kept me from attending those Saturday night lectures. I was fairly quivering in my intense desire to know. Mental hunger is just as painful as physical hunger. Every Saturday night some great scholar talked to an open meeting and gave most wonderfully illuminating results of experimentation and study. Sometimes Professor Proctor told us of the wonders of astronomy, of what science had learned of time and distance, light, motion, etc. Truths gleaned in these lectures became a most vital part of me and gave the world marvelously inspiring meaning. Those lectures were treasured opportunities to hear authorities in science tell what they were doing and thinking. I attended these lectures and study classes over a period of 20 years. 17. We may marvel still at the British silk weavers of Spitalfields, whom Mayhew found, in the middle of the 19th century, living in incredible poverty and degradation, and who, but a short time before, when the day of the skilled handloom weaver was not yet over, had made their district of London a centre of science and culture. The weavers were, formerly, almost the only botanists in the metropolis, and their love of flowers to this day is a strongly marked characteristic of the class. Some years back, we are told, they passed their leisure hours, and generally the whole family dined on Sundays, at the little gardens in the environs of London, now mostly built upon. Not very long ago there was an entomological society, and they were among the most diligent entomologists in the kingdom. This taste, though far less general than formerly, still continues to be a type of the class. There was at one time a floricultural society, an historical society, and a mathematical society, all maintained by the operative silk weavers, and the celebrated Dolland, the inventor of the achromatic telescope, was a weaver. So too were Simpson and Edwards, the mathematicians, before they were taken from the loom into the employ of government, to teach mathematics to the cadets at Woolwich and Chatham. 18. The same remarkable history characterized the weavers of Yorkshire and Lancashire. As E. P. Thompson notes, every weaving district had its weaver poets, biologists, mathematicians, musicians, geologists, botanists. There are northern museums and natural history societies which still possess records or collections of Lepidoptera built up by weavers, while there are accounts of weavers in isolated villages who taught themselves geometry by chalking on their flagstones, and who were eager to discuss the differential calculus. 19. The destruction of craftsmanship during the period of the rise of scientific management did not go unnoticed by workers. Indeed, as a rule workers are far more conscious of such a loss while it is being effected than after it has taken place and the new conditions of production have become generalized. Taylorism raised a storm of opposition among the trade unions during the early part of this century. What is most noteworthy about this early opposition is that it was concentrated not upon the trappings of the tailor system, such as the stopwatch and motion study, but upon its essential effort to strip the workers of craft knowledge and autonomous control and confront them with a fully thought-out labor process in which they function as cogs and levers. In an editorial which appeared in the International Molders Journal, we read, "The one great asset of the wage worker has been his craftsmanship. We think of craftsmanship ordinarily as the ability to manipulate skillfully the tools and materials of a craft or trade. But true craftsmanship is much more than this. The really essential element in it is not manual skill and dexterity but something stored up in the mind of the worker. This something is partly the intimate knowledge of the character and uses of the tools, materials, and processes of the craft which tradition and experience have given the worker. But beyond this and above this, it is the knowledge which enables him to understand and overcome the constantly arising difficulties that grow out of variations not only in the tools and materials, but in the conditions under which the work must be done." The editorial goes on to point to the separation of craft knowledge from craft skill in an ever-widening area and with an ever-increasing acceleration, and describes as the most dangerous form of this separation the gathering up of all this scattered craft knowledge, systematizing it and concentrating it in the hands of the employer and then doling it out again only in the form of minute instructions, giving to each worker only the knowledge needed for the performance of a particular relatively minute task. This process, it is evident, separates skill and knowledge even in their narrow relationship. When it is completed, the worker is no longer a craftsman in any sense, but is an animated tool of the management. 20. A half-century of commentary on scientific management has not succeeded in producing a better formulation of the matter. Chapter 6. The habituation of the worker to the capitalist mode of production. The transformation of working humanity into a labor force, a factor of production, an instrument of capital, is an incessant and unending process. The condition is repugnant to the victims, whether their pay is high or low, because it violates human conditions of work, and since the workers are not destroyed as human beings but are simply utilized in inhuman ways, their critical, intelligent, conceptual faculties, no matter how deadened or diminished, always remain in some degree a threat to capital. Moreover, the capitalist mode of production is continually extended to new areas of work, including those freshly created by technological advances and the shift of capital to new industries. It is, in addition, continually being refined and perfected, so that its pressure upon the workers is unceasing. At the same time, the habituation of workers to the capitalist mode of production must be renewed with each generation, all the more so as the generations which grow up under capitalism are not formed within the matrix of work life, but are plunged into work from the outside, so to speak, after a prolonged period of adolescence during which they are held in reserve. The necessity for adjusting the worker to work in its capitalist form, for overcoming natural resistance intensified by swiftly changing technology, antagonistic social relations, and the succession of the generations, does not therefore end with the scientific organization of labor, but becomes a permanent feature of capitalist society. As a result, there has come into being, within the personnel and labor relations departments of corporations and in the external support organizations such as schools of industrial relations, college departments of sociology, and other academic and para-academic institutions, a complex of practical and academic disciplines devoted to the study of the worker. Shortly after Taylor, industrial psychology and industrial physiology came into existence to perfect methods of selection, training, and motivation of workers, and these were soon broadened into an attempted industrial sociology, the study of the workplace as a social system. The cardinal feature of these various schools and the currents within them is that, unlike the scientific management movement, they do not by and large concern themselves with the organization of work, but rather with the conditions under which the worker may best be brought to cooperate in the scheme of work organized by the industrial engineer. The evolving work processes of capitalist society are taken by these schools as inexorable givens, and are accepted as necessary and inevitable in any form of industrial society. The problems addressed are the problems of management, dissatisfaction as expressed in high turnover rates, absenteeism, resistance to the prescribed work pace, indifference, neglect, cooperative group restrictions on output, and overt hostility to management. As it presents itself to most of the sociologists and psychologists concerned with the study of work and workers, the problem is not that of the degradation of men and women, but the difficulties raised by the reactions, conscious and unconscious, to that degradation. It is therefore not at all fortuitous that most orthodox social scientists adhere firmly, indeed desperately, to the dictum that their task is not the study of the objective conditions of work, but only of the subjective phenomena to which these give rise, the degrees of satisfaction and dissatisfaction elicited by their questionnaires. The earliest systematic effort in this direction took place in the field of industrial psychology. Its beginnings may be traced back to the experimental psychology taught in 19th century Germany, and in particular to the School of Psychology at the University of Leipzig. Hugo Münsterberg, after receiving his training in Wilhelm Wundt's laboratory at that institution, came to the United States where, at Harvard, he was in a position to observe the development of modern management in its most vigorous and extensive forms, and it became his ambition to marry the methods of the Leipzig school to the new practice of scientific management. His Psychology and Industrial Efficiency, published in German in 1912, with an English version following the next year, may be called the first systematic outline of industrial psychology. 3 Like Taylor, Münsterberg disdained to conceal his views and aims. Our aim is to sketch the outlines of a new science which is intermediate between the modern laboratory psychology and the problems of economics. The psychological experiment is systematically to be placed at the service of commerce and industry. 4. But what are the ends of commerce and industry? Münsterberg leaves that to others. Economic psychotechnics may serve certain ends of commerce and industry, but whether these ends are the best ones is not a care with which the psychologist has to be burdened. 5 Having relieved his science of this burden, and having turned the task of setting the parameters of his investigations over to those who control commerce and industry, he returns to this subject only when it is suggested that perhaps the point of view of the workers, who are also part of commerce and industry, should be taken into consideration. So crass and vulgar an appeal to special interests arouses his horror, and he rejects it sternly. The inquiry into the possible psychological contributions to the question of reinforced achievement must not be deterred by the superficial objection that in one or another industrial concern a dismissal of wage earners might at first result. Psychotechnics does not stand in the service of a party, but exclusively in the service of civilization. 6. Having identified the interests of civilization not with the immense majority of workers but with those who manage them, he can now face without blanching the everyday effects of scientific work design upon the worker. The development of scientific management has shown clearly that the most important improvements are just those which are deduced from scientific researches, without at first giving satisfaction to the laborers themselves, until a new habit has been formed. 7 He sees the role of psychological science in industry as the selection of workers from among the pool offered on the labor market, and their acclimatization to the work routines devised by civilization, the formation of the new habit. We select 3 chief purposes of business life, purposes which are important in commerce and industry and every economic endeavor. We ask how we can find the men whose mental qualities make them best fitted for the work which they have to do. Secondly, under what psychological conditions we can secure the greatest and most satisfactory output of work from every man, and finally, how we can produce most completely the influence on human minds which are desired in the interests of business. Point 8. In this definition we have the aims, although rarely so flatly stated, of the subsequent schools of psychological, physiological, and social investigation of the worker and work. By and large, they have sought a model of workers and work groups which would produce the results desired by management, habituation to the terms of employment offered in the capitalist firm, and satisfactory performance on that basis. These schools and theories have succeeded one another in a dazzling proliferation of approaches and theories, a proliferation which is more than anything else testimony to their failure. The spread of industrial psychology in the United States was in the beginning largely due to the efforts of Walter Dill Scott, a psychologist at Northwestern University who took his doctorate at Leipzig and came to the new field by way of a prior career in advertising. During and after World War I, psychological testing was used by a number of major corporations: American Tobacco, National Lead, Western Electric, Loose-Wiles Biscuit, Metropolitan Life, and the first psychological consulting service for industry was established at the Carnegie Institute of Technology in 1915, where Scott assumed the first chair of applied psychology in an American academic institution. During the war such testing was conducted on a grand scale in the United States Armed Forces, also under Scott, and the popularity this gave to the new device encouraged its spread throughout industry after the war. In England and Germany the trend was similar, with Germany perhaps ahead of all others in the field. Point 9. The premise of industrial psychology was that, using aptitude tests, it was possible to determine in advance the suitability of workers for various positions by classifying them according to degrees of intelligence, manual dexterity, accident proneness, and general conformability to the profile desired by management. The vanity of this attempt to calibrate individuals and anticipate their behavior in the complex and antagonistic dynamics of social life was soon exposed by practice. The prolonged and exhaustive experiments conducted at the Western Electric plant on the west side of Chicago, the so-called Hawthorne experiments during the last years of the 1920s, crystallized the dissatisfaction with industrial psychology. In those experiments, a Harvard Business School team under the leadership of Elton Mayo arrived at chiefly negative conclusions, moreover, which were remarkably similar to those with which Taylor had begun his investigations almost a half-century earlier. They learned that the performance of workers had little relation to ability and in fact often bore an inverse relation to test scores, with those scoring best producing at lower levels and vice versa, and that workers acted collectively to resist management work-pace standards and demands. The belief, said Mayo, that the behavior of an individual within the factory can be predicted before employment upon the basis of a laborious and minute examination by tests of his mechanical and other capacities is mainly, if not wholly, mistaken. 10. The chief conclusion of the Mayo School was that the workers' motivations could not be understood on a purely individual basis, and that the key to their behavior lay in the social groups of the factory. With this, the study of the habituation of workers to their work moved from the plane of psychology to that of sociology. The human relations approach, first of a series of behavioral sociological schools, focused on personnel counseling and on ingratiating or non-irritating styles of face-to-face supervision. But these schools have yielded little to management in the way of solid and tangible results. Moreover, the birth of the human relations idea coincided with the depression of the 1930s and the massive wave of working-class revolt that culminated in the unionization of the basic industries of the United States. In the illumination cast by these events, the workplace suddenly appeared not as a system of bureaucratic formal organization on the Weberian model, nor as a system of informal group relations as in the interpretation of Mayo and his followers, but rather as a system of power, of class antagonisms. Industrial psychology and sociology have never recovered from this blow. From their confident beginnings as sciences devoted to discovering the springs of human behavior the better to manipulate them in the interests of management, they have broken up into a welter of confused and confusing approaches pursuing psychological, sociological, economic, mathematical, or systems interpretations of the realities of the workplace, with little real impact upon the management of worker or work. If the adaptation of the worker to the capitalist mode of production owes little to the efforts of practical and ideological manipulators, how is it in fact accomplished? Much of the economic and political history of the capitalist world during the last century and a half is bound up with this process of adjustment and the conflicts and revolts which attended it, and this is not the place to attempt a summary. A single illustration, that of the first comprehensive conveyor assembly line, will have to suffice as an indication that the wrenching of the workers out of their prior conditions and their adjustment to the forms of work engineered by capital is a fundamental process in which the principal roles are played not by manipulation or cajolery but by socio-economic conditions and forces. In 1903, when the Ford Motor Company was founded, building automobiles was a task reserved for craftsmen who had received their training in the bicycle and carriage shops of Michigan and Ohio, then the centers of those industries. Final assembly, for example, writes Eli Chinoy, had originally been a highly skilled job. Each car was put together in one spot by a number of all-around mechanics. 12 by 1908, when Ford launched the Model T, procedures had been changed somewhat, but the changes were slight compared with what was soon to come. The organization of assembly labor at that time is described as follows by Keith Sward. At Ford's and in all the other shops in Detroit, the process of putting an automobile together still revolved around a versatile mechanic, who was compelled to move about in order to do his work. Ford's assemblers were still all-around men. Their work was largely stationary, yet they had to move on to their next job on foot as soon as the car in the making at their particular station had been taken the whole distance from bare frame to finished product. To be sure, time had added some refinements. In 1908 it was no longer necessary for the assembler to leave his place of work for trips to the tool crib or the parts bin. Stock runners had been set aside to perform this function. Nor was the Ford mechanic himself in 1908 quite the man he had been in 1903. In the intervening years the job of final assembly had been split up ever so little. In place of the jack of all trades who formerly did it all, there were now several assemblers who worked over a particular car side by side, each one responsible for a somewhat limited set of operations. 13. The demand for the Model T was so great that special engineering talent was engaged to revise the production methods of the company. The key element of the new organization of labor was the endless conveyor chain upon which car assemblies were carried past fixed stations where men performed simple operations as they passed. This system was first put into operation for various sub-assemblies, beginning around the same time that the Model T was launched, and developed through the next half-dozen years until it culminated in January 1914 with the inauguration of the first endless chain conveyor for final assembly at Ford's Highland Park plant. Within 3 months, the assembly time for the Model T had been reduced to 1/10 the time formerly needed, and by 1925 an organization had been created which produced almost as many cars in a single day as had been produced, early in the history of the Model T, in an entire year. The quickening rate of production in this case depended not only upon the change in the organization of labor, but upon the control which management, at a single stroke, attained over the pace of assembly, so that it could now double and triple the rate at which operations had to be performed and thus subject its workers to an extraordinary intensity of labor. Having achieved this, Ford then moved to flatten the pay structure as a further cost-cutting measure. Before the advent of the assembly line, the company had made a general practice of dispensing more or less liberal bonuses in order to stimulate production and individual initiative. But the moment moving belt lines came into being, Ford did away with incentive pay. He reverted to the payment of a flat hourly rate of wages. The company had decided, said Iron Age in July 1913, to abandon its graduated pay scale in favor of more strenuous supervision. Once the new wage policy had been put into effect, the run-of-the-mine Ford employee could expect no more variation in his earnings than in the operations which he was called upon to perform. His maximum pay was frozen, seemingly for good, At $2.34 per day, the rate of pay which was standard for the area. 14. In this way the new conditions of employment that were to become characteristic of the automobile industry, and thereafter of an increasing number of industries, were established first at the Ford Motor Company. Craftsmanship gave way to a repeated detail operation, and wage rates were standardized at uniform levels. The reaction to this change was powerful, as Sword relates. As a consequence, the new technology at Ford's proved to be increasingly unpopular. More and more it went against the grain. And the men who were exposed to it began to rebel. They registered their dissatisfaction by walking out in droves. They could afford to pick and choose. Other jobs were plentiful in the community, they were easier to get to, they paid as well, and they were less mechanized and more to labor's liking. Ford's men had begun to desert him in large numbers as early as 1910. With the coming of the assembly line, their ranks almost literally fell apart. The company soon found it next to impossible to keep its working force intact, let alone expand it. It was apparent that the Ford Motor Co. had reached the point of owning a great factory without having enough workers to keep it humming. Ford admitted later that his startling factory innovations had ushered in the outstanding labor crisis of his career. The turnover of his working force had run, he was to write, to 380% for the year 1913 alone. So great was labor's distaste for the new machine system that toward the close of 1913 every time the company wanted to add 100 men to its factory personnel, it was necessary to hire 963.15. In this initial reaction to the assembly line we see the natural revulsion of the worker against the new kind of work. What makes it possible to see it so clearly is the fact that Ford, as a pioneer in the new mode of production, was competing with prior modes of the organization of labor which still characterized the rest of the automobile industry and other industries in the area. In this microcosm, there is an illustration of the rule that the working class is progressively subjected to the capitalist mode of production, and to the successive forms which it takes, only as the capitalist mode of production conquers and destroys all other forms of the organization of labor, and with them, all alternatives for the working population. As Ford, by the competitive advantage which he gained, forced the assembly line upon the rest of the automobile industry, in the same degree workers were forced to submit to it by the disappearance of other forms of work in that industry. The crisis Ford faced was intensified by the unionization drive begun by the industrial workers of the world among Ford workers in the summer of 1913. Ford's response to the double threat of unionization and the flight of workers from his plants was the announcement, made with great fanfare early in 1914, of the $5 day. Although this dramatic increase in wages was not so strictly adhered to as Ford would have had the public believe when he launched it, it did raise pay at the Ford plant so much above the prevailing rate in the area that it solved both threats for the moment. It gave the company a large pool of labor from which to choose and at the same time opened up new possibilities for the intensification of labor within the plants, where workers were now anxious to keep their jobs. The payment of $5 a day for an 8-hour day, Ford was to write in his autobiography, was one of the finest cost-cutting moves we ever made. 16. In this move can be seen a second element in the adjustment of workers to increasingly unpopular jobs. Conceding higher relative wages for a shrinking proportion of workers in order to guarantee uninterrupted production was to become, particularly after the Second World War, a widespread feature of corporate labor policy, especially after it was adopted by union leaderships. John L. Lewis resolved upon this course of action shortly after the war, in return for encouraging the mechanization of the coal mining industry and the reduction of employment. He insisted upon an increasing scale of compensation for the ever smaller and ever more hard-driven miners remaining in the pits. The bulk of the organized labor movement in production industries followed his lead, either openly or implicitly, in the decades thereafter. And these policies were greatly facilitated by the monopolistic structure of the industries in question. The workers who were sloughed off, or the workers who never entered manufacturing industries because of the proportional shrinkage of those industries, furnished the masses for new branches of industry at lower rates of pay. if the petty manipulations of personnel departments and industrial psychology and sociology have not played a major role in the habituation of worker to work, therefore, this does not mean that the adjustment of the worker is free of manipulative elements. On the contrary, as in all of the functionings of the capitalist system, manipulation is primary and coercion is held in reserve, except that this manipulation is the product of powerful economic forces, major corporate employment and bargaining policies, and the inner workings and evolution of the system of capitalism itself, and not primarily of the clever schemes of labor relations experts. The apparent acclimatization of the worker to the new modes of production grows out of the destruction of all other ways of living, the striking of wage bargains that permit a certain enlargement of the customary bounds of subsistence for the working class, the weaving of the net of modern capitalist life that finally makes all other modes of living impossible. But beneath this apparent habituation, the hostility of workers to the degenerated forms of work which are forced upon them continues as a subterranean stream that makes its way to the surface when employment conditions permit, or when the capitalist drive for a greater intensity of labor oversteps the bounds of physical and mental capacity. It renews itself in new generations, expresses itself in the unbounded cynicism and revulsion which large numbers of workers feel about their work, and comes to the fore repeatedly as a social issue demanding solution. Part 2. Science and Mechanization. Chapter 7. The Scientific Technical Revolution. Considered from a technical point of view, all production depends upon the physical, chemical, and biological properties of materials and the processes which can be based upon them. Management, in its activities as an organizer of labor, does not deal directly with this aspect of production, it merely provides the formal structure for the production process. But the process is not complete without its content, which is a matter of technique. This technique, as has been noted, is at first that of skill, of craft, and later assumes an increasingly scientific character as knowledge of natural laws grows and displaces the scrappy knowledge and fixed tradition of craftsmanship. The transformation of labor from a basis of skill to a basis of science may thus be said to incorporate a content supplied by a scientific and engineering revolution within a form supplied by the rigorous division and subdivision of labor favored by capitalist management. With the rise of modern industry, Marx wrote, the varied, apparently unconnected, and petrified forms of the industrial processes now resolved themselves into so many conscious and systematic applications of natural science to the attainment of given useful effects. But, like many of Marx's most illuminating observations, this was in his own day more an anticipatory and prophetic insight than a description of reality. The age of conscious and systematic applications of natural science had barely announced its arrival when these words were published in 1867. The last 2 decades of the 19th century form a watershed marking so great a change in the role of science in production that the contrast, despite similarities which connect both periods of capitalism, can hardly be exaggerated. Science is the last and after labor the most important social property to be turned into an adjunct of capital. The story of its conversion from the province of amateurs, philosophers, tinkerers, and seekers after knowledge to its present highly organized and lavishly financed state is largely the story of its incorporation into the capitalist firm and subsidiary organizations. At first, science costs the capitalist nothing, since he merely exploits the accumulated knowledge of the physical sciences, but later the capitalist systematically organizes and harnesses science, paying for scientific education, research, laboratories, etc., out of the huge surplus social product which either belongs directly to him or which the capitalist class as a whole controls in the form of tax revenues. A formerly relatively free-floating social endeavor is integrated into production and the market. The contrast between science as a generalized social property incidental to production and science as capitalist property at the very center of production is the contrast between the Industrial Revolution, which occupied the last half of the 18th and the first third of the 19th centuries, and the Scientific Technical Revolution, which began in the last decades of the 19th century and is still going on. The role of science in the Industrial Revolution was unquestionably great. Before the rise of capitalism, that is, Until the 16th and 17th centuries in Europe, the body of fundamental scientific knowledge in the West was essentially that of classical antiquity, that of the ancient Greeks as preserved by Arab scholarship and in medieval monasteries. The era of scientific advance during the 16th and 17th centuries supplied some of the conditions for the Industrial Revolution, but the connection was indirect, general, and diffuse not only because science itself was as yet unstructured by capitalism and not directly dominated by capitalist institutions, but also because of the important historical fact that technique developed in advance of, and as a prerequisite for, science. Thus, in contrast with modern practice, science did not systematically lead the way for industry, but often lagged behind and grew out of the industrial arts. Instead of formulating significantly fresh insights into natural conditions in a way that makes possible new techniques, science in its beginnings under capitalism more often formulated its generalizations side by side with, or as a result of, technological development. If we choose as a prime example the steam engine because of the significant scientific principles it exemplified and because it was the central working mechanism of the Industrial Revolution, we can see this clearly. One historian of science has written of the process by which the steam engine came into being. How much of this development was owing to the science of heat? All the available evidence indicates that it was very little. This point of view was expressed emphatically by a writer on the history of the invention of the steam engine, Robert Stuart Michelham. In the preface to his book Descriptive History of the Steam Engine, of 1824, he wrote, "We know not who gave currency to the phrase of the invention being one of the noblest gifts that science ever made to mankind. The fact is that science, or scientific men, never had anything to do in the matter. Indeed, there is no machine or mechanism in which the little that theorists have done is more useless. It arose, was improved, and perfected by working mechanics and by them only." 3. This view is buttressed by the fact that in the early days of the development of steam power the prevailing scientific theory of heat was the caloric theory, from which, as Lindsay points out, few really significant deductions about the properties of steam could be drawn, for Landis concludes that the development of steam technology probably contributed much more to the physical sciences than the other way around. It is often stated that the Newcomen machine and its forerunners would have been unthinkable without the theoretical ideas of Boyle, Torricelli, and others, and that what derived much of his technical competence and imagination from his work with scientists and scientific instruments at Glasgow. There is no doubt some truth in this, though how much is impossible to say. One thing is clear, however, once the principle of the separate condenser was established, subsequent advances owed little or nothing to theory. On the contrary, an entire branch of physics, thermodynamics, developed in part as a result of empirical observations of engineering methods and performance. 5. To contrast this with the manner in which science has been employed as the cutting edge of industrial change during the past 3/4 of a century is to contrast science in two very different modes of existence. The organized scientific professions as we know them today hardly existed before the second half of the 19th century. At the beginning of the century, the universities were still oriented toward classical learning, scientific societies were in their infancy, and scientific patronage was principally a private affair. Scientists were typically amateurs, or men for whom science was often an avocation, however passionate their interest in it. Not until the late 19th century, is there a firmly established social basis for large numbers of scientists in the universities, industries, and governments of Western society. 6. Even as late as 1880, Thomas Huxley could speak of those ranged around the banners of physical science as somewhat of a guerrilla force, composed largely of irregulars. The old epoch of industry gave way to the new during the last decades of the 19th century, primarily as a result of advances in four fields: electricity, steel, coal, petroleum, and the internal combustion engine. Scientific research along theoretical lines played enough of a role in these areas to demonstrate to the capitalist class, and especially to the giant corporate entities then coming into being as a result of the concentration and centralization of capital, its importance as a means of furthering the accumulation of capital. This was particularly true in the electrical industries, which were entirely the product of 19th century science, and in the chemistry of the synthetic products of coal and oil. The story of the incorporation of science into the capitalist firm properly begins in Germany. The early symbiosis between science and industry which was developed by the capitalist class of that country proved to be one of the most important facts of world history in the 20th century, furnished the capability for 2 world wars, and offered to the other capitalist nations an example which they learned to emulate only when they were forced to do so many decades later. The role of science in German industry was the product of the weakness of German capitalism in its initial stages, together with the advanced state of German theoretical science. It would be well for those who still do not understand the importance of German speculative philosophy to ponder, if not the example of Marx, of which they are so mistrustful, the concrete instance of modern science and its sharply contrasting careers in Germany on the one hand and in the United States and Britain on the other. If much in contemporary Britain is to be explained in terms of Bentham's philosophy, writes P. W. Musgrave in his study of technical change in Britain and Germany, so did Hegel have a great influence in Germany. 7. Hegel's influence on the development of science was, as Musgrave points out, both direct and indirect. In the first instance, there was his role in the reform of Prussian education in the second decade of the 19th century. And next, there was the pervasive influence of German speculative philosophy, of which Hegel was the culminating thinker, in giving to German scientific education a fundamental and theoretical cast. Thus, while Britain and the United States were still in the grip of that common-sense empiricism which stunts and discourages reflective thought and basic scientific research, in Germany it was these very habits of mind that were being developed in the scientific community. 8. It was for this reason more than any other that the primacy in European science passed from France to Germany in the middle of the 19th century, while Britain in the same period remained mired in what J. S. Mill called the dogmatism of common sense backed by rule of thumb. 9. By 1870, the German university system could boast a considerable number of professors and lecturers, especially in the sciences, who, favored by light duties and well-equipped laboratories, could pursue basic research. Industrial research laboratories such as that maintained by Krupp at Essen were to become models for corporate research everywhere. The polytechnic institutes which had arisen during the 1830s and 1840s as an alternative to university education, and were to evolve into the celebrated Technische Hochschulen, attracted students from all over the world. And the apprenticeship system, stronger than elsewhere, was producing higher grades of mechanics in large quantities in those crafts required by the new industries. The manner in which Germany anticipated the modern era is nowhere better illustrated than in the story of the German chemical industry. It was Germany which showed the rest of the world how to make critical raw materials out of a sandbox and a pile of coal. And it was I.G. Farben which led the way for Germany. I.G. changed chemistry from pure research and commercial pill rolling into a mammoth industry affecting every phase of civilization. 10. The leadership in chemistry and its industrial applications first belonged to France, especially after the cutting off of supplies of soda, sugar, and other products during the Napoleonic Wars promoted the French chemical industry and helped to give France chemical predominance for 30 years. 11. Thus Germans and others learned their chemistry in France in the first half of the 19th century. One of these students was Justus von Liebig, who, after studying with Gay-Lussac and other French chemists, returned to Germany to lay the foundations for modern organic, and especially agricultural, chemistry. One of Liebig's students, August Wilhelm von Hofmann, found his first teaching job in England, where in 1845 he became the first director of the Royal College of Chemistry. Hofmann had a particular interest in the chemistry of coal tar, a subject into which he led his best British pupils, among them William Henry Perkin. The earliest efforts of chemists had been merely to get rid of coal tar by boiling it off, but since it boiled in stages and at different temperatures, the result was a variety of tars which could, by chemical processing, be made to yield useful substances. Perkin, in 1856, at the age of 18, derived the first true synthetic dye from aniline, a coal tar derivative. It could color fabrics and hold its color against washing, time, and sunlight. The importance of this discovery was the juncture it established between the older textile industry and the new steel industry, which produced coal tar as a byproduct of the use of coal in reducing iron. Britain was, of course, the greatest textile and steel manufacturing country in the world, but British manufacturers turned a deaf ear to Perkin. They imported dyes from all over, indigo from the Far East, alizarin red from madder root, scarlets from cochineal and tin solutions. Germany, on the other hand, had coal but, having entered the race for colonies late, no access to the world's dyestuffs. Perkin turned to the German capitalists, and in so doing helped lay the foundation for the long German supremacy in the chemical industries. By the turn of the century, the 6 largest German chemical works employed more than 650 chemists and engineers, while the entire British coal tar industry had no more than 30 or 40.12. Thus, at a time when British and American industry used university-trained scientists only sporadically, for help on specific problems, the German capitalist class had already created that total and integrated effort which organized, in the universities, industrial laboratories, professional societies and trade associations, and in government-sponsored research, a continuous scientific technological effort as the new basis for modern industry. This was soon recognized by the more far-sighted economists of that day, notably by Marshall and Veblen. Henry L. Gantt, after Taylor probably the foremost advocate and practitioner of scientific management of his time, wrote in 1910. It is an economic law that large profits can be permanently assured only by efficient operation. The supreme importance of efficiency as an economic factor was first realized by the Germans, and it is this fact that has enabled them to advance their industrial condition, which 20 years ago was a jest, to the first place in Europe, if not in the world. We naturally want to know in detail the methods they have used, and the reply is that they have recognized the value of the scientifically trained engineer as an economic factor. In the United States, superb natural resources have enabled us to make phenomenal progress without much regard to the teachings of science, and in many cases in spite of our neglect of them. The progress of Germany warns us that we have now reached the point where we must recognize that the proper application of science to industry is of vital importance to the future prosperity of this country. Our universities and schools of higher learning are still dominated by those whose training was largely literary or classical, and they utterly fail to realize the difference between a classical and an industrial age. This difference is not sentimental, but real, for that nation which is industrially most efficient will soon become the richest and most powerful. 14. Thus, early in the era of monopoly capitalism, the borrowings from Germany left a trail through American higher education and industry. It was not only the brewing industry which imported scientifically trained specialists, in its case brewmasters, from Germany. Carnegie put a German chemist to work at the start of the 1870s and in part through his efforts dispelled much of the uncertainty that had previously surrounded the manufacture of pig iron, and General Electric enlisted C.P. Steinmetz, the German physicist, chiefly to help design alternating current equipment. 15. The corporate research laboratories of the United States begin more or less with the beginnings of the era of monopoly capitalism. The first research organization established for the specific purpose of systematic invention was set up by Thomas Edison at Menlo Park, New Jersey, in 1876, and the first government laboratories were established by the Department of Agriculture under the Hatch Act of 1887. Arthur D. Little began his independent research laboratory in 1886. These were the forerunners of the corporate research organizations: Eastman Kodak, 1893, B.F. Goodrich, 1895, and most important, General Electric, 1900. General Motors did a great deal of its research through Charles F. Kettering's Dayton Engineering Laboratories Company, Delco, organized in 1909, and acquired by GM in 1919, although at the same time the corporation set up other laboratories, such as the one organized for it by the Arthur D. Little Company in 1911 to do materials testings and analysis. In 1920, all GM research activities were combined to form the General Motors Research Corporation at Moraine, Ohio. Frank B. Jewett began research for Bell Telephone Laboratories in 1904. The Westinghouse Research Laboratories were begun in Pittsburgh in 1917. By 1920 there were perhaps 300 such corporate laboratories, and by 1940, over 2,200. By then, corporations with a tangible net worth of over $100 million averaged research staffs of 170, and those with a net worth exceeding $1 billion averaged research staffs of 1,250. The Bell Telephone Laboratories, employing over 5,000, was by far the largest research organization in the world. 16. Along with these research laboratories came the increase of scientific and engineering education in new or expanded university departments in the physical sciences, through learned journals and societies, and at trade association research facilities, as well as a growing government role in research. For a long time, however, imitation of the German example was imitation of manner rather than matter. The tradition of a thin and facile empiricism did not offer favorable soil for the development of basic science, and the corporate magnates, still impatient of free and indirect research and anxious for nuts and bolts engineering innovations, hardly bothered to conceal beneath their new commitment to science a contempt for its most fundamental forms. The most important of the corporate research laboratories, that organized by General Electric at Schenectady 8 years after the merger of Edison General Electric and Thomson Houston, was typical in this regard. It was soon recognized by the directors of this new company that the amount of technological development which could be drawn out of the scientific knowledge already accumulated, though large, was finite, and that there would be a greater chance of ingenious developments if there were more science to work with. 17. But the directors of the new company, and those of many others as well, were slow to understand the importance of the work of such pioneer scientists in the United States as Willard Gibbs, who helped establish a basis for physical chemistry by his use of thermodynamics in the study of chemical reactions. The general characteristic of the work required of scientists in these corporate laboratories remained Edisonian, with the modification that in place of Edison's laborious trial and error, scientific calculation was to lead to quicker solutions. Thus General Electric put Irving Langmuir to work studying the effect of various gases in lamp bulbs on the radiation of thermal energy from the filament, and on the rate of evaporation of the filament material. 18. In other corporate laboratories, particularly those of the automotive industry, interest in science was confined to troubleshooting, gear noise, vibration, etc., and product engineering, transmission fluids, paints, fuels, compression problems, etc. The guiding principle seems to have been almost entirely fast payoff. It was this motivation which led to the disaster of the early 1920s, when the entire operating force of several divisions of General Motors awaited, from day to day, the outcome of Kettering's attempts to get his so-called copper-cooled, air-cooled, engine ready for production. It was not until the rise of Nazism in Germany and World War II, as a result of which a great deal of scientific talent was either driven from Germany by Hitler's racial and political policies or was appropriated by the victorious Allies, that the United States acquired a scientific base equal to its industrial power, which had prior to this development depended largely upon the engineering exploitation of foreign science. Thus it has been only since World War II that scientific research in the United States, heavily financed by corporations and government, and buttressed by further drafts of scientific talent from all over the world, has systematically furnished the scientific knowledge utilized in industry. By the last quarter of the 19th century, what Landis called the exhaustion of the technological possibilities of the Industrial Revolution had set in. 20. The new scientific technical revolution, which replenished the stock of technological possibilities, had a conscious and purposive character largely absent from the old. In place of spontaneous innovation indirectly evoked by the social processes of production came the planned progress of technology and product design. This was accomplished by means of the transformation of science itself into a commodity bought and sold like the other implements and labors of production. From an external economy, scientific knowledge has become a balance sheet item. 21. Like all commodities, its supply is called forth by demand, with the result that the development of materials, power sources, and processes has become less fortuitous and more responsive to the immediate needs of capital. The scientific technical revolution, for this reason, cannot be understood in terms of specific innovations as in the case of the Industrial Revolution, which may be adequately characterized by a handful of key inventions but must be understood rather in its totality as a mode of production into which science and exhaustive engineering investigations have been integrated as part of ordinary functioning. The key innovation is not to be found in chemistry, electronics, automatic machinery, aeronautics, atomic physics, or any of the products of these science technologies, but rather in the transformation of science itself into capital. Chapter 8. The Scientific Technical Revolution and the Worker. In manufacture, wrote Marx, referring to the hand workshops that preceded the Industrial Revolution, the revolution in the mode of production begins with the labor power. In modern industry it begins with the instruments of labor. In other words, in the first stage of capitalism the traditional work of the craftsman is subdivided into its constituent tasks and performed in series by a chain of detail workers, so that the process is little changed. What has changed is the organization of labor. But in the next stage, machinofacture, the instrument of labor is removed from the worker's hand and placed in the grip of a mechanism, and the forces of nature are enlisted to supply power which, transmitted to the tool, acts upon the materials to yield the desired result. Thus the change in the mode of production in this case comes from a change in the instruments of labor. To the next question, how is the labor process transformed by the scientific technical revolution, no such unitary answer may be given. This is because the scientific and managerial attack upon the labor process over the past century embraces all its aspects: labor power, the instruments of labor, the materials of labor, and the products of labor. We have seen how labor is reorganized and subdivided according to rigorous principles which were only anticipated a century ago. The materials used in production are now so freely synthesized, adapted, and substituted according to need that an increasing number of industries practice substantially altered manufacturing processes as a result of this fact alone. The instruments used in production, including those used in transport and communications, have been revolutionized not only in respect to the power, speed, and accuracy with which they accomplish their tasks, but often act to gain the desired result by way of entirely different physical principles from those traditionally employed. And the products of production have themselves been freely transformed and invented in accordance with marketing and manufacturing needs. Taking nothing for granted and nothing as permanent, modern production constantly overhauls all aspects of its performance, and in some industries has completely reconstituted itself more than once in the space of 100 years. Thus modern electronic circuitry, to cite only a single example, would be completely incomprehensible in its mode of operation, in the manner of its production, and even in the very materials used, to those who, only a couple of generations ago, designed and made the first examples of this genre. Insofar as these changes have been governed by manufacturing rather than marketing considerations, and the two are by no means independent, they have been brought about by the drive for greater productivity, that is, the effort to find ways to incorporate ever smaller quantities of labor time into ever greater quantities of product. This leads to faster and more efficient methods and machinery. But in the capitalist mode of production, new methods and new machinery are incorporated within a management effort to dissolve the labor process as a process conducted by the worker and reconstitute it as a process conducted by management. In the first form of the division of labor, the capitalist disassembles the craft and returns it to the workers piecemeal, so that the process as a whole is no longer the province of any individual worker. Then, as we have seen, the capitalist conducts an analysis of each of the tasks distributed among the workers, with an eye toward getting a grip on the individual operations. It is in the age of the scientific technical revolution that management sets itself the problem of grasping the process as a whole and controlling every element of it, without exception. Improving the system of management, wrote H. L. Gant, means the elimination of elements of chance or accident, and the accomplishment of all the ends desired in accordance with knowledge derived from a scientific investigation of everything down to the smallest detail of labor, 2. And it is the scientific technical revolution which furnishes the means for the partial realization of this theoretical ideal. Thus, after a million years of labor, during which humans created not only a complex social culture but in a very real sense created themselves as well, the very cultural biological trait upon which this entire evolution is founded has been brought, within the last 200 years, to a crisis which Marcuse aptly calls the threat of a catastrophe of the human essence. 3. The unity of thought and action, conception and execution, hand and mind, which capitalism threatened from its beginnings, is now attacked by a systematic dissolution employing all the resources of science and the various engineering disciplines based upon it. The subjective factor of the labor process is removed to a place among its inanimate objective factors. To the materials and instruments of production are added a labor force, another factor of production, and the process is henceforth carried on by management as the sole subjective element. This is the ideal toward which management tends, and in pursuit of which it uses and shapes every productive innovation furnished by science. This displacement of labor as the subjective element of the process, and its subordination as an objective element in a productive process now conducted by management, is an ideal realized by capital only within definite limits, and unevenly among industries. The principle is itself restrained in its application by the nature of the various specific and determinate processes of production. Moreover, its very application brings into being new crafts and skills and technical specialties which are at first the province of labor rather than management. Thus in industry all forms of labor coexist: the craft, the hand or machine detail worker, the automatic machine or flow process. But far more important than this relative restraint on the operation of the principle is the resulting continual shifting of employment. The very success of management in increasing productivity in some industries leads to the displacement of labor into other fields, where it accumulates in large quantities because the processes employed have not yet been subjected and in some cases cannot be subjected to the same degree to the mechanizing tendency of modern industry. The result therefore is not the elimination of labor, but its displacement to other occupations and industries, a matter which will be discussed more fully in later chapters. The reduction of the worker to the level of an instrument in the production process is by no means exclusively associated with machinery. We must also note the attempt, either in the absence of machinery or in conjunction with individually operated machines, to treat the workers themselves as machines. This aspect of scientific management was developed by Taylor's immediate successors. Taylor popularized time study as part of his effort to gain control over the job. Time study may be defined as the measurement of elapsed time for each component operation of a work process. Its prime instrument is the stopwatch, calibrated in fractions of an hour, minute, or second. But this kind of time study was found too gross to satisfy the increasingly demanding standards pursued by managers and their engineers. From their point of view, Taylor's approach had two major defects. First, the various activities of labor could by this means be analyzed only in their actual daily practice, and in relatively gross increments. And second, the method remained tied to particular forms of concrete labor. In other words, the universality of the approach Taylor had taken was not matched by an equally universal methodology. A new line of development was opened by Frank B. Gilbreth, one of Taylor's most prominent followers. He added to time study the concept of motion study, that is, the investigation and classification of the basic motions of the body, regardless of the particular and concrete form of the labor in which these motions are used. In motion and time study, the elementary movements were visualized as the building blocks of every work activity. They were called, in a variant of Gilbreth's name spelled backward, THIRD-WORLDISM. To the stopwatch were added the chronocyclograph, a photograph of the workplace with motion paths superimposed, stroboscopic pictures, made by keeping the camera lens open to show changing positions assumed by the worker, and the motion picture. These were to be supplemented by more advanced means. In its first form, motion study catalogs the various movements of the body as standard data, with the aim of determining time requirements and making the procedure primarily a statistical problem rather than a problem of observation and measurement of particular workers. 5. THIRD-WORLDISM charts used by industrial engineers, work designers, and office managers give to each motion a name, a symbol, a color code, and a time in 10,000ths of a minute. The basic motion symbols are given in a recent textbook by the chairman of the Industrial Engineering Division at the University of Wisconsin as follows: 6. Each of these motions is described in machine terms. For example, bending, we are told, is trunk movement with hips as hinge. These defined motions are in fact classifications of motion types, for each is in turn broken down into finer motion types. Thus G, grasp, has 4 basic subclassifications. GL contact grasp, pick up wafer by touching with fingertip. G2 pinch grasp, thumb opposes finger. G3 wrap grasp, hand wraps around. G4 regrasp, shift object to gain new control. Transport empty is further defined according to the distance the hand must extend, and transport loaded is broken down not only according to distance but also to the weight of the load. To pick up a pencil, therefore, would involve the proper categories of transport empty, pinch grasp, and transport loaded, each with a standard time value, and the sum of the time categories for these 3 THIRD-WORLDISMs, given in 10,000ths of a minute, constitutes the time for the complete motion. The combination of motions required to perform each operation is worked out on a THIRD-WORLDISM chart. The THIRD-WORLDISM chart, THIRD-CH, is the detailed symbolic and systematic presentation of the method of work performed by the body members. 7. As a rule, the THIRD-WORLDISM chart is a 2-column affair, representing separately the activities of each hand, whether in motion or at rest, during any part of the time sequence. The THIRD-WORLDISM was only the first of a series of standard data systems, which are now constructed by many large corporations for their internal use, see Chapter 15, Clerical Workers, or provided by research organizations. Of these various systems of predetermined work time, the most popular is Methods Time Measurement, put out by the MTM Association for Standards and Research in Ann Arbor, Michigan. This association publishes application data in booklet form. In this system, the time standard used is the TMU, which is defined as 100,000th of an hour, equal to 6/10,000ths of a minute or 36,000ths of a second. It offers refinements of the THIRD-WORLDISM to apply to many conditions. Reach, for instance, is tabulated separately for objects in fixed or varying locations, for objects jumbled with others, for very small objects, and so forth, and for distances varying from 3/4 of an inch up to 30 inches. For example, to reach a single object the location of which may vary slightly from cycle to cycle, 20 inches away, consumes according to the MTM chart 18.6 TMU, or 0.6696 second, not, we ask the reader to note, 2/3 of a second, which would be 0.6666 second, a difference which, in an operation repeated 1,000 times a day, would add up to 3 seconds. Move is defined for objects from 2.5 to 47.5 pounds, to either hand or against stop, to approximate or indefinite location, to exact location. Turn and apply pressure is given for pressures up to 35 pounds, and for vectors of 30 degrees to 180 degrees, in increments of 15 degrees. Position, loosely, closely, or exactly, for easy to handle and difficult to handle objects. Its opposite, disengage, is also given for the same conditions. Release is given not only for normal release, by opening fingers, but for contact release, releasing typewriter key. Body, leg, and foot motions are set forth for the various movements of bend, sit, stop, walk, etc., for varying distances. And finally, a formula is given for eye travel time. With a maximum of 20 TMU. Eye focus is defined as occupying 7.3 TMU. More recent research has attempted to overcome the defects inherent in standard data, which, in breaking down motions into elementary components, neglect the factors of velocity and acceleration in human motions which take place as a flow rather than as a series of disjunctive movements. Efforts have been made to find a means of gaining a continuous, uninterrupted view of human motion, and to measure it on that basis. In the course of this research, the use of radar, accelerometers, photoelectric waves, air pressure, magnetic fields, capacitive effects, motion pictures, radioactivity, etc., have been investigated, and in the end, sound waves, using the Doppler shift, have been chosen as the most suitable. An inaudible sound source, 20,000 cycles per second, given off by a transducer is attached to the body member under consideration. 3 microphones, each 10 feet from an assumed 1 cubic yard of work area, are placed in such a way that each represents one of the 3 spatial dimensions, and they pick up the increased or decreased number of cycles per second as the sound source moves toward or away from each of them. These changes in cycles are converted into changes in voltage, the output of which is therefore proportional to the velocity of motion. The 3 velocities are recorded on magnetic tape, or plotted on oscillographic paper, and can then be combined into a total velocity by vector summation. Total acceleration and total distance can be derived, and can then be handled mathematically, and by computer, for analysis and prediction. This device goes by the name Universal Operator Performance Analyzer and Recorder, UNOPER, and is said to be, if nothing else, an excellent timing device accurate to 0.000066 minutes, though not to be compared in this respect to electronic timing devices, which are accurate to a millionth of a second. But these last, we are told ruefully, are useful only for experimental purposes, and not in the workplace. 9 physiological models are also used for the measurement of energy expenditure, for which oxygen consumption and heart rate are the most usual indicators. These are charted by means of oxygen supply measuring devices and electrocardiograms. Forces applied by the body, as well as to it, are measured on a force platform, using piezoelectric crystals in the mountings. In another variant, we read, in an article entitled The Quantification of Human Effort and Motion for the Upper Limbs, about a framework called the exoskeletal kinematometer, which is described as a device which mounts externally upon the human subject for the purpose of measuring the kinematic characteristics of his limbs during the performance of a task. 10. The measurement of eye movements is done through photographic techniques and also by electrooculography, which uses electrodes placed near the eye. The data derived from all these systems, from the crudest to the most refined, are used as the basis for engineering the human factor in work design. Since the accumulation of data does away with the need to time each operation, management is spared the friction that arises in such a procedure, and the worker is spared the knowledge that the motions, time, and labor cost for his or her job have been precalculated, with humane allowances for rest, toilet, and coffee time, before anyone was hired and perhaps even before the building was erected. By eliminating the need for repeated experiments, they make available to any user, at low cost, figures which may be combined and recombined in any desired fashion, merely by the use of pencil and paper, to bring into being predetermined time standards for any engineering or office purpose. The time values of given motion patterns are respected in management circles as objective and scientific, and bear the authority such values are presumed to carry. In recent years, motion time study orthoblick systems have had their logic and arithmetic assigned to computers, so that the time allowance for various job elements is worked out by the computer on the basis of standard data, perhaps supplemented by time study observations. The animating principle of all such work investigations is the view of human beings in machine terms. Since management is not interested in the person of the worker, but in the worker as he or she is used in office, factory, warehouse, store, or transport processes, this view is from the management point of view not only eminently rational but the basis of all calculation. The human being is here regarded as a mechanism articulated by hinges, ball and socket joints, etc. Thus an article in the British Journal of Psychiatry aptly entitled Theory of the Human Operator in Control Systems says, as an element in a control system, a man may be regarded as a chain consisting of the following items: 1. Sensory devices. 2. A computing system which responds, on the basis of previous experience. 3. an amplifying system, the motor nerve endings and muscles. 4. Mechanical linkages, whereby the muscular work produces externally observable effects. 14. In this we see not merely the terms of a machine analogy used for experimental purposes, nor merely a teaching metaphor or didactic device, but in the context of the capitalist mode of production, the operating theory by which people of one class set into motion people of another class. It is the reductive formula that expresses both how capital employs labor and what it makes of humanity. This attempt to conceive of the worker as a general-purpose machine operated by management is one of many paths taken toward the same goal, the displacement of labor as the subjective element of the labor process and its transformation into an object. Here the entire work operation, down to its smallest motion, is conceptualized by the management and engineering staffs, laid out, measured, fitted with training and performance standards all entirely in advance. The human instruments are adapted to the machinery of production according to specifications that resemble nothing so much as machine capacity specifications. Just as the engineer knows the rated revolutions per minute, electrical current demand, lubrication requirements, etc. of a motor according to a manufacturer's specification sheet, he tries to know the motions of a given variety of the human operator from standard data. In the system as a whole, little is left to chance. Just as in a machine the motion of the components is rigidly governed, results are precalculated before the system has been set in motion. In this, the manager counts not only upon the physiological characteristics of the human body as codified in his data, but also upon the tendency of the cooperative working mass, of which each worker is, along with the machines, one of the limbs, to enforce upon the individual the average pace upon which his calculations are based. It is, finally, worthy of note that in management's eyes as well as in the practice it dictates, the more labor is governed by classified motions which extend across the boundaries of trades and occupations, the more it dissolves its concrete forms into the general types of work motions. This mechanical exercise of human faculties according to motion types which are studied independently of the particular kind of work being done, brings to life the Marxist conception of abstract labor. We see that this abstraction from the concrete forms of labor, the simple expenditure of human labor in general, in Marx's phrase which Marx employed as a means of clarifying the value of commodities, according to the share of such general human labor they embodied, is not something that exists only in the pages of the first chapter of Capital, but exists as well in the mind of the capitalist, the manager, the industrial engineer. It is precisely their effort and métier to visualize labor not as a total human endeavor, but to abstract from all its concrete qualities in order to comprehend it as universal and endlessly repeated motions, the sum of which, when merged with the other things that capital buys, machines, materials, etc., results in the production of a larger sum of capital than that which was invested at the outset of the process. Labor in the form of standardized motion patterns is labor used as an interchangeable part, and in this form comes ever closer to corresponding, in life, to the abstraction employed by Marx in analysis of the capitalist mode of production. Chapter 9. Machinery. Machines may be defined, classified, and studied in their evolution according to any criteria one wishes to select: their motive power, their complexity, their use of physical principles, etc. But one is forced at the outset to choose between two essentially different modes of thought. The first is the engineering approach, which views technology primarily in its internal connections and tends to define the machine in relation to itself, as a technical fact. The other is the social approach, which views technology in its connections with humanity and defines the machine in relation to human labor, and as a social artifact. As an illustration of the first approach, we may take the work of Abbot Payson Usher. In A History of Mechanical Inventions, Usher began with the 19th century classifiers Robert Willis and Franz Ruliaz, whose definitions he quotes. First, from Willis. Every machine will be found to consist of a train of pieces connected together in various ways, so that if one be made to move, they all receive a motion, the relation of which to that of the first is governed by the nature of the connection. And Ruliaz. A machine is a combination of resistant bodies so arranged that by their means the mechanical forces of nature can be compelled to do work accompanied by certain determinate motions. Following this approach, Usher himself describes the evolution of machinery in the following way. The parts of the machine are more and more elaborately connected so that the possibility of any but the desired motion is progressively eliminated. As the process of constraint becomes more complete, the machine becomes more perfect mechanically. Such a transformation results in the complete and continuous control of motion. The completeness of the constraint of motion becomes in Ruliaz's analysis the criterion of mechanical perfection. Loosely adjusted and ill-controlled machines are supplanted by closely adjusted machines that can be controlled minutely. 1. From a technical standpoint, the value of such a definition is apparent. The precision of the mechanism, and the degree of its automatic or self-acting character, are determined by the success of the designer in eliminating any but the desired motion and achieving the complete and continuous control of motion. But what is missing from this definition, or present only by implication, is a view of machinery in relation to the labor process and to the worker. We may contrast the approach taken by Marx, who singles out from among a great many possible criteria this very aspect of machinery. The machine proper is therefore a mechanism that, after being set in motion, performs with its tools the same operations that were formerly done by the workman with similar tools. Whether the motive power is derived from man, or from some other machine, makes no difference in this respect. From the moment that the tool proper is taken from man, and fitted into a mechanism, a machine takes the place of a mere implement. The difference strikes one at once, even in those cases where man himself continues to be the prime mover. 2. This initial step, removing the tool from the hands of the worker and fitting it into a mechanism, is for Marx the starting point of that evolution which begins with simple machinery and continues to the automatic system of machinery. Like all starting points in Marx, it is not fortuitous. Marx selects from among a host of technical characteristics the specific feature which forms the juncture between humanity and the machine, its effect upon the labor process. The technical is never considered purely in its internal relations, but in relation to the worker. The analysis of the machine by means of purely technical characteristics, such as its power source, the scientific principles it employs, etc., may yield much information of value to engineers, but this study of the machine in itself has little direct value for a comprehension of its social role. The moment we begin to assess its evolution from the point of view of the labor process, however, its technical characteristics group themselves around this axis and lines of development begin to emerge. Such a critical history of technology, which Marx noted had not been written in his day, is no more in evidence in ours. But if it existed, it would furnish the basis for a taxonomy of machines as they are used in production, as well as a classification according to the technical features that are utilized by capital as the basis for the organization and control of labor. Some sociologists have attempted to sketch broad production systems or varieties of technology. Joan Woodward has divided production into the making of integral products, in single units, small batches, large batches, and by mass production, dimensional products, in batches and by continuous flow processes, as in chemical plants, and combined systems, in which standardized components are made in large batches and subsequently assembled in a continuous flow process, or, conversely, a flow process is used to prepare a product which is subsequently broken down into smaller units for packaging and sale. Point 4. Robert Blauner divides production technologies into 4 varieties: craft, machine tending, assembly line, and continuous process. Point 5. As distinguished from these scattergun approaches, James R. Bright of the Graduate School of Business Administration at Harvard has taken a much closer look at the characteristics of machines in association with labor. Point 6. He has outlined a mechanization profile of 17 levels, to be described more fully later in this chapter, which he applies to a large number of production processes and to the way they utilize varying levels of mechanization as they take their course from start to finish. The degrees of mechanical accomplishment in machinery are judged on the basis of the question, in what way does a machine supplement man's muscles, mental processes, judgment, and degree of control. 7 Bright comments, in 1966 to my knowledge, this is still the only theory interlinking machine evolution and worker contribution. 8 It is worthy of note that just as Bright has apparently been alone in the academic world in this kind of detailed study of what machines actually do as they become more automatic, and what the worker is called upon to know and to do, so also are his conclusions strikingly different from those who let themselves be guided only by vague impressions. From this point of view, the key element in the evolution of machinery is not its size, complexity, or speed of operation, but the manner in which its operations are controlled. Between the first typewriter and the electrically driven ball-type machine of the present there lies a whole epoch of mechanical development, but nothing that has been changed affects the manner in which the typewriter is guided through its activities, and hence there is little essential difference in the relation between typist and machine. The labor process remains more or less as it was, despite all refinements. The application of power to various hand tools such as drills, saws, grindstones, wrenches, chisels, rivet hammers, staplers, sanders, buffers, etc. has not changed the relation between worker and machine, for all that they belong to a recent branch of machinery because they had to wait upon the development of specialized electrical or pneumatic power systems before they became possible. In all these forms, the guidance of the tool remains entirely in the hands of the worker, whatever other properties or capacities may have been added. It is only when the tool or the work are given a fixed motion path by the structure of the machine itself that machinery in the modern sense begins to develop. The drill press, the lathe fitted with a slide rest, and the sewing or knitting machine all move cutting tools or needles along grooves cut into the machine frame or parts. The grindstone turns in a path determined by its axle and bearings, the moving blade of the shears descends, and the head of the trip hammer or pile driver falls in accord with the structure of each device. But this is only the first step in the development of machinery. The laying down of these fixed motion paths opens the way for further control of the motion of the tool or the work, by internal gearing, cams, etc. At first, as Bright points out, this takes the form of a fixed or single cycle. The cutting tool of a lathe, for instance, or the bit of a drill press, may be connected to the power source in such a way that when the connection is locked the tool will be brought against the work at a fixed rate of approach and to a predetermined depth, after which it will retract to its original position. This single cycle may also be a repeated one, as in the case of the planer, which draws the full length of the work against the cutting tool, removes a shaving from the surface, and returns to repeat the process. The cutting tool is meanwhile shifted so that the next shaving may be removed, and this continues without outside intervention until the entire surface has been planed. Once this type of cycle has been mastered, it is only a further mechanical step to the construction of multiple function machines in which the mechanism indexes its way, according to a preset pattern, through a sequence of operations. This is the principle of the automatic turret lathe, which carries its series of tools in a turret that revolves to the next tool as the previous one completes its cycle. In such machines the sequence of operations is either built once and for all into the mechanism and cannot be altered. This is the case with the home washing machine, for instance, which follows a sequence of operations that may be changed as to duration, or some of which may be skipped, but which can, basically, do only that which it was designed and built to do, or the machine may be adapted to a limited variety of functions by changing its internal, cam or gearing, arrangements. It is characteristic of all machinery, up to this stage in its evolution, that the pattern of its action is fixed within the mechanism and has no links to either external controls or its own working results. Its movements are not so much automatic as predetermined. Between the stage represented by machines constructed according to this concept and the next stage of machine development, there is a significant difference: control over the machine in accordance with information coming from outside the direct working mechanism. This may take the form of measurements of the machine output itself. It is a simple step from installing on a printing press a counter to record the number of sheets that have passed through the press, to arranging this counter so that it shuts off the press, or rings a bell, when the selected number has been reached. The classic example of the flyball governor, which uses the motion of the weights, as they are flung outward by increasing speed or fall inward as speed reduces, to control the throttle of the engine, is a perfect instance of a machine which regulates its own pace by measuring its own output. In checking the results of its own work, the machine may simply stop, signal, or reject, as in the case of the key punch verifier, which signals and marks any difference between the holes already punched in the card and the keys struck by the operator. Or, in its furthest refinements, the machine may measure the results of its work while that work is in progress, compare these results with an image of the desired product, and make continual adjustments throughout the course of the operation so that the result conforms to the plan. This capacity to draw upon information from external sources, or from the progress of its own operation, brings about a certain reversal in the trend of machine development. Prior to this, the evolution of machinery had been from the universal to the special purpose machine. The broad range of earlier machinery had been general purpose equipment, adapted not to a particular product or to a specialized operation, but to a range of operations. Lathes existed for metal turning, not for the manufacture of a particular size and class of screw or shaft. Presses were adaptable to a variety of forming operations, not to a particular part. As machinery underwent its first phase of progress toward increase in control, this took the form of fixed arrangements adapting the machine to a particular product or operation. In an advanced state, such as the machining of an automobile engine block, a single machine drills scores of holes from various angles, mills surfaces to final finish, counterbores, taps threads, etc., performing these operations simultaneously or in rapid sequence. Such machines can be used for no other purpose, and they come into existence when the continuous volume of production can repay the cost of elaborate equipment. Thus one finds on many production lines carefully engineered devices, powered assembly jigs, single-purpose stamping presses, rigidly positioned cutting tools adapted to a single motion, welding or riveting heads, etc., which would have no useful function away from that particular production line. But the ability to guide the machine from an external source of control in many cases restores the universality of the machine. It can now regain its adaptability to many purposes without loss of control, since that control is no longer dependent upon its specialized internal construction. A lathe can be controlled even more efficiently by a punched paper or magnetic tape, and be immediately adaptable to work of every kind suitable to its size and power. As important in its way as the refinements of control in separate machines has been the process of adapting machines to one another. This process begins as a problem of plant layout of individual machines, in an arrangement that follows the sequence of operations so that each machine can deliver the work in process to the subsequent operation. The next step is the provision of chutes, conveyors, etc. for moving the work from machine to machine. In their most developed form, these are the transfer machines used in the production lines for engines in the automobile industry. When such a system includes arrangements for the actuation of the machine by the workpiece, so that the need for direct labor diminishes still further, the production line has become automatic. But when a production line has reached this continuous and automatic state, it is close to the point where it becomes a single machine instead of a system of connected machinery. Thus the machine which prints, folds, gathers, covers, and binds the sheets of a paperback book would hardly be recognizable to an outsider as a combination of the several machines it has brought together in such a process of evolution. For this to take place, all that need be done is for the production system of linked machines to be conceived and redesigned as a single, massive, integrated whole. In this fashion, the control over machine processes grows until they can be rendered more nearly automatic within the compass of a system of interlocked machines or a single machine which embraces an entire production process and conducts it with greatly reduced human intervention. The evolution of machinery from its primitive forms, in which simple rigid frames replace the hand as guides for the motion of the tool, to those modern complexes in which the entire process is guided from start to finish by not only mechanical but also electrical, chemical, and other physical forces. This evolution may thus be described as an increase in human control over the action of tools. These tools are controlled, in their activities, as extensions of the human organs of work, including the sensory organs, and this feat is accomplished by an increasing human understanding of the properties of matter, in other words, by the growth of the scientific command of physical principles. The study and understanding of nature has, as its primary manifestation in human civilization, the increasing control by humans over labor processes by means of machines and machine systems. But the control of humans over the labor process, thus far understood, is nothing more than an abstraction. This abstraction must acquire concrete form in the social setting in which machinery is being developed. And this social setting is, and has been from the beginnings of the development of machinery in its modern forms, one in which humanity is sharply divided, and nowhere more sharply divided than in the labor process itself. The mass of humanity is subjected to the labor process for the purposes of those who control it rather than for any general purposes of humanity as such. In thus acquiring concrete form, the control of humans over the labor process turns into its opposite and becomes the control of the labor process over the mass of humans. Machinery comes into the world not as the servant of humanity, but as the instrument of those to whom the accumulation of capital gives the ownership of the machines. The capacity of humans to control the labor process through machinery is seized upon by management from the beginning of capitalism as the prime means whereby production may be controlled not by the direct producer but by the owners and representatives of capital. Thus, in addition to its technical function of increasing the productivity of labor, which would be a mark of machinery under any social system, machinery also has in the capitalist system the function of divesting the mass of workers of their control over their own labor. It is ironic that this feat is accomplished by taking advantage of that great human advance represented by the technical and scientific developments that increase human control over the labor process. It is even more ironic that this appears perfectly natural to the minds of those who, subjected to 2 centuries of this fetishism of capital, actually see the machine as an alien force which subjugates humanity. The evolution of machinery represents an expansion of human capacities, an increase of human control over environment through the ability to elicit from instruments of production an increasing range and exactitude of response. But it is in the nature of machinery, and a corollary of technical development, that the control over the machine need no longer be vested in its immediate operator. This possibility is seized upon by the capitalist mode of production and utilized to the fullest extent. What was mere technical possibility has become, since the Industrial Revolution, an inevitability that devastates with the force of a natural calamity, although there is nothing more natural about it than any other form of the organization of labor. Before the human capacity to control machinery can be transformed into its opposite, a series of special conditions must be met which have nothing to do with the physical character of the machine. The machine must be the property not of the producer, nor of the associated producers, but of an alien power. The interests of the two must be antagonistic. The manner in which labor is deployed around the machinery, from the labor required to design, build, repair, and control it to the labor required to feed and operate it, must be dictated not by the human needs of the producers but by the special needs of those who own both the machine and the labor power, and whose interest it is to bring these two together in a special way. Along with these conditions, a social evolution must take place which parallels the physical evolution of machinery, a step-by-step creation of a labor force in place of self-directed human labor, that is to say, a working population conforming to the needs of this social organization of labor, in which knowledge of the machine becomes a specialized and segregated trait, while among the mass of the working population there grows only ignorance, incapacity, and thus a fitness for machine servitude. In this way the remarkable development of machinery becomes, for most of the working population, the source not of freedom but of enslavement, not of mastery but of helplessness, and not of the broadening of the horizon of labor but of the confinement of the worker within a blind round of servile duties in which the machine appears as the embodiment of science and the worker as little or nothing. But this is no more a technical necessity of machinery than appetite is, in the ironic words of Ambrose Bierce, an instinct thoughtfully implanted by Providence as a solution to the labor question. Machinery offers to management the opportunity to do by wholly mechanical means that which it had previously attempted to do by organizational and disciplinary means. The fact that many machines may be paced and controlled according to centralized decisions, and that these controls may thus be in the hands of management, removed from the site of production to the office, these technical possibilities are of just as great interest to management as the fact that the machine multiplies the productivity of labor. It is not always necessary, for this purpose, that the machine be a well-developed or sophisticated example of its kind. The moving conveyor, when used for an assembly line, though it is an exceedingly primitive piece of machinery, answers perfectly to the needs of capital in the organization of work which may not be otherwise mechanized. Its pace is in the hands of management, and is determined by a mechanical device the construction of which could hardly be simpler, but one which enables management to seize upon the single essential control element of the process. To explore this subject in somewhat greater detail by means of a very recent instance, let us take as an example the work of the machine shop. This remains the fundamental branch of all industry, not only because of the great role which machine tools play in a great many areas of production, but also because it is in machine shops that the machinery of industry is itself fabricated. It is also particularly important because of the recent innovations in machine control which are revolutionizing production methods in machine shops, and which have initiated control systems that are spreading into many quite different industries. It has a further interest for this discussion because in this industry one may see how machinery is utilized to tackle the very machine shop problems with which Taylor wrestled for so many years. The problem of controlling machine tools presents itself to management largely as a problem of unit or small batch production. Highly automatic machine systems adapted to mass production or continuous flow processes are of little help in this respect, since they represent huge fixed investments which can return their cost only when applied to a large volume. And it has been estimated that 3/4 of all production in the metalworking industries of the United States takes place in batches of 50 units or less. 10 quantities as small as these must be manufactured on universal or general purpose machine tools, and the tooling, fixtures, and setup costs that may be distributed among these short runs are necessarily limited. Thus this vast area of metal cutting has until recently remained the province of the skilled machinist. Insofar as management has found an answer to the problems of cheapening labor and controlling production, it has taken the form, on the one hand, of breaking down the machinist's craft among machine operators specializing in the lathe, milling machine, and other individual machines, and making machine setup itself a specialty, and, on the other hand, of predetermining operations according to management standards in the Taylor tradition. The mechanical solution to the problem has taken the form of numerical control, which has been called probably the most significant new development in manufacturing technology since Henry Ford introduced the concept of the moving assembly line 11 in application to machine tools alone. This concept is working a revolution in industry, but its applications are spreading beyond machine tools and potentially embrace a great variety of machine and hand operations. It is therefore worth considering in detail, as a prime instance of the managerial use of machinery in the capitalist mode of production, and how this affects the worker and the labor process. The concept of this form of control over machinery has been traced back to two French inventions, that of Falcon in 1725, a knitting machine controlled by a perforated card, and that of Jacquard in 1804, a knitting and weaving machine controlled in the same way. The principle is like that of the player piano, which is actuated by holes in a paper roll. It was picked up again by an American inventor who in 1916 patented a continuous path machine for cutting cloth in the garment industry. An application of this method to the control of machine tools was patented in 1930, but the development and application of the concept did not really begin, despite this long history, until after the Second World War. Financing for the research was made available by the United States Air Force and was carried on by the John Parsons Corporation and later by the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, which demonstrated in 1952 a prototype in the form of a vertical milling machine operated under numerical control. 12. The possibility of widespread industrial application of this as well as many other control systems materialized with the electronics revolution of the 1950s and 1960s, which furnished cheap and reliable circuitry for the control instruments. This began with the transistor, which at first simply replaced the vacuum tube on a one-for-one basis. By the early 1960s, however, integrated circuits combined transistors and other components on tiny chips of silicon crystal, so that eventually large-scale integrated circuits offering the functions of hundreds of expensive and bulkier parts were combined on a single chip. As the yield of batch production processes climbed, the cost fell from an average price per circuit function, one transistor, of $2 in 1965 to under 3 cents in 1971. The reliability of operation and ease of repair through modular replacement, combined with this cheapening of increasingly complex circuitry, are the basis for the revolution in control technology, and it is here rather than in earlier experiments that the source of this new industrial technique and its broad use must be sought. By 1968, no more than 1% of machine tools in industrial use were numerically controlled, but the shape of the future could be seen in the fact that 20% of all new machine tools shipped in that year were equipped with this attachment. And in trade showings of machinery, as well as in industry journals, the big majority of machines displayed or advertised are now tools of this type. With numerical control, the machine process is subjected to the control of a separate unit, which receives instructions from two sources, in numerical form from an external source, and in the form of signals from monitoring devices which check the ongoing process at the point of contact between tool and work. Using this information, the control unit originates signals which activate power drives controlling the work, tool, coolant, etc. From a technical point of view, the system offers several advantages. Complex metal cutting, for example, the machining of surfaces to compound curves slow and demanding when the calculations are made in the course of cutting, may be coated with relative ease and cut with assurance. This was one of the features which, because of its applicability to the shaping of dies and other parts used in aircraft production, interested the Air Force in the method. The coating of any job is quickly completed when separated from machine execution, and once coated a job need never be analyzed again. The tape may be kept on file and used whenever a remake is called for. The processes of metal cutting are virtually automatic, relieving the worker of the need for close control of the machine while cutting is in progress. The separation of conceptualization and calculation from the machine means that the tool itself is in more constant use for metal cutting. At the same time, it goes through its continuous cutting path without interruption, which also makes for more efficient use of these expensive pieces of equipment. The unity of this process in the hands of the skilled machinist is perfectly feasible, and indeed has much to recommend it, since the knowledge of metal cutting practices which is required for programming is already mastered by the machinist. Thus there is no question that from a practical standpoint there is nothing to prevent the machining process under numerical control from remaining the province of the total craftsman. That this almost never happens is due, of course, to the opportunities the process offers for the destruction of craft and the cheapening of the resulting pieces of labor into which it is broken. Thus, as the process takes shape in the minds of engineers, the labor configuration to operate it takes shape simultaneously in the minds of its designers, and in part shapes the design itself. The equipment is made to be operated, operating costs involve, apart from the cost of the machine itself, the hourly cost of labor, and this is part of the calculation involved in machine design. The design which will enable the operation to be broken down among cheaper operators is the design which is sought by management and engineers who have so internalized this value that it appears to them to have the force of natural law or scientific necessity. Numerical control is thus used to divide the process among separate operatives, each representing far less in terms of training, abilities, and hourly labor costs than does the competent machinist. Here we see once more the Babbage principle, but now in a setting of technical revolution. The process has become more complex, but this is lost to the workers, who do not rise with the process but sink beneath it. Each of these workers is required to know and understand not more than did the single worker of before, but much less. The skilled machinist is, by this innovation, deliberately rendered as obsolete as the glassblower or Morse code telegrapher, and as a rule is replaced by three sorts of operatives. First, there is the parts programmer. The process of taking the specifications of an engineering drawing and recording them on a planning sheet is essentially the same work as that previously done by the machinist when, drawing in hand, he approached a given job. But the parts programmer is not required to know everything else the machinist knew, that is to say, the actual craft of cutting metals in its execution on the machine. He learns instead merely the shadow of the process in tabulated and standardized form, and with that his learning ceases. He is taught to work this information up in a manner suitable for coding. The planner, in the words of one description, simulates the machining done in the shop. He goes through every step in very much detail, leaving no decision to be made later at the machine. The planner determines the feeds and speeds, the cutters required, and even the miscellaneous functions such as when coolant is to be on or off. Importantly, he determines the feed rates and the depths of cut to be taken. 16. To convert the specifications on the drawing into a planning sheet requires, in the case of much of the equipment used for numerical control, only a knowledge of blueprint reading such as the craftsman acquires in his first months of apprenticeship, plus the basic arithmetic of adding and subtracting, plus the use of standard data on machine capabilities. This may be made more or less difficult by the type of equipment used and the complexity of the job in hand. In a recent development, the machining specifications are themselves stored on computer tape and the programmer need only make a description of the part, both rough form and finished form, by simply converting the engineering drawing into a listing of dimensions, using nothing but simple machine shop terms. The computer delivers a machine control tape, a printout of what is on the tape, a tool list, and the computed job cycle time. This system, it is claimed, reduces program time for a part that once required 4 or 5 hours to only 20 or 30 minutes. One company advertises another programming system that uses a 10-word program vocabulary and says, within a week a shopman can program effectively 17. An article in Monthly Labor Review says, most of the functions of the skilled machinist have been shifted to the parts programmer. Consequently, skilled machinists often staff these positions. 18. This may have been so at the outset, but the job of parts programmer now increasingly falls to the technical college graduate, often from the 2-year junior college, who fits the labor profile of this desk job more closely than the machinist, especially in being cheaper. The next job is that of converting the planning sheet into machine-readable form, usually a paper tape punched on a simple coding machine. Here the candidate is immediately selected by unanimous choice, the girl machine operator who learns her job in a few days, attains optimum efficiency in a few weeks or months, and is drawn from a large pool at hardly more than half the pay of the machinist. So far as the machine operator is concerned, it is now possible to remove from his area of competence whatever skills still remain after 3/4 of a century of rationalization. He is now definitively relieved of all the decisions, judgment, and knowledge which Taylor attempted to abstract from him by organizational means. The true instruction card Lillian Gilbreth's self-producer of a predetermined product is at last fully revealed in the program tape. Numerically controlled machines, we are told by one authority, are fundamentally easier to operate. The skills required of an operator are less than with conventional machines, where he must often be a trained machinist. With numerical control equipment, the operator must, of course, know his equipment. He must have the training and intelligence required to perform several rather straightforward prescribed routines, but he does not possess the technical skills of the experienced machinist. The intelligence corresponding to these latter skills is on the tape in numerical control. 19. The difference between the trained machinist, even one so limited in craftsmanship that he can operate only a single machine, and the operator of a numerically controlled machine is often understated, both by managers, who are prepared, in public at least, to conceal the downgrading in the interest of a smoother transition and for public relations reasons, and also unions, for whom the exaggeration of the demanding nature and increased responsibility of the new process is a routine part of contract bargaining. But some idea of the manner in which managers view this difference can be seen in the following response to a University of Michigan survey of companies using numerical control. Cost of developing and training an operator to produce identical parts by conventional methods and machines compared with NC machining system is approximately 12 to 120. This would mean that if it takes 4 years to give a machinist his basic training, an operator of the sort required by numerically controlled machine tools may be trained in 4 months. Experience bears this out. Control in this form, and in other forms that are developing out of it, is by no means limited to metal cutting machinery. The principle has general applicability in many crafts. In this connection, the evolution of boiler shop and other heavy plate construction work is of interest. In these trades the best paid craft has long been that of layout. The layout man takes off the blueprint, the specifications of each part, and inscribes them on the plate stock, along with directions for flame cutting or shearing, punching or drilling, bending or rolling, etc. It was at one point noted that the layout man spent a certain amount of his time simply marking his layout with close-spaced center-punched marks. In those shops that had enough work to warrant a subdivision of tasks in the layout department, this task was taken from the layout mechanic and vested in markers, at a far lower pay rate. Then, in the 1950s, a method was devised for drawing each piece, in the drafting room, to accurate scale on a transparency which could be projected on the steel from a slide projector mounted high above the layout trestles. Now the layout man became nothing more than a marker himself. After he had adjusted the focus so that a single dimension was correct, he had no more to do than mark. But with numerical control, the steel can go straight to the flame cutting tables, where the cutting torch is guided by the control tape, so that not only is the work of layout eliminated or rather transferred to the office, but so is the so-called semi-skill of the flame cutter. In the same way, in sheet metal shops numerically controlled machines are now used for cutting required shapes, with nibbling tools, multiple tool turrets, etc., without the necessity of shop layout or skilled sheet metal workers. One furniture manufacturer makes kitchen cabinets and bedroom furniture out of vinyl-clad particle board by numerical control, using a so-called miter fold process. The boards are cut in such a way that they fold to make complete units and are held together by the wood-grained vinyl covering. Folded and glued, each unit is complete. It takes just 1 hour of labor to assemble each piece of this furniture, 1/3 the time taken by woodworkers. Our source leaves to the imagination of the reader the quality and appearance of these surpassingly modern products. Point 21. And it remains only to be noted that the process of making an engineering drawing has itself been found to be readily susceptible to the same attack, so that there now exist drafting machines which draw plans from tape under numerical control. In each of these cases, the public unveiling of the new devices is accompanied by much self-congratulation and by philanthropic phrases about the lightening of the toil of the worker, the ease with which laborious tasks are accomplished, and so forth. Few write so plainly about the way in which functions are distributed, and the effect this is having upon the world of work, as did Thales, the engineer who introduced numerical control into the Renault plants, in his 1967 technical book, La Com and Numérique de Machines. But in addition, the technique of numerical control implies an effect which might be called extraordinary, on the level of the philosophy of the organization of the enterprise. It separates the intellectual work from the work of execution, just as has for a long time been the case with the fabrication of long runs on special purpose machines, and this separation allows the execution of both functions under the technical conditions best adapted to a superior organization, thus in the final accounting most profitable. Point 22. Such a separation of intellectual work from the work of execution is indeed a technical condition best adapted to a hierarchical organization, best adapted to control of both the hand and the brain worker, best adapted to profitability, best adapted to everything but the needs of the people. These needs, however, are, in the word of the economists, externalities, a notion that is absolutely incomprehensible from the human point of view, but from the capitalist point of view is perfectly clear and precise. since it simply means external to the balance sheet. While the forms of utilization of machinery, the manner in which labor is organized and deployed around it, are dictated by the tendencies of the capitalist mode of production, the drive to mechanize is itself dictated by the effort to increase the productivity of labor. But the increasing productivity of labor is neither sought nor utilized by capitalism from the point of view of the satisfaction of human needs. Rather, powered by the needs of the capital accumulation process, it becomes a frenzied drive which approaches the level of a generalized social insanity. Never is any level of productivity regarded as sufficient. In the automobile industry, a constantly diminishing number of workers produces, decade by decade, a growing number of increasingly degraded products which, as they are placed upon the streets and highways, poison and disrupt the entire social atmosphere, while at the same time the cities where motor vehicles are produced become centers of degraded labor on the one hand and permanent unemployment on the other. It is a measure of the manner in which capitalist standards have diverged from human standards that this situation is seen as representing a high degree of economic efficiency. The most advanced methods of science and rational calculation in the hands of a social system that is at odds with human needs produce nothing but irrationality. The more advanced the science and the more rational the calculations, the more swiftly and calamitously is this irrationality engendered. Like Captain Ahab, the capitalist can say, "All my means are sane, my motives and object mad." The drive for increased productivity inheres in each capitalist firm by virtue of its purpose as an organization for the expansion of capital. It is moreover enforced upon laggards by the threats of national and international competition. In this setting, the development of technology takes the form of a headlong rush in which social effects are largely disregarded, priorities are set only by the criteria of profitability, and the equitable spread, reasonable assimilation, and selective appropriation of the fruits of science, considered from the social point of view, remain the visions of helpless idealists. Each advance in productivity shrinks the number of truly productive workers, enlarges the number of workers who are available to be utilized in the struggles between corporations over the distribution of the surplus, expands the use of labor in wasteful employment or no employment at all, and gives to all society the form of an inverted pyramid resting upon an ever narrower base of useful labor. Yet no matter how rapidly productivity may grow, no matter how miraculous the contributions of science to this development, no satisfactory level can ever be attained. Thus, a century after the beginning of the scientific technical revolution and almost 2 centuries after the Industrial Revolution, the problem for capitalism which towers over all others, and which takes the form of a crisis threatening survival itself, remains: more productivity. In Business Week we read, 5 years of inflation, recession, and uncertain recovery have forced the men who manage U.S. business and the men who make U.S. economic policy to a painful conclusion: somehow the nation must make a quantum jump in efficiency. It must get more output from its men and machines. 24 The very efficiency which produced the crises is here seen as the only answer to it. The machine which, working at top speed, threatens to fly apart is to be preserved from that threat by running it even faster. Each capitalist nation will further degrade its own working population and social life in an attempt to save a social system which, like the very planets in their orbits, will fall to its destruction if it slows in its velocity. Here we have the reductio ad absurdum of capitalist efficiency, and the expression in concrete terms of the insoluble contradiction that exists between the development of the means of production and the social relations of production that characterize capitalism. In pursuit of this solution, industry, trade, and offices rationalize, mechanize, innovate, and revolutionize the labor process to a truly astonishing degree. The methods used are as various as the resources of science itself. And since these resources are so vast, where they cannot accomplish a large saving of labor by a revolution in production, they achieve the same effect by a degradation of the product. The construction industry, for example, divides its efforts between the destruction of sound buildings and their replacement with shoddy structures whose total lifespan will not equal the useful life remaining to the demolished buildings. This industry, which because of the nature of its processes is still largely in the era of hand craftsmanship supplemented by powered hand tools, The lowest level of mechanization makes continual and determined efforts to climb out of this disadvantageous position. It favors new materials, especially plastics, painting, and plastering with spray guns. A single spray plasterer keeps a number of workers busy smoothing, and the pre-assembly of as many elements as possible on a factory basis. A carpenter can install 6 to 10 prefabricated door assemblies, pre-hung in the frames with hardware already in place, in the time it takes to hang a single door by conventional methods, and in the process becomes a door hanger and ceases to be a carpenter. The trend of dwelling construction is best exemplified by the rapidly growing mobile home segment of the industry. The mobile home is a mass-produced factory product. Of the three parties involved, the workers, the manufacturers, and the residents, only the middle one has any advantage to show from the transaction. Yet mobile homes are spreading over the landscape triumphantly, and one may easily predict for them a still greater future because of the high degree of efficiency with which they allocate labor and capital. A quarter century ago, Siegfried Gideon described the transformation of the crusty, wholesome loaf of bread into a product with the resiliency of a rubber sponge. 25 But the production process for the manufacture of this bread is a triumph of the factory arts. Continuous mixing, reduction of brew fermentation time, dough which is metered, extruded, divided, and panned to the accuracy of a gram in the pound, conveyorized baking and automatic deepening, cooling, slicing, wrapping, and labeling have effectively rid the bakery of the troublesome and unprofitable arts of the baker, and have replaced the baker himself with engineers on the one hand and factory operatives on the other. The speed with which the operation is conducted is a marvel of efficiency, and, apart from its effects on the worker, if only it were not necessary for the people to consume the product, the whole thing could be considered a resounding success. Furniture production is being remade in the image of the automobile industry. It has increasingly become a mass production process in which the skills and effects of woodworking and cabinet making are disappearing. Shaping is done on automatic contour profilers operated by unskilled labor. Routers for grooving and cutouts are done by template-controlled machines with a cam and sensing system of programming. Unskilled operators need only to feed material to the machine. In some applications, even feeding is automatic. 26 The use of pneumatic power clamps and assembly machines is speeding the assembly of frames, case ends, drawers, and chairs, while requiring fewer and less skilled workers. One machine takes parts directly from a tensioner, feeds metal parts from hoppers, inserts these parts, drives pins or nails, and ejects a completed shelving onto a conveyor at a rate of 7 to 10 per minute, and only one operative is required to load the hoppers and pinners. Another machine takes panels, aligns and joins them perfectly square, drives staples to hold the assembly true while the glue dries, and permits the assembly of a kitchen cabinet by one man every 60 seconds. 27 Painting has been mechanized, using automatic spray and flow coating techniques. Upholstery work is now done with pre-cut, preformed, and stretch materials, thus putting an end to the traditional skills of that trade. In meat packing, the industry which was the first in the United States to introduce conveyor lines, the on-the-rail dressing system has displaced the older conveyor. In rail systems, stunned cattle are hoisted to a high conveyor rail, on which they are slaughtered and then moved through all dressing operations to the chill cooler. Workers, stationed on mechanized platforms which move vertically and horizontally according to the requirements of each task, use power knives and saws. Mechanical hide strippers, which grasp and peel the hide from the carcass, substantially reduce the skilled hand-cutting operations once necessary to remove a high-quality hide without damage. Labor savings per unit may be between 25 and 60% on the kill line. These savings are in reduction of waiting time between performance of individual tasks, which are now machine-paced and synchronized, and elimination of constant repositioning of the carcass necessary in the older bed system. 28 There is a machine which permits an image of each carcass to be projected on a screen so that workers can be guided in making major cuts by a pointer which indicates them. Far fewer workers need to know how and where to cut a carcass. Machines emulsify, form, smoke, cook, chill, peel, wash, and package frankfurters. Electronic machines that weigh and package poultry along with mechanical pluckers process up to 9,000 chickens an hour, although, we are told, the prevalence of low wage rates in poultry packing plants is among the factors which tend to retard technological change in that branch of the industry. 29. In the manufacture of wearing apparel, every aspect of the production process is being energetically attacked. Since this is an industry which is characterized by the existence of many shops, most of them relatively small, a great many are still in the stage of traditional rationalization, breaking down operations into a large number of smaller and simpler steps. At the same time, these steps are being speeded up by the introduction of a variety of devices, chiefly attachments to sewing machines such as needle positioners, automatic thread cutters, pleaters, and hammers. The use of 2 or 3 layer bonded materials, which eliminate separate linings, and synthetic fabrics, which may be processed by novel methods such as the electronic fusing of seams in place of sewing, opens up new vistas for cheapening and transforming mass-produced clothing. Advanced production methods are copied from sheet metal and boiler shop techniques, die cutting to replace hand cutting, pattern grading equipment which produces different size copies of a master pattern, etc. There is a photoline tracer which guides a sewing head along the path of a pattern placed in a control unit. Improving on this, a photoelectric control is used to guide a sewing head along the edge of the fabric. In these latter innovations we see the manner in which science and technology apply similar principles to dissimilar processes, since the same control principles may be applied to complex contours, whether on steel or cloth. In typesetting, the printing industry first took the path of eliminating the linotyper skill through the use of tape-controlled line casting, the essence of which was the separation of the keyboard from the casting of lead slugs. The operator prepares a control tape on a machine much more rapid and simpler to operate than the linotype. But the use of photo composition in tandem with the electronic computer has enabled the industry to begin the elimination of metal type altogether, and along with it the need for the operator to justify lines and hyphenate words, since these functions can be performed by a computer which utilizes a record of the syllabification of almost every word in the language. That this rids the typesetter of one more load of useless knowledge has already been amply pointed out, but no one has yet pointed to the knowledge acquired in its place. Despite the variety of means used in all the innovations we have been describing, their unifying feature is the same as that which we noted at the outset of this discussion, the progressive elimination of the control functions of the worker, insofar as possible, and their transfer to a device which is controlled, again insofar as possible, by management from outside the direct process. It is this which dominates the new place of the worker in production processes, and it is this above all which is slighted or entirely neglected in conventional assessments. The knowledge of labor and production processes which the outsider may gain from a study of non-technical sources is limited by the vague and imprecise impressions which pass for information, and from which sociologists and journalists, already too eager to achieve optimistic conclusions, glean their notions about the trend of labor in modern society. Morris A. Horowitz and Erwin L. Herrenstadt did an exhaustive survey of such materials in the course of their attempt to study changes in skill requirements of various occupations, and they report the following. Limiting our focus to the past 15 years, we examined various bibliographies and indexes in an effort to pull together the literature relevant to our field of interest. Over 500 bibliographic titles were selected for careful scrutiny and analysis. The overwhelming majority of these speculated about the effects of automation based upon general impressions, discussions with a few industrialists or union leaders, or a few very limited case studies conducted by others. If an article or book discussed automation and manpower, it typically referred to employment opportunities resulting from technological change, the effects on the occupational structure of the plant or industry, or the effects on the skill composition of the labor force. Only a small number of studies made any effort to investigate and analyze the effects of automation on job content and the worker characteristics required of the changing jobs. This very paucity of systematic information and analysis makes all the more important James R. Bright's unique study, referred to earlier in this chapter. In 1954, research was begun at the Harvard Business School on the managerial implications of automation. In 1958, Bright published a volume entitled Automation and Management, which begins with a survey of the evolution of mechanization in manufacturing, with special attention to the electric lamp and shoe industries, and then analyzes in great detail 13 of the most advanced production systems in operation at the time of the study. These included the Ford Cleveland engine plant, a highly automated bread bakery, a small integrated oil refinery with the reputation of being an outstanding example of automatic control, a new automatic production line for the manufacture of oil seals, the foam rubber mattress department of a rubber company, in which the entire process, from raw material stores to finished product warehouse, had been integrated into a single radically new system, a chemical plant making commercial fertilizer, a feed and grain plant with a high degree of automaticity, a small coal mine which attempted extensive use of automatic equipment, a plating plant in which a complex production sequence was subjected to a highly automatic handling system, an instrument manufacturer with a unique work feeding system, an electrical parts manufacturer who applied automatic methods to assembly operations, another plating plant with a differing system of work organization, and a V8 engine plant. Bright later wrote several articles, see, for example, the July-August 1958 issue of Harvard Business Review, and, most important, a summary of his conclusions with regard to skill written in 1966 for the National Commission on Technology, Automation, and Economic Progress. While the Bright studies dealt in general with the management aspects of automation, the principal focus was the skill requirements of increasingly mechanized industries. It must be pointed out that Bright nowhere indicates a concern with this aspect of his subject from the point of view of the worker, but views the problem entirely from the management standpoint. His approach is detached and rigidly factual, and his concern is expressed in his final conclusion: I suggest that excessive educational and skill specification is a serious mistake and potential hazard to our economic and social system. We will hurt individuals, raise labor costs improperly, create disillusion and resentment, and destroy valid job standards by setting standards that are not truly needed for a given task. 31. In the preface to his book, Bright notes, a controversial area of this study will lie, no doubt, in my conclusions regarding the skill required of the workforce in the automated plant. The relationship of skill requirements to the degree of automaticity as a declining rather than increasing ratio is not commonly accepted, or even considered. Nevertheless, after exploring his tentative conclusions with 300 to 400 industrialists, and in presenting his findings to at least a dozen industrial audiences totaling perhaps 3,000 persons, he notes that in general, these conclusions have not been strongly challenged except with regard to plant maintenance skills, and even these challenges he attributes to intense personal experiences peculiar to special situations. 32. Bright's work is not only informative but especially useful for the analytical framework it provides, since he sets up a mechanization profile of 17 levels. See Bright's chart of mechanization levels, p. 149. Apart from the first two, work with the hand and with a hand tool, each level deals with a specific machine function and its operating characteristics. With this profile, Bright was able to chart the entire series of operations in every production system he studied, thus affording a far more realistic glimpse of so-called automatic production systems than that furnished by the glowing self-tributes of managers or the breathless prose of journalists. On mechanization levels 1 to 4, Bright concludes that since control is entirely up to the worker, skill is increasing. See Bright's chart, Changing Contribution Required of Operators, pages 151 to 52. On levels 5 to 8, where control is mechanical but still dependent upon the worker, some skills are increasing but a number have turned downward, resulting, in Bright's opinion, in an overall decrease in total skill required. In levels 9 to 11, where the machine has been put under external control at least to the extent of signaling its own needs, most skills turn downward. And finally, in the top 6 levels, which are characterized by self-modifications of machine action and therefore correspond to advanced methods of automatic production, every indicator of skill used by Bright, from knowledge and experience through decision-making, plunges downward sharply, and the indicators of worker contribution all read either decreasing nil, or flatly, nil, with vague exceptions only for responsibility and education. 33 The result is summarized by a curve which Bright calls the hump in skill requirements. See Bright's curve of skill versus automation, p. 154-34. It describes a suggested average experience as mechanization increases, and shows an increase only through the first 4 levels, a decrease thereafter, and a plunge into the nether regions with the installation of those elements of mechanization which are associated with the popular term automation. He outlines the idea as follows. Consider a metal worker. Using hand tools, such as a file, he requires considerable dexterity. As power is added but the tool guidance is left in the operator's hands, he needs new levels of dexterity and decision-making to control the machine action, and these grow in importance. A high degree of attention is required. Knowledge requirement, hence training and/or experience requirement, grows with the introduction of the power tool, for he must know how to adjust and direct the more complex machine of level 4. He must become a machinist. When the mechanically controlled machines of levels 5 and 6 are encountered, job knowledge may not be reduced but attention, decision-making, and machine control requirements are partially or largely reduced. In many instances, the technical knowledge requirement of machine functioning and adjustment is reduced tremendously. This is why machine operators, rather than machinists, are so frequently quite adequate. The job becomes more nearly one of simple machine actuation, work feeding, patrolling, and inspecting. Levels of mechanization and their relationship to power and control sources, as charted by James R. Bright. In moving to higher levels of mechanization where the machines supply control signals, there is a further reduction in the attention, judgment, decision, action activity demanded of the worker. Of course, this may be offset by increasing technical complexity of the equipment and its adjustment, which requires additional knowledge by the worker. Yet the reverse seems more common. When the variable control levels 11 to 17, are reached, we find that the worker contributes little or no physical or mental effort to the production activity. More of the functions are mechanized. The inspecting devices feed corrective information into the machine and thus relieve the operator of mental effort, decision-making, judgment, and even the need to adjust the machine. By its very definition, the truly automatic machine needs no human assistance for its normal functioning. Patrolling becomes the main human contribution. The operator, if he is still there, becomes a sort of watchman, a monitor, a helper. We might think of him as a liaison man between machine and operating management. 35. That this conclusion is not simply the result of an abstract schematization of the problem, but corresponds to real conditions, is made clear by Bright through numerous examples. During the several years that I spent in field research on managerial problems in so-called automated plants and in exploring automation with industrialists, government personnel, social scientists, and other researchers, I was startled to find that the upgrading effect had not occurred to anywhere near the extent that is often assumed. On the contrary, there was more evidence that automation had reduced the skill requirements of the operating workforce, and occasionally of the entire factory force, including the maintenance organization. 36. Bright's reference to the maintenance organization reflects a considerable study he made of maintenance and repair work in the plants he analyzed. He found that the effect of increased mechanization, particularly in its more developed stages, upon the need for skilled maintenance mechanics is not so simple as is usually supposed. On the one side, it is certainly true that the mechanization of a larger span of the production process, the novelty of the equipment used, the electronic circuitry and electro-hydraulic pneumatic actuating mechanisms, and other such factors tend to increase the need for maintenance and for new skills. But on the other side, he points to a great many factors which tend in the other direction. For example, one of the effects of automation is to compress the production line and literally to reduce the total physical amount of machinery for a given output, even though that machinery may be more complex. Hence, in several instances the maintenance force was reduced simply because the total volume of machinery was reduced. This reduction more than compensated for the increase in the complexity of the equipment. 37. This tendency is reinforced by the mechanization of trouble prevention itself with monitoring devices that anticipate difficulties, by the simplification and standardization of control mechanisms, and so on. At the same time, the novelty of the control equipment affects only small parts of the maintenance staff. I found no evidence, says Bright, that tinsmiths, pipe fitters, welders, and carpenters required increased skill, some evidence that hydraulic and pneumatic repairmen need better training because of the increased complexity of the control circuitry, and much evidence that a significant proportion of electricians need extensive additional training. But even in the last instance, Bright points out, the need for electronic maintenance skills requires retraining a very limited number of mechanics. In one plant, in a maintenance crew of 780 were electricians, and the plant engineer found that he needed only 3 or 4 competent electronic repairmen per shift. In other words, only about 10% of his electricians needed specialized skill, and these amounted to only 1% of his total maintenance force, 38 overall. While Bright found a number of plants that increased their maintenance staff substantially, he also found contrasting instances, such as the following. The most automatic small refinery in the U.S. in 1954 had a maintenance force amounting to 21% of the total workforce. Conventional refineries show a 50 to 60% ratio. 2 major parts manufacturing plants, each employing over 10,000, have devoted their attention to automatic production since 1946. Both are well known in engineering circles for outstanding automation accomplishments and use literally hundreds of highly automatic machines. Both maintenance forces are characterized by one peculiarity: lack of change. The maintenance force has remained a steady 3.5 to 5% of the workforce in one firm, and 6 to 8% in the other, over the last dozen years of aggressive mechanization with automatic machinery. 39. The entire evolution is marked by the very same design characteristic that the consumer sees in home appliances or automobiles, the modular construction of equipment for easy replacement of entire assemblies. While the consumer finds it expensive to buy an entire new assembly in order to replace a part worth a few cents, and also finds the consequent deterioration of repair skills among servicemen exasperating, in industry, where the length of time the production system is shut down for repairs is the most important and expensive factor, replacing entire assemblies is by far the cheapest way. But this tendency further reduces the number of mechanics who are able to do anything but replace the entire module after the source of the malfunction has been located, and this is something advanced electronic machinery increasingly does for itself. Moreover, even the work of the repair mechanic is now being studied and standardized in much the same fashion as that of the production worker. One such system is called Universal Maintenance Standards. Changing contribution required of operators with advances in levels of mechanization. As charted by James R. Bright. Why advances in automation can have contrary effects on skill requirements. As charted by James R. Bright. UMS uses a number of selected jobs or types of work whose work content is known and divides them into ranges of time. One national organization had by the end of 1960 almost finished establishing universal standard data elements for all plants. Anyone in any plant could use the same standard for the jobs in his department. 52,000 universal elements had been isolated and studied. The data are placed on punch cards and magnetic tape to utilize a computer with a large memory. Plans will allow each foreman anywhere in the country to call into a central unit, to get a standard time for the job in which he is interested. A foreman can, for example, get a standard time for a job that may only be running a couple of hours. These jobs were not studied previously because it took too long to make the studies. 41. The picture of mechanization and skill cannot be completed without reference to those industries where mechanization has made the process so automatic that the worker takes virtually no physical part in it whatsoever. This theoretical ideal can be but seldom realized, and most plants considered automatic still require a great deal of direct labor of all sorts. But in the chemical industry it very often comes closer to realization than elsewhere, because of the nature of the continuous processes employed and the possibility of moving the entire product in preparation within enclosed vessels and piping. Thus the chemical operator is singled out, time and again, as the outstanding beneficiary of automation, and the praises of this job are sung in countless variations. The work of the chemical operator is generally clean, and it has to do with reading instruments and keeping charts. These characteristics already endear him to all middle-class observers, who readily confuse them with skill, technical knowledge, etc. Yet few have stopped to think whether it is harder to learn to read a dial than to tell time. Even Blonner, who selected this work as his example of the tendency of modern industry to bring the total process of production back within the ken of the worker, admits that chemical operators need know nothing about chemical processes. 42 He cites one oil refinery personnel executive who has placed a limit on the I.Q.S. of workers hired for operating jobs, another who calls them only watchmen, and reports this outburst by a chemical operator. It takes skill to be an operator. Maybe you've heard of this job evaluation program that's been going on. Well, our supervisor thinks there's not much skill in our work. The way he described our jobs for the job evaluation program, it's like he thinks you could train a bunch of chimps and they could do the job. He thinks we're a bunch of idiots. That has caused unhappy feelings. 43. Transfers from operations to maintenance are common, Blonner says, but there are virtually no transfers in the other direction. This may also have something to do with pay rates, since, as reported by the Bureau of Labor Statistics for June 1971, the highest average pay rate among chemical operators, Class A, is lower than the lowest average classification among maintenance mechanics. Class Beta chemical operators are paid on the level of stock clerks. 44. What happens in such an industry is comparable to what happens in other production systems. The automation of processes places them under the control of management engineers and destroys the need for knowledge or training. In the chemical industry, although the division of labor does not as a rule take the form of the assembly line, the modernization of equipment has considerably lessened the time needed to train experienced workers. In a factory for distilling coal tar, Lyons, 1949, the training of a good distiller, which previously took about 6 months, today takes 3 weeks. This is due particularly to the process of continuous distillation, resulting from more numerous and more sensitive measuring devices. 45. Those who have tried to see in continuous process industry, as it is organized in the capitalist mode of production, the method, at last discovered, whereby the worker is restored to his human birthright, but who at the same time are aware of the low pay and undemanding duties in these occupations, wrestle with the dilemma to no avail. Thus Joan Woodward. The main problem in this type of industry appeared to be establishing the occupational status of the plant operators. These men, although often highly skilled, were not formally recognized as skilled outside their own firm. The traditional differentiation between the skilled and the semi-skilled worker does not allow for a situation in which the manual and motor elements of skill have been taken out of the main production task, while the conceptual and perceptual elements remain. The skill of a plant operator is of the perceptual and conceptual kind in that over a period of time he has to learn to absorb a great deal of information and to act on it continuously. But, this skill not being recognized formally, the plant operator has to be recruited as a semi-skilled worker at a comparatively low rate of pay. Several firms felt that this created difficulties for them, as in the competitive labor situation of the area it was very difficult to find and keep men of sufficiently high caliber at this low figure. A job in which the emphasis is laid more on the intellectual elements of skill, and which calls for articulation in both speech and writing, can attract only those with the minimum educational qualifications. 46. Here we are told that the chemical process operator is not formally credited with a high degree of skill because the nature of that skill is chiefly intellectual, conceptual, requires education, etc. But in capitalist society, it is these very elements which are always accorded a higher degree of recognition than manual skills. Why not in this case? We are further told that this problem exists only outside the firm. Within the firm the skill is presumably recognized and appreciated. But despite this, the plant operator has to be recruited as a semi-skilled worker at a comparatively low rate of pay. The exact nature of the constraint is not specified, and so we must take leave to doubt it. Is not the matter better understood as being exactly what it seems, without resort to convoluted theorizing? Those who, unlike Joan Woodward, are not even aware of the low pay, the low occupational status, and the limited training of the chemical operator in their ignorance manage much more smoothly the feat of seeing him as the worker who now controls entire factories, needs much technical knowledge, and represents a reversal of the trend of modern industry. Considered only in their physical aspect, machines are nothing but developed instruments of production whereby humankind increases the effectiveness of its labor. Just as in producing a simple tool the worker fashions, preparatory to the direct production process itself, an aid for that process, in the same way the production of modern means of production, no matter how complex or developed, represents the expenditure of labor time not for the direct making of the product but for the making of instruments to help in the making of the product or service. This past labor, incorporated into instruments of production, imparts its value to the product piecemeal, as it is used up in productions, a fact which the capitalist recognizes in the depreciation allowance. Once labor has been embodied in instruments of production and enters the further processes of labor to play its role there,